to be the incredible Shopify Rebellion and the illustrious phase.
Alright. Yeah, this stage is really cool. Good afternoon.
And happy Easter.
Oh yeah, and happy Easter.
Did you do an Easter egg hunt?
No. Did you do anything for Easter?
Just went over for brunch at my parents'.
Nice, yeah.
Nothing crazy. And I worked on a countertop the rest of the day. Making a wood countertop.
That's cool.
Getting hot as shit outside.
Yeah, it's getting to be that time.
I was melted.
Thanks, Arisa Bomb. Yeah, we play after the break. Winner's final. Exit tier 1. Rin. Let's go, Brewers. Very cool. Alright. Hey, hope you like it a lot, Luke. Hope you enjoy it.
What is it?
His Navigator 3 Elite. We'll be doing more member stuff soon. One day.
Made me think of what I sent you yesterday.
Yeah, that was a fucking awesome email.
We've literally never
Thanks,
done
Venom.
that, have we?
Nope.
Yep, never. I just like the subject line caught my attention. I mean, it worked. I was like, what the hell am I reading?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It was a cool email. Oh yeah, the Deadpool secret lair came out.
Oh.
Or rather, got delivered. I've seen people post about it.
I don't know. Secret layers don't do it for me.
The SpongeBob ones were cool.
Yeah, did you buy one?
No, I've never bought a secret lair.
See, that's my thing. I get them. I think it makes sense. But they just don't do it for me. Like, I don't think I will ever buy one.
Yeah. They're also, like, impossible to get because they sell out instantly.
And it doesn't... It's just always different art, right? Like, it doesn't add any new cards.
No, it sometimes adds new cards. So, like, Deadpool himself is a new card.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Because that's the one they released on April Fool's, right?
I don't know. There's Risa Brazier and Korgoth.
Yeah, I forgot that.
Charlie, you think the Celtics go all the way? Unfortunately, yeah. I'd like to see the Lakers do it. I think it'd be cool, but...
Did you see all the Nico stuff?
Oh, yeah.
Mavericks.
About the Mavs. Yeah.
God. I just can't even imagine. That man's an idiot.
He's on... That's a generational fuck up.
Yeah.
I cannot believe he didn't just get fired on the spot.
I just don't even understand it.
Yeah, Nico Harris is just so stupid. It's crazy.
Such a weird choice. It's like, we're building for the future. You took Anthony Davis. What are you talking about?
Nothing else, too. Thanks, Resub. Desical.
Want more Halo action? Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind the scenes.
Yeah, we're still doing
content,
TOC stuff.
and
There's one
player
going up pretty
spotlights that
soon.
Take you closer to the pros.
Oh, that's right.
Yep.
Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo esports history, and our HCS and
We have
community
new
top 10
plans for the
series.
channel.
Mm-hmm.
Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
Yeah, we play after this break. We're in winners finals. We play phase. Defense wins championships. Yeah, the classic cope from Nico Harris.
They were in the finals.
I know, that's what I said. They were in the finals already. Granted, it wasn't like a smooth journey there, but they
Right,
like
but
they
they
still
were there.
they still made it.
They had the potential to be there again.
Major hosted by
And then
Optic
he was like, what if
Gaming.
we just don't
Before
make
the
the
break, we saw
playoffs?
an epic
Oh, can you turn
series
the
on
claw
main
on? I
stage.
forgot.
And it
Oh,
certainly was
yeah.
amazing
Thanks.
if you are a Green Wall fan and if you're in the stadium to witness the greatness of Optic Gaming, 3-0 Space Station Gaming. They take them out of the tournament and bye-bye, SSG. We will see you next time. And Optic, they live to fight another series.
Oh, baby,
How
she's
far
warmed
can they
up.
go is
Nice.
the question.
No, there's not going to be a
With their
YouTube
opponent,
notification.
which will
I'm out
be
of
coming
notifications
out
for
of
the
this
24
next
hours
one. So much
from
to
yesterday.
look forward to here this weekend, already at Major 1. But
night video
before we get
again
into
one?
all the action, before I introduce the
yeah.
desk,
Oh,
I
I
want to
see.
make sure you guys know what we have coming up.
I'm
very
getting how
soon as
time
well,
works
right around
now.
the corner.
Yeah, you're
We
picking
do
up on
have
it.
Dream Hack Dallas happening. It's of course our HCS Open. It's on May 23rd to 25th. Team passes actually are available right now, so make sure you go check out that link below on the DreamHack website. It's 4v4, of course, as per usual, and $150,000 on the line. This is a big one. All of our teams that are already home or packing in the hotels right now, already thinking about this DreamHack one. And what
No,
they
I'm
can
not
do
participating
better
in
is lift
sperm
that trophy
racing.
at the end of it. So folks, make sure you mark your calendars, get your team passes.
I
and
won't
make
be
sure you go to the
watching.
venue itself because it's going to
You're not even
be
gonna watch?
incredible.
Nah.
Right, back to the action
What-
because we need to crown a
what
champion
made you
today. And
decide
in order
that?
to do so, we need to
It
get through
feels
this
more
winners
like
finals
a
shows.
crypto
Hello.
scheme than
How are
anything
you
else.
doing on the desk?
I'm doing very well. Dan has abandoned me, so I was a little bit orphaned for a while, but I'm glad you two have adopted me for the short while that I am here. I will say it's a little bit chilly
Thanks
up
for
here.
your
but
Cyber.
I'm hoping that
Membership, Sean.
the main stage is where the ice really is.
It really is that.
Nice,
That's
Sean.
the thing, right? We're freezing cold from all the ice on that main stage. That was perfectly put, Shows. We love having you up here. Welcome. You know, I mean, we've seen already a great series, especially if you're Optic Gaming. How did you feel that went?
I think it went about as well as it possibly could have for them. I think SSG still struggling to find their feet, still not meshing together as much as they would like, and for Optic Gaming, Renegade in particular, he popped off in that series, and if he keeps doing that on Sunday, they might well lift that trophy.
Yeah, they might well lift that trophy indeed. They do have a couple of series ahead of them that are going to be very, very tough, but we'll see what they're made of. In the winner side of things in our championship bracket, Shopify Rebellion and FaZe Clan are primed, ready to go on the main stage.
It's our
Seeing
turn.
who is going to get to that grand final spot. Tony, we kind of talked a little bit about this before the break, but Shopify Rebellion and FaZe are kind of
Needing
unfamiliar
anything hot?
about
What?
kind of
No.
what they're going
Why?
into
It's
into
Easter.
this tournament, right? They're both looking so
Supposed to be
clean
like sweets
in
and
terms of the
shit.
weekend, but who right now do you think has the upper hand?
I mean, that's where I'm a little bit torn right now because I'm looking at, for example, FaZe. FaZe have had a very clean road coming into it, not dropping a single map coming into this winner's bracket finals. And for a team that largely is underrated, I think that's really good for their confidence. But then you have a squad like Shopify Rebellion who had to go through an Optic in round one, an SSG in round
That was
two.
such a
I mean, if you're
fucking
talking
unreal
about
round one.
battle-tested,
Which
Shopify
one?
Rebellion.
Our
definitely
round
have an
one against
advantage
Optic?
there, so
Oh,
it's
yeah.
going to be interesting to see how these two battle it out.
Yeah, I think if you talk about battle-hardened teams, it's definitely going to be Shopify Rebellion. But for FaZe Clan, they've beaten every single team that was put in front of them. They've beaten every single piece of competition. They're 15-0. They haven't dropped a single map all tournament long. And let's face facts here. They beat Nemesis, who took down Optic. If you actually look at Nemesis versus Optic in a head-to-head, Nemesis are winning on map count. So the 3-0 Nemesis is an absolute statement. So of course we might say they haven't been tested like this before, but up against Shopify Rebellion, I don't think there's anybody
happens
with
every
more to
time.
prove than FaZe Clan to show that they
Like
have
on the first
players
blood.
on their team.
No,
who
just there's
last
always
season,
someone
like
doing that.
Suppressed, didn't make it into the grand
Warming
finals.
it up.
Every single time he got to this point, he would lose this series
Doing
and
little
the next,
stutter
and then
steps.
find himself as a top 3 placement. So I'm looking at players like Suppress today to be the difference maker.
100%.
I haven't watched it yet, Crit, and right now we're in winners finals.
On this weekend. Let's talk about Shopify Rebellion first.
But I didn't get to watch
just in
WrestleMania
terms
yet.
of where they're at, because right now they are so unstoppable. It seems they have just been going
Can't
from
you
strength to
watch
strength.
WrestleMania
It's really
on
hard to find
Netflix
anything
or
to pick
something
apart
now?
right now because
Don't
they
they
seem
live
to be
stream on
leading
one of
the
those
way
platforms?
in
Yeah.
terms of how to play
Is
the
it
actual
Netflix?
game. And I know that sounds
It is
kind of crazy,
Netflix. They have
but
a big
do
deal
have
with
lot of meta
Netflix.
shifts happen across off seasons, throughout the seasons. We have new maps, modes, sometimes weapons put into the mix as well. And so far, it seems to really suit these four very, very well. Not only did they get together, of course, in Rostermania, and one of the first teams to be able to put themselves down on paper, but they just seem to click off the get-go. That is something that's often really not heard of. It sometimes takes a little bit of time to get used to one another, and I think especially when you take the duo of Royal2 and Frosty, who have been in a system for a decade together, who have barely made a change whatsoever. The fact that they're able to just pick up 2 absolutely talented young guns and make it work off
Is
the
it Prime
rip
Fabio?
That's pretty incredible.
Yeah, I think it's actually the perfect blend for someone like Frosty and Royal2. They've got 2 sponges, 2 young guns.
Tonight
that will
might be the
listen to
release of
every single word
Oblivion.
that comes out of their
No,
mouth.
it's
And
not.
listen, if you have
It's
2
supposed to be the
3-time world
21st,
champions telling
so
you what to
tomorrow.
do, you shut up and listen. You want me to push here? You want me
Could
to
be
hold the
tonight at
ball?
midnight.
Whatever you need.
It's true, it could be.
Give me a ring. I'll do what's required.
Very true. Hey, listen,
I could give some
you guys
Spectral.
know exactly what you're doing. We'll follow suit. It's pretty much how it goes. You know, Tony, I think something I love about the gameplay that we're watching from Shopify is how they're able to weave in and out of one another while always being able to have each other's backs. I think that is something that separates them from the rest. Whether it's on one side of the map,
I think it's the
having to
week of
make
the
your way over,
21st.
dealing
I heard
damage,
it's the
but then coming up to
21st
clean
itself.
things up for another teammate. You
But
never
I guess
let
we'll
them
see.
bring each other down.
Is it
That is
like a
a
shadow
natural
drop, or
high
have they
love in
released?
Halo
No,
Infinite.
it's a shadow
High
drop.
risk in terms of what you're
Like, it
trying
was
to achieve
leaks
and how much
that
of
confirmed
your
its
advantage
existence,
is,
now it'll
but
just be,
high
like,
reward because
dropped.
You've always got someone there who has your back and support.
Yeah, and I feel like we've heard it a lot within their communications. Every time we go into a listen, and you know, obviously Frost has really stepped up and been a play caller on this roster, but also Wyatt as well. Last shot, you know, he also is very vocal in the comms, and especially when going out to cycle, going out to Matt, and trying to find where they want him in position, and then where he's going to push. Those pinches, they come perfectly timed. I think it's because of that small talk. I think it's because of that play calling, and you said it before. It's very rare where skill and chemistry meet like that, and it has just clicked for Shopify.
You a fan of
On the
chili?
other side,
Not
I'd say
really.
FaZe.
I'm not a big
FaZe
chili guy.
With that clean run, 15-0, you mentioned Shurs, and it just doesn't get better than that to get into the winners finals. Something that we really haven't seen for quite some time now in the HCS. Having a clean map record like that does so much for your flow as players, your momentum. My big question is, if I'm going to play devil's advocate with you here, is
Elder Scrolls
what
6 isn't
happens when
coming
they
out
go
for a very
down
long
the map?
time.
Are they able to kind
Thanks,
of have the
membership.
confidence to pick
Spuds.
themselves back up? They haven't had that
They
experience yet in
announced
this
it
tournament. I know it
7
sounds a little
years
bit
ago.
silly, but are they able to regain?
Almost
Can
8
they
years ago,
make
yeah.
sure that their mental is okay, going, oh
That's
darn, we just
absurd.
didn't get that clean.
Yeah, they did it to
We wanted
distract
get
from the
Shopify
Fallout
going down
76
one in a series.
disaster.
You know, how are they going to handle that, do you think?
I think
Still
so. I
can't
think if you
believe
look at
Ryan
players, you turn
still
to the
plays
experience
Fallout
like
76.
Trippy. And
He swears it's
like
good.
Beckman, they've
People-
been
I-
put in
I know a lot of
situations time
people
and
that
time again
do.
like
Yeah.
this before, where
I
they've been
tried
down
it, I
the map,
can't get
maybe
into
even
it.
2, and they've
Like, you
always
tried it
shown
recently?
Yeah,
composure and
probably
resilience. They'll
5
make the
months
right
ago.
decisions.
Oh.
And that's something that FaZe Clan have been doing all tournament long,
They had
making the
like a
right
free
decisions, and when
weekend or
opportunities
something.
arise, they capitalize and they punish opponents. Now, the concern I have is when Rebellion
What's
give
your
you
favorite
opportunities,
A24
you have
film?
to make sure you capitalize and
tough.
punish them, because they'll be few and far between. So when you get an opportunity for 5, 10, 15,
I have to
seconds
think
of
about
ball
it.
or a flag capture, make sure you get it and do not leave anything on the table, because if you do, Rebellion will punish you.
I think that was actually a really good question because I
Bless
look
you.
at it in 2 different
Thank
ways. You know, you see FaZe being undefeated obviously is an advantage on its own, but look at what happened to Optic. You know, a little bit of adversity isn't bad. They dropped down the lower bracket round number 1, and they look locked in right now.
Yeah, they certainly do indeed. Sometimes it's a good kind of mental switch, you know, like, listen, we're not untouchable. We're going to have to work extra hard and kind of, I don't know, go into that 6th gear. And if you have that 6th gear, you're going to need it against
Man, I'm
Shopify and
tired.
Rebellion. Fantastic
Yeah,
stuff
I'm pretty
across the board from
sleepy.
both
I feel like
teams.
I could just
This is
kinda pass
really
out.
the head-to-head we've been
Yeah.
waiting for in terms of the winner's side, the championship bracket. Who is going to come out victorious into that grand final spot? Who is going to drop down to Epic Gaming? We'll have to find out as we have Shopify Rebellion versus FaZe Clan.
can't announce a game 7 years ago and then ghost us. Well, that's exactly what they've done. And they can do that. It's Bethesda.
Has anybody else done that? Like, can you think of any other recent games that took that long from announcement?
Recent? No, but like Duke Nukem Forever.
Yeah.
Dead Island. I'd have to think about the others.
Oh.
Silksong still isn't out.
When did they announce that one?
Probably around the same time as Elder Scrolls 6.
I saw they took off,
The trailer.
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't really know why, but...
Oh, Beyond Good and Evil 2.
It's winners
Yeah,
final time
holy.
here in Arlington at the first major of the year, and we have two teams who have undoubtedly looked a little bit above the rest when it comes to their performance so far here in Texas. Shopify
the, like,
Rebellion
boy
on
band
one
one,
side of
right?
our stage,
I know they
but on the
didn't
other
actually,
side of the
but it
stage,
looked
a
like boy band.
FaZe clan that
Yeah.
looks a little bit different to
Did you not
maybe
play
what
it?
some people were
I did.
expecting
Oh.
coming into this tournament.
They do indeed. It's a perfect FaZe clan.
forget their
15 and
names,
0
so.
so far
Game
in
was
the
fun,
tournament,
it was
going
just-
up against a 15 and 3
I
Shopify
hope this
Rebellion.
isn't too hard
This
to
will
take,
be
'cause I
your
did
map
really
set
enjoy the
for your
game,
winners
but
final. Kick
compared
things
to
off
other
on
Final
CTF
Fantasies, it
Origin,
felt very
then into
forgettable.
Slayer Recharge, King of the Hill.
I could
Wildfire,
agree with that.
and if we need
I don't
that,
remember a lot
Assault
of that
Aquarius
game.
and Slayer Streets to round it out.
And you
And I
mentioned those
guess
map
I
records
was
of both
older
of these
compared
teams.
to
Now,
the other Final
Shopify
Fantasies I
undoubtedly had
played, but
a little
I
bit more
remember all of
reward
the
to get to
others.
this position in this winners final phase. When you look at the seeds of the teams they've gone up against, maybe a little bit of an easier road, but the fact that they are perfect and the style of which they have been
All
perfect
right.
is something that certainly
It's
caught our eye.
time.
Yeah, it's just like they said on the desk. It's two very different brackets, two very different roads up until this point. And really now this is FaZe's first test against the Big
used
Four.
the
Let's
claw
not forget,
machine? You gotta
Shopify
be
has
in the
already
claw
taken
machine
down the other
Discord.
two in the
Yeah.
Big Four to get here. Now FaZe is realizing
It's
we're
all
gonna have
free.
to find the
I don't
three
know where
best
the
teams
link
here
is, though.
eventually.
I
And now
think
they're
there's a
facing
command
their
for it, I
first
just don't know
opponent
what it
within
is.
the top four in Shopify Rebellion.
And then it
As we
picks
said,
people at
map
random.
number one,
Yep.
CTF Origin, very limited amount of game type data for these two teams on this.
All right,
Fresh start
let's
here.
go, boys.
Jesus.
So what? No fucking ZD now.
Sliding straight for that sniper rifle. Looks like a little bit
That's
of
been my new go-to.
I know, I heard you say it a couple times
Some of the
yesterday.
players who are on our main
It made me
stage
try
on
to think
these
of any
teams
other
is
line on
players who haven't
the
made
first
a major final.
Do you really not remember a lot of lines from Sopranos?
It's like once my brain tries to remember them, it's like I've never seen the show in my life.
Big question here as 3 do fall for
That was crazy
Shopify.
to
Frosty
pull the
was your
trigger
last
for
player
that.
alive. See what Suppress can do with him on the BR.
Ugh.
He takes him down.
All right, come on.
And I believe he bodies
Good
last
cleanup.
shot as well. I should mention, I said good morning to Suppress on the way into the venue this morning, and he looked at me and he said, out
And
for
do some
blood.
Paco.
And I wish I was kidding. This man is here and ready to play.
Yeah, FaZe really want this. If you needed to know what it means to FaZe, I think this tournament with maybe some of the disrespect they
Nice.
feel,
Clean it up. There we go. We pushed them out. All right.
where they've been predicting them not to be a championship winning team, they want
there
to come
you
in and
go.
really prove themselves here.
Yeah, let's get our feet planted again and start lat spreading.
With a little bit of control of the snipe side.
Get him with that old spready Kruger.
Make sure his teammates are able to spawn and make the move, and I think there's so
What
much
other
to
lines
talk
do you
about in this
remember?
series. It's wild that we're here on Origin.
Gabagoo.
We haven't mentioned it yet. Of course,
That's
a
a-
big
that's
priority for
cough.
FaZe Clan is keeping not
She
just
was
the
abusive to the staff.
hands of Frosty on this
When
map.
talking about his mom.
It's a pretty strong
Yeah.
start, and there he is.
Fortunately, Frosty's got that sniper rifle in his hand, suppressed off of spawn. In the
feel
cave,
like
managed to
Pauly
slow
has
things
so
down
many
for a
good
second,
pulls
but as you
that I
say,
don't
4
remember.
players.
Pauly does have
And
good
when you've got
lines.
Frosty sat up on the top of the catwalk with a sniper rifle in his hand, but FaZe is lucky he's only got one bullet, but he still finds a kill with it.
Penguin got through. Huge opportunity for Penguin on the flank. Let's see if he's able to get here in the back of the base. He's going to get pinned down from the elbow. They should be able to take him down.
Trade it.
First one
Nice.
goes in, and the worry here for FaZe Clan is
Nice.
that 3 dead
Very
bodies
nice.
again.
Very nice.
However,
Come
Trivia's
on.
managed to
Let this
just
be a
about
nice little
clear out
cap.
his base. There
Well,
was
we
an
just- we
opportunity
did just
maybe
cap it.
Oh, I
for
thought
Shopify
you-
to go
I thought
back
you
to
said you
back
took
with
it.
flag cap.
No, he capped it.
The other
Nice.
piece is going to get it for Shopify Rebellion. Frosty gets
All right,
the
let
snipe
this
to
be
get
another
the
little
net
cap.
and it's not make a mistake.
Let this be a lesson to you.
Not just because it's
Nobody
your
fucks my butt.
Also because this is Shopify's first
Oh,
match of the
Sopranos.
day.
Soprano. Yeah, do you remember that episode?
Yeah, that was a good
Shopify
one.
Rebellion's Sunday Scaries. A lot of trouble for them on Sundays. Even a top 6 finish at the World Championship. Didn't even get to play on that final day. So much riding here. They want to correct that narrative. They want to change the story about how Shopify looks on a championship Sunday.
Royal just unkillable right now.
Royal's going to go nuts. One death.
Yeah, 6-1, 7-1.
As another player comes off the
Maroon.
respawn, and it's looking like this might be a 2-0 lead. Very
No, and he's still going.
as the thrust is good enough to pick
Another
up
cap?
the base and
Love that.
circle at the other end of
Yeah,
Origin.
I like that.
Slaps home the second flag for Shopify.
That is World 2 insult to injury there as your team is capping. That cap was already guaranteed and he's just styling on him from the elbow. And as a result, Already 8-2 in this game. How about that? You're one flag away and you're quadruple positive. What a start from him.
Let's keep this good shit going. Nice. Yeah.
Like this could be an opportunity
Give him the
for final
vegetables.
flag to go in as well. It's 3 dead. Falcated last one alive. Cycle on the snipe side with a rocket still to play with, and the flag was moving, but Falcated as last alive has stalled this flag for a second and gave FaZe a slim opportunity, maybe to get off the respawn here and get this flag back home, but they're going to have to make some plays.
Oh, unlucky.
A very nice job to get out of the cave there and avoid that rocket completely. Maybe we'll even get this kill here at the bottom base.
Yeah, Cycle gets taken down, but I want
The
to
loop-de-loop and pull almost.
To Falcated there. He was the last one alive, got 1 kill, but actually get past that flag, get the 2nd kill, and that just allowed the rest of his teammates.
Best Sopranos line is at the wake for Tony's mom, and Chris starts talking about if 2 of the exact same person can exist. That was kind of a banger, yeah.
Chris has some good ones. Too.
Chris does have some good lines.
Picks up another 2, by the way. He's 12-5. Finally, Cycle will be taken down. You have the feeling that.
Oh, is that a bad word?
Yes.
Oh, I've never.
Put the sniper away for a second there, looking for the trade.
I thought it meant like idiot.
No.
Got the jump on Penguin, got that first shot in.
They say that shit all the time in the show. I had no idea.
Sniper rifle was down. Not sure if it fell off the map or if it is still clinging on to the edge of the outskirts of Origin, but last shot 13-6, by the way. I'd say quietly going about his business, but that's nothing outside of exceptional when it comes to
Look at Frosty's
Remarkable, and you know, just
stat line.
feel the opportunity.
Oh, the number of the beast, yeah.
Jeez, on Easter, are you kidding me?
Coming with excellence,
How
however, it was
disrespectful.
too dead for Shopify as this flag continues to run. Shot needs to stay alive here.
Cycle gets 1, Trippy gets the kill. It's actually Penguin who comes here to help out. Falcated did get taken down, I think, on that flag run, so the flag isn't home quite as
Yeah,
yet.
looking long
Shopify
and
making this one
leisurely
awkward,
today.
making this one
Appreciate
difficult.
that.
But now the touch does come in, and with Shopify 2 dead, this could be an
No.
opportunity for FaZe to
Watch this
strike
sniper
and get
bullet to
their
the
first
head.
flag on the board. They put this one home. Trippy.
Alright, come on now. Let's just close it out nice and quick. What are we doing?
Really great pace.
Let's get back in the driver's seat.
Let's pull
Flags
back.
come through trench and bottom middle. He wanted no part of those. He lets all 4 of them explode before he goes for the flag touch. And right around the same time, his team is wiping up those kills. 4 dead off the respawns as well.
Jesus.
There will be no counter.
Alright, come on, what are we doing?
With map control.
And now they're going to have an
Boys.
opportunity to trap Shopify in the back of the base. This is what FaZe needed. 1 flag, and then all of a sudden it doesn't feel like that much of a deficit to try and come back from. Inside of the base, Penguin got those rockets as well. Falcated's found 1 with that sidekick, and they're suppressed.
Oh my god.
It's 4 dead again for Shopify, and what felt like a Shopify game, a Shopify map is turning on its head.
Okay.
really-
Now I'm not having fun anymore. Can we get back to what we were doing moments ago and not this?
I feel like we were absolutely shitting on them.
And it is back-to-back caps for FaZe Clan. Just like that, we are tied 2-2.
50 seconds or so between those 2 caps.
A little too much dip on our chip. We've got to get back to the fundamentals here.
On that snipe side, as all the attention moves towards it, Falcade's still doing
Way to trade it,
so
come
much
on.
work with that sidekick, by the way. Last shot's trying to stick through to the silver. And Trippy aware of his position.
There
This
you
is
go,
a
Royal.
2-dead situation on both sides, but now it's a 3-dead for Shopify, and Trippy says, hey, there's going to be no one here to stop me. I'm grabbing this thing and I'm putting it to use.
Yeah,
yikes.
this is
Wow.
the other way right now.
We really have thrown this one.
In the elbow here. And they had the setup. Might be able to convert again and steal this game out from underneath Shopify.
And something I love here, Falcade aggressive inside the base, pushing past his teammates.
Nice, good, good,
Come on,
good.
this is where we push back.
Quite connect on the
Okay,
shots that really
let's reestablish our footing,
situation.
please.
A couple of headshots there. That flag's moving.
Easy.
As you say, gets
World's
the stop
got a
just in time.
sniper.
World 2 flies into the
That's
cave
only
and
one
says,
shot,
"Let me take
though.
that last
That's all he
bullet.
needs.
See if I can put it to use. 2
Is
dead
there
for both
collat
sides
in
here.
Halo?
Yeah.
Royal 2 just looking for a pick here. Ooh, timing not quite on his side this time. Penguin's not looking at him though.
Oh.
Gets bodied, but keeps himself still breathing. 5 minutes now left in this game. 2 minutes elapsed
Wow.
since we last checked in. Those 2 caps from FaZe now make this a very nervy feeling end to this game. Frosty going for this flag.
Yeah, we got a little pull out of it.
Cuts him down. Gosh, to get that kill on the bridge
Happy
is
Easter,
so
Koji.
huge. Just look how this would have been different. Flag is still running, by the way, so that's a must kill for Penguin. However, they might
Here we go, let's go,
not be able to
Cycle.
push just yet. It's still 2 dead.
Nice.
Come on.
Shot gets another
Come on,
as
boys.
well. It's 2 dead again for FaZe. 3 dead momentarily.
I think
We must
It's
have,
all about
right?
getting
it's got to be
flag
very
back
close.
home here for Shopify Rebellion. That's
Okay,
exactly
good. I didn't hear it.
what
I
they
didn't
will
hear it
do.
tick, but that got scary.
That got very scary.
I don't know why we did that.
Tied the game up
But we
after being
fixed
down
it.
by
We
2.
fixed it, but I don't want it to get close again. I'd rather it just be nice 3-0s across the board.
Wow. Amazing. amazing way to start the series. You thought that might be a little bit of a walk in the park for the side of Shopify, but instead,
Yeah, I
FaZe
really
rallies
thought we were
back.
just
They
going to
dig
run away
deep,
with that whole thing.
tie up the game, and in the end, it's only an 8-minute game. Does not go the distance time-wise, but certainly goes the different distance in terms of total flags that you can see in regulation. It's 3-2 in the end in favor of Shopify. They will take game number 1, but it's clear that this series will have a lot to offer.
And interestingly, when you're looking at that win, we got a little peek at the statistics there. Frosty, a little bit quiet in that game.
Oh, the Columbia UFO's been getting a lot of steam. A lot of people believing in it, which is sad.
11 from him, outclassing everyone in the lobby when it comes to those kills.
Yeah, remarkable from him. And like we said, feels like this year is so big for Last Shot. So good last year that you couldn't ignore him. Now he finds himself on the #1 seeded team. Same with Cycle. What do they do with this year in terms of their career, their legacy that they're building? You get the feeling that those two young guns they appreciate and they understand what is riding on not just this year, but even this event off the rip. And they're putting up the numbers to back it up.
Is there a reason to not believe it? I guess you're right if your eyes are closed. But I feel like if you watch the video and believe it, you need to like voluntarily institutionalize yourself.
This is the exact situation we're talking about. It's a nice one there, but it was the follow-up from that. Shopify Rebellion, you have to give them credit. They make them difficult shots. But if, and it's a big if, Trippy hits a couple of headshots there, or even hits the bodies, Falcated maybe lives, and that could be a very...
Remember when Charlie said Twitter was going to go bankrupt? It's worth $44 billion now. Elon made the money back.
It's been very
News to me. The last I saw, it was halved.
But the series,
like
when
a
it's
Twitter
finished, always
valuation.
seems to go against them. Is that going to be another example at the end of this series we'll look back on, or will FaZe be able to
The AI
look back on?
overview
That's the
does
question.
say it's
And with that win, Shopify
Same
Rebellion will
amount
not
must
only
pay.
steal
Oh.
game 1, but they will end FaZe's unbeaten
He brought it back.
streak here at the Optic Major.
All that good work.
Dropping their first game in the winners bracket
A ton
final,
of them,
and in their
Saga.
first meeting here,
There's a
in the
list
Big
on.
Four, they find
There's a list
themselves
online
losing
for
by
it.
1 flag.
Yeah, maybe it's gonna
Question
be
is, will Shopify take that momentum
Also,
and bring
I
it
think I
right
got
into
the
game
word
number 2?
wrong,
This is a
by
big
the way.
game here for FaZe. You do not want to go
what I
2-0
told
in
you
this
was a
series.
bad word.
There's an opportunity
Oh.
for them as well,
I think I
because
got it
we
wrong.
talked about Shopify
Oh.
Rebellion Slayers. They've been pretty good, but they're not exceptional. There's a few weaknesses. There's a few games that slip through their fingers when it comes to game
March
number
19th,
2s.
value
And
of
for
Elon
FaZe,
Musk's
you look
X
at this lineup,
rebounds
it
to
feels like a
44
team that's
billion
built for
purchase
success
price.
in
Huge.
Slayers. One thing
Hey,
that
nice
you
job,
can't
Elon.
do
You
in
did
He's
it.
done it.
Championships
You
here
fucking
is when
did
you
it.
get Shopify, is if you get
And
a
you
shot
know
off,
what?
you'll
You
take
did
it
it
on,
without
you have
upsetting
to win
anyone.
it. And when you're looking at
Well,
the
he did
type
it the
of
right
players I'm
way.
looking at suppressed Falcated, it's very rare
True.
that you'll see them lose those fights. So if they can keep that momentum up, if they can win those important must-win
still a
battles
loser.
where they
Don't
have
say
the
that. No
advantages,
ban, you
I
are
feel like FaZe have got something to say here.
Absolutely, and let's forget yesterday, right? Frosty
see
was like,
they're,
hey,
like,
make
changing
sure we're winning our
DMs
ones. Let's
or
take these
something.
individual
Yeah,
battles.
I
Let's
saw
not
that.
team shoot as much as
Right
we can.
after
They
that
combat
girl
the comp,
posted
and they're
this
gonna bring
this
that
stuff
into
about
this
Elon
game
wanting
to
to
Slayer as
impregnate
well.
her.
Let's forget FaZe is
I did
also,
see
of course,
that.
as a result of their record undefeated in Slayer thus far. We'll see if Shopify can do it again here. We're underway in game 2.
This man started off with a no-scope.
All right, boys. Come on.
This time he's got the battle rifle in his hands and doing some good cross-mat damage to allow Trippy to move.
Is that right? He sold it to his own company? Is that where that number comes from?
Oh,
And that
he did. He
combination
sold
coming
it
out
to
of Shopify Rebellion.
fucking...
2 players just fly through the tower, but the damage
What's
was
his
enough
name?
for Trippy to
It's
clean
not
both
Brock.
kills up. Walk out of that situation with
Company
Camo,
behind
the
Grok
lead,
or
and a
something.
little
I
dark kill
don't
to go
know. His
alongside.
AI
Really nicely done
company
there.
bought
3
it,
as you
some
saw
shit like
on
that.
the score.
It's so cool.
I totally forgot about that.
Also, these kills. 4-3 here.
Oh, is that where the number comes from? Because if so, he just did it.
For the sake of the
Yeah.
number.
It's like he blew himself.
Not just the
Like,
fact that
look,
it's
I
taken
did
out of
it.
the hands of Shopify Rebellion.
That's so fucking hype.
From Frosty as well. How long did we see him?
Well, I love
Into a
that.
triple, then he's repositioned.
Nobody
All
would
of a
pay
sudden,
44
got a
billion
shot
for
right
this.
from Frosty.
Except-
Somebody just did.
Except me.
Yeah, he's fucking done it twice now.
Penetrate inside of pipes, his teammate Pink
Oh,
was
good
shot.
stick.
Last shot,
By
dude.
Last Shot, who just has this ability to turn a 1 into a 2.
Somehow last shot from the back edge with absolutely no shields nor health. Gets a little bit of a death stick coming out. However, the game now tied at 9. 2 dead for Shopify. They're going to have to reset here together off the respawn.
Looks like Falcate knows where those spawns are coming in. There's actually 3 players from Shopify Rebellion who are in and around
Team
the
owner
elevator.
turned
Now
to
they've moved
F1.
out a little bit to try and take
Yeah,
some
when do
space,
you
but it
hop
means
in?
that they're kind of walking into a couple of phases.
I was trying to think of what game I could possibly even stand a chance at, and it'd have to be like a, okay. Trading, that's sad, but whatever. It'd have to be like a slower paced game because I'm too old now. So I was thinking it'd probably be like One Piece or some shit, like card game.
Oh, card games.
Still top gold control spawns
Oh, you meant
coming
like
in
a fighting
glass
game?
as
No,
well.
no, no, no.
But just like that, last shot right off the rip, we're tied 14-14.
What if
Coming
it
up in
couldn't
3
be a
seconds
card
time.
game? It has to be a video
See
game.
that FaZe are trying to get in a position to contest this.
I think I could get nasty again at Apex if I put the time in.
Multiple players here.
Oh my god, I can't believe he won that. That a boy Royal.
Big win from Royal 2.
Big win. It's also a tough angle from Trippy as 3 fall.
I
Falcon
agree,
was the
because
last
I
player
feel
alive
like
on the
there's a
middle,
lot
now to
more
orange
to
door.
Apex than
So he was camel
before.
just oh,
Yeah.
it's a camel burn. A big set of plays here now for Shopify.
And think about that. Royal 2 wins the individual.
Let's have a
Somehow
nice
stays
swing.
alive.
Trade it? Can we trade that?
And Falcon doesn't get away with the camo. All of these things based on a 1v1.
No, big double. There you go, last shot. That a boy. Maybe a triple?
Tough angle for Trippy to challenge from anyone who's
For a
played
big
that
smile on my
angle.
face?
Coming in off of the Trippy into long haul, trying to challenge Attic with the commando.
He's in
And
a
the
war
players now
zone.
bouncing around long haul. That's not easy. And like you said,
Nice.
big domino effect.
Holy
A
shit,
knockdown
last shots.
Shot.
He's looking good right now.
Biggest lead of the game so far. Cycle finds another one as well. Last shot.
Yeah, he didn't know.
Right, a little bit late. Gets hit by the bus as he crosses
Nice.
the
We're
road.
winning our ones.
Yep.
On the flank, picks up 2,
Come
and
on.
it's a 5-kill advantage now for Shopify.
Here it
Now
comes.
25 to 20 mark.
Nice.
They're starting to pull away now, 26 to 20. Let's get into a listen in here with
Come on, boys.
Shopify Rebellion.
I would love when they put on their phones.
Yeah, their comms are so hype. The shock rifle. God, so many fucking grenades.
Oh
Ah!
my god. They never run out.
Yo, might be on your person. I'm trying to watch your cat. Yo, camo 15 Matt when you spawn, okay? Yo, 2 top goal guys, not moving. Red stairs. Yo, I'm getting to Preston. Turban weak. Turban and 2 in a row.
Come on, boys. Come on.
On their toes. Nice. Laying down damage.
Oh, that looked like a headshot to me. Trading, that's fine.
Is the shock rifle or whatever one hit?
If you do it right, yes. Please reset
Got
Mungo.
camo. Come on, boys.
Push that. There you go, cycle.
Good.
Good work.
One out. Yo, run at this guy. Run at this guy. I think he's on A. I think he's hiding in the corner. I'm checking. Nobody, we're good. They're hard spawning back.
Oh, that camo ran out at a really bad time. And he traded it.
Oh, nice.
Good
Clean
trade.
that. Clean that.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Holy fuck. Looking so clean, just fucking schmoovin'.
About that listening for Shopify Rebellion, and they are now in a commanding
Let's do
lead.
some
Think how
cross.
close this was.
Oh, we
When
got
went
noob
into the
combo.
listening, it's
Noob
42 to
combo.
27 now.
Chicken joggy.
Wide open there, and once again, if you're a Shopify Rebellion fan, you love the comms that you're hearing. These guys are so intense, and undoubtedly the most intense that we have within the top 4 in terms of speed and
Somebody
excitement
posted,
within the comms.
I
So
don't know
much
if
to
it's
talk
real,
about, but
it
it feels
was
like we're gonna
fucking
watch the
on
home
Reddit,
stretch
but
first. We'll be able to break down that list.
Somebody
Only
posted
6 more
their
kills to
sheet
go.
from their movie theater.
Couple of kills
Oh,
going
about the
away,
timing for
Blaze.
Chicken Jockey?
Yes,
I did see that.
So
Chicken
impressive.
Jockey
Shot falls
time.
here,
Yeah.
but How many 5
There's a
shots
membership.
hit with so
I
many
really want
cheese
that to be
sliding
real.
across in front of him as well.
It
It's not
probably
just a
is,
case
just so that way they
of
can
worried
try
about
and,
your
like,
strafe and
crowd
Maybe
control.
right over
Yeah.
there.
you can't hit the G slide. He'd hit you anyway.
Come on, boys.
Even if you're
Close this
moving
out
straight.
strong.
Trade it, just trade it.
Second game in a row. Look at him leading the entire lobby
Alright, come
and
on.
the team. 14 and 8 here.
Let's close it out.
Not far behind. 13 and 8.
Damn. Last shot is
These two guys, as you
off
said,
and
two of
off.
the
Yeah.
youngest players in the HCS with the #1 seed, and they are hand in hand statistically as they lead by 10.
More damage coming out of last shot. Keeps himself alive for a few seconds as well. Gets information on Penguin. Frosty's going to move in and get a
God, his
double kill
movement
based
is
off the
so
damage.
nice.
Oh, come on.
Good grenade.
Last shot.
No,
Hey,
no.
individual fight won by Trippy. But he's
Didn't
too
even make
late
sense.
here for FaZe. It's only 4 to go here for Shopify Rebellion.
Come on,
Do
boys.
find 2 dead.
No,
Require, just
boys.
say it, a miracle.
Come on, let's close it out, boys.
To go. Express
Come on, gentlemen.
Chase down last shot. Again, last
Don't
shot
get
is such a
staggered.
nuisance. Just
Don't get staggered.
knows he hasn't got any support. Just bites a few more seconds, and even though Suppress gets that kill,
Come on.
Shopify back on the behalf. The 3 shots
Okay, nice. Good cleanup, Frosty. Double.
Trade it out. Frosty will
Okay.
get a second,
Yeah,
and
that's
Frosty
game.
will close it out here for Shopify
Very nice.
Rebellion. 50 to 40 is your final score, and Shopify look hot.
FaZe Clan comes in undefeated, and they lose the first 2 against Shopify Rebellion, who had their number in each of these game types. It's a decisive
Hey, skill
50
checks
to
here.
40 win.
Whoa!
Hey, hey.
Number 2,
I know them.
kills
I know
for
them.
shot
I know those
13 for
guys.
Cycle, 12 for Frosty, and the Royal Flush. Royal 2 with 11. Straight down
Whoa.
the stat line. You really can't ask for anything better from this squad.
Nobody negative.
Yeah, I
in this
modded
one.
him.
That's perfect.
That's how you win.
And you're looking at the assists as well. 2 players double digits. Last shot on Royal 2 was 7 and 8 respectively. That is almost impossible to play against when you end up with statistics like that. But this gives us an opportunity to just go back to that listening, because that was something we were kind of...
I do remember that. That was a close
focusing in on, and
shave.
There was a couple of things we loved about the way that Shopify would communicate.
Yeah, I think first of all, everyone's gonna just,
had to
I
get
think, be on
divorced.
the same page that it's amazing to hear the intensity as we take a look at some highlights from this game. When they're up by 10 and they're getting the 4th kill, they're popping off. They're like, last guy, dead! When they're up by 10, it's amazing to listen to. This was a challenging battle here for Trippy, especially against Royal 2. That's not easy to win. In the end, the domino effect, look, it was 17-17. Royal 2 then, who just stayed alive, as you said, gets the kill on Foul. They burned that camo, and then things started to unravel very quickly. But specifically in the listening, I also love an amazing call from Frosty that if you're watching in the arena or you might have heard from home, Frosty specifically says, Matt camo spawning in 15. And he's calling out who is going to make the camo play. He's calling it out while Matt's in the death screen Royal 2, and he's saying you're going to be the one. That's typically a coach call. So that's amazing for Frosty in the comms to be saying, Matt, you're the one who's going to get
I
camo.
missed that
It's
call.
up in
I didn't
15
know I
when you
was
spawn.
getting
That is your
camo.
focus.
That's true, yeah, you gotta
Very
pay more
important
attention.
IG yelling and play calling coming in from Frosty. Let's not forget, we heard him doing it yesterday as well with huge play calls of take your 1v1s.
So you go back a step further, he says let Matt die just before he makes that play call as well. That means that don't leak extra deaths. Don't try and keep Royal 2 alive in this situation, because we can give up 1 death, but if we try and keep him alive, it could be 2, could be 3, and then we all know what happens off the back of 3 or 4 dead at this level. So all of that
You
kind of
probably asked
thinking,
that
it's not
before
just
the
communicating
stream,
what we're
I
doing
just
now,
saw
it's
Yeah,
let's think about
it was
our
probably
lifestyle,
on a
let's think
delay.
about what our next priority is. Let's think ahead and see if we can keep either our advantages in our favor or just kind of reduce our risk for the next play that might be a little bit bigger. This is how the series is looking. 3-2 Origin flag went the way of Shopify Rebellion after a good comeback from FaZe and tied up at 2-2, but 50 to
Oh, it
40.
is 420,
Shopify
huh?
look like they really are on a roll here.
I didn't even
Towards
register
King
with
Hill.
me till right now.
Yeah, it's so hard to
Wow.
play against too, because I think what they also bring
I would've
forward Shopify
played out
is
this
in
whole
the
day
intensity of those comms. They're so quick and they're just hungry to collapse on you in those Slayers, and we saw it time and time again. And it is that
20
go
on
no
you
go
said.
call, like you just mentioned.
That's right.
Halo
That's
Infinite is
big.
all about off of the spawn. You have to immediately decide: are you helping teammates?
What,
are
the
you
Easter
part of
Bunny
this
bring
current
you?
fight, or are you not?
Nothing,
And
I
that's
didn't
why,
ask
like
for
you said, the
anything.
example where Frosty says, "Let Royal 2 die." We are not flying off spawn to help him. We are letting him die. We are setting up elsewhere. The flip side of that is that they can make the opposite call and be right back in the battle and continue collapsing and keep their opponent in the blender. That's what they've done so far in this series.
Well, for FaZe, it's going to have to be a reverse sweep if they want to go directly into that finals. Otherwise, it's going to be a date with Optic if they cannot fight 3 games in a row here in that elimination bracket final. And let's remember, of course, if Shopify Rebellion win this next game, they have a series advantage as well. Whoever comes to that elimination bracket will have to beat them twice.
You have a big Easter meal? No. Just some chicken and mac and cheese.
That seems like a tall
That was
order
it.
for anyone who you
Just
put on
as
that main
Jesus
stage.
wanted.
Of course, would be
That's what he
an
ate back in the
opportunity
day.
for the first time, should they take any of these
He
next
said,
3
pass me
games
the Velveeta.
for Cycle and Last Shot to be an official major.
Jesus would
Grand
die a
final
third
and
time
event.
if he saw Velveeta
A
come out
lot
of
riding
bed.
on it for them. They've made it look
That's
easy
just
so far,
crazy,
but make
but
no
it's so
mistake,
good.
they certainly understand what's on the line, and there's still 1 game
You
to
would have
win.
been so proud of me
King of the Hill
yesterday.
is going to be where we find
Wait,
ourselves.
do
Shopify
you
did
like
beat
onions?
C9
I do like
Oh,
a
onions.
that's
little bit
right.
Big
earlier in
onion
this
guy.
tournament, but they did
I
lose
did
this game tied
caramelized
to
onions
Optic
on my
Gaming.
burger yesterday.
I'm so
Kickoff
proud. And how good did it taste?
an invitation that we saw
I
before
knew it would be, I
first
told
game
you.
of the season.
See, you just gotta grow up.
I'm working. I feel like I am growing up. I can feel my taste buds changing.
Mhm.
I'm getting through it.
Getting the man taste buds. The man buds.
The man buds. Yeah, I gotta kill the man buds today.
Feeling game type for them, and it's going to have to be if they want to keep this series going.
Yeah, so far good on King here, winning their King game type that we've seen them play in bracket play so far. However, Shopify, as we said, also
don't keep
looking
going for the
quite
same
good
spot.
overall
It's a bad
in King
spot.
of the Hill. But if
Oh,
we had to pick
there
one,
it
or I
is.
should say, if FaZe had to pick 1 game type that they'd want to play in King or 1 map specifically, it would be this King of the Hill live fire. So, if you are a FaZe Clan fan, a fan of these players, this might be an opportunity to come back into this series.
Well, looks like FaZe are getting situated and ready to go into this game, and it is
All
a
right.
must-win game for them if they want
Oh,
to keep
that's a
this
great
series
shot.
going. Otherwise, like I mentioned, it's a date with
Good try.
Optic Gaming, and it might be an awkward date. One that doesn't go too well for either side if they will go into that elimination bracket.
All right,
fall to the green wall. Looking at some of our stats, some of the players to keep your eyes on, 2.06 kills per minute, the highest in the entire tournament. That man, Royal 2, when it comes to the King of the Hill, is a little bit different.
And like we heard at the K-Stan Showdown, Royal 2 saying he feels like he needs to kind of reprove himself, which is crazy to hear from a player of his pedigree. And a player with his legacy, but he is doing that so far this year, redefining a new era for himself. And man, what a weekend it's been so far. We'll start things off with him. We'll see if he can do it again.
Then loser
Let's see if
finals,
FaZe got something to say about
finals.
this series. Let's see if FaZe can answer back. Trippy with the first kill of the game is going to give them somewhat of a foothold. It's actually going to be 2 dead.
What
Off the
the
break
heck?
for Shopify Rebellion, and there's a grenade that's going to give
That's a
Trippy
damn
the
shame we
info
lost the
on where
opening
Royal
fight.
2 is as well. It's FaZe who
All right, come on, boys.
off the break.
It's a great start for FaZe. And if you missed it yesterday, Trippy was hitting some historic clips that I feel like we're going to be seeing in highlight packages all season long, with a triple followed by an over on this exact
Come
map.
on, boys.
And he's
Go,
going
gentlemen.
to do the same amount of damage yet again. Starting things hot, taking down Royal 2. That's the first priority, as they have some good progress here on hill number 1 and still a man advantage.
Yeah, really good start
I
here
don't know
for
how.
FaZe. Bearing in mind that they didn't have the best
Oh,
spawn
fuck.
when it comes to live fire. If you have the opportunity, you want to be spawning
Trading,
closer
that's
to
so
that first
tragic.
kill in and around the garage. They had to fight for it, and they already got half of it progressed in their favor.
Come on, boys.
Hammer got traded out as well.
Looking
So
for the first snipe.
it's somewhere around
Looking for it.
Anyway,
Might have fallen down that little crack.
any sniper
That thing
rifles.
could be pesky little. Hasn't found it yet.
Yeah, forget about it at this point. Shopify inside of that hill, and they need to start pressurizing this a little bit here, FaZe. They're trying to get the numbers. They do get that first pick as well, but there's 2 players stacked.
Nice.
And there's a flank
Good
from
shit, Royal.
2.
I didn't know he was there either.
Yeah, that scared
Very
me.
difficult now with
That,
Royal 2
back
continuing
smack.
to flank where he knows the rest of Shopify are
Oh,
not
they
looking,
both
but
turned
FaZe
for
turn around at
Royal
just
there.
the right time, but the damage and the survivability here.
Nice.
Royal 2 is so impressive.
He thought he had a nade here. This is a big kill. We'll see if he's able to stay alive.
Oh!
Whoa!
Take to the sky and wins that battle. Last player
Damn
is
it.
Penguin. See if they can take him down. He's going to hold B for just a second. Here comes a collapse.
Penguin needs to buy time to get his shields back. Frosty's flying at him. His
Nice,
half
good
shields,
shit.
the Cycle's already there to clean him out. And this is where we see both teams start to get a little bit desperate for
Good
this.
shit.
2 dead on the sides of FaZe. You get the feeling that if this push isn't successful, this one's going away.
win this.
Shopify Rebellion
That was tough.
Individual win. Is it Shopify Rebellion
Come on, boys.
3 dead, and maybe FaZe can steal this one away.
Very important win there. Still 2 dead. They're going to continue holding.
Can we make it?
Houston.
Yeah, we can get there in
One more
time.
contest.
They're contesting
But
their
we need to
buying
win
time.
this.
They're being so
Royal's dead.
difficult
Okay,
to
traded
use.
it. Nice, good grenade.
Rebellion and FaZe Clan quite simply can't find them at the moment. It's 2 dead on the side of Shopify, but it's 2 dead on the side of FaZe as well. Last shot of the back.
Oh, God, no.
Trying to stay alive. Hits the QT. Can he buy even more time?
Oh.
Teammates to arrive. No, they can't. Look how close it is on both sides here.
Take a look at Trippy. Needs to hold this down. Has to win these 1v1s in the
Damn,
Cycle's
damn.
last player alive.
Come on,
He's
Cycle.
trapped in-house. This should be a FaZe hill.
Love the push from Trippy. Even
Yeah,
if
they
he
got
doesn't
it.
get that kill, it means he clears the
All right.
Step inside for Penguin to
That
count
fell apart
first
for us.
hill, and
Yeah.
FaZe
We're
will
not-
get the first point on the board.
We're not winning our
Big
ones
for
right
FaZe,
now.
As we said, this is their opportunity
We're
to get
having
back in the
slow
series. And
starts
as you
to
said,
some of
a
these
must
games.
win.
Yeah,
You get off the
yeah.
board, do
You
that
said
as well.
lose in the
And
opening
it will
fight.
be a suppressed camo. Perfect timing. Let's get to a listen with FaZe Clan.
Oh,
Yo, pillars, where they going? I just sniper. Nothing but dummy door, I think. Nest. Look top mid. Dummy door, I think. Nest and bottom mid. On repulse, probably. Yeah, on repulse down. Two. Bottom mid, last 2. Mid cut.
I might be this hill.
It's not looking good, that's for sure.
Could be bottom mid. Could be turning it all the way. No, I know. I'm hunting this. Watch it. I'm seeing the vent. Once they play it, yeah, good play, Mike. Just hide forever, Mike.
About to score.
Go on. Nice.
Yeah, we can't get this hill. We're just gonna wait for the next hill, I think. Oh my god. We need to stop throwing deaths at it, though. I don't think it's worth.
Yo, back B kill. Pillar's 2 shot in this. Yo, he's going pillar, going mud right here, Zane. Okay, one is going mud, guys. Get out. Jumping up nest now, Alright, yo, gonna be top bomb tower.
There's time, boys. Let's do
There's,
this.
I mean, there's plenty of time, but I don't know why we kept sending at it.
You know,
It just, yeah, it definitely wasn't worth. Could have just set up.
Big door, one shot. Two should die. Two, one shot. Nest. Yo, Nest and big door thing.
Well, Royal.
Big door out.
No!
Big door and hill, last 2. Watch out, big door. Absolutely.
You're really staggered.
We're not playing very well right now. We gotta get back in the driver's
I mean,
seat.
we're on hill, which is nice, but now we're dead.
Here. I needed it.
Ugh. Oh boy, very sloppy on this one. Very, very sloppy. Come on.
Let's switch to our POV, and we win it.
Agreed. Wapa.
Old Faithful.
Old Faithful.
Come on. Alright. Out of ammo.
Wow.
Wait.
That was just a really good play.
That was insane. Can't really be mad about that one.
Yeah. Good grenade.
Get
Yeah, we got fucking spanked here. Holy shit, that was bad. Alright. Come on.
This isn't like you boys.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to us here. Yikes.
Let's find that confidence again. There we go.
Well, if you thought the Shopify were going to run away with this series, well, FaZe have answered that question. It's 3-0
Can we change
for
POV from FaZe for once?
Incredibly impressive here on live.
Please?
And like we said, not just in terms of the game type, but even the momentum here, it seems to be playing in their favor. What a start,
There we
but
go.
also
Good.
to get that
See, they just wanted us to watch.
They sound so cool, calm and collected.
I don't know if we have time for fucking 3 hills though, I'll be honest.
Losses when you're on the
really
hill.
making sure they're isolating and focusing the exact areas of the map that they need to.
There's a chance.
And for a second,
I
it
mean,
felt like
there is
Shopify
definitely
might
a
steal that
chance.
hill. That is not the case. FaZe closes it out yet again.
Nice shot.
Frosty not done yet. See if we can put
still
together
playing time.
Get on the hill,
decent
though,
amount of time on the
if we
clock. I was
want
going
a
to say the same
chance.
thing.
Lots of time here for Shopify Rebellion to formulate a comeback, but the more time that gets burnt off that clock, it's going to be more difficult for Shopify, of course, to cap those hills in time with 3 already gone. Frosty's body and a headshot and everything that moves at the moment, as you would expect of a player who has been one of the standouts so far this season, but time is a factor. Even though there is time, Shopify are going to have to know that they can't really spend time
Yeah, we're
on
not-
the side of the hills.
We're not really on the hill, and we're in a really bad spot in general, so I don't think we can play this the way we usually do, which is right up in their ass.
Sniper rifle camo combo, just a huge part of why they're up 3-0, and still a lot of gameplay yet to play. We'll see how this last hill goes, but as you say, every second now getting more precious for Shopify.
Also one of the best callouts of listening we've heard in quite a while. Hide forever.
Oh god,
To
this was
Falcon, I believe,
disastrous.
What do we just play for
as they
next
were trying to
game?
bait top
Yeah,
hill, and
I think that's all we
might
can
not have
do
been
right now. This was
meaning
terrible.
hide forever, but he certainly got the damage that he needed to, and as we continue to watch
got
this
sniper again.
mud hill,
No,
it's
that's
still now
definitely
147
GG.
left on the clock. FaZe is going to...
No, I meant Trippy. Yeah.
Those little moments can be game changers, momentum changers, and Trippy throws a blind nade top middle and gets the kill onto Frosty. And off the back of that, hey, think about what happened with the Royal 2 kill in the previous game. He gets camo, he lines up the shots, and now he's on a killing spree.
This is what camo and a 3-kill lead can do. You can go wherever you want on the map. Almost turns 3. Getting hunted down by Frosty.
Oh my god.
He's so cool. He is so cool. No
Yikes.
panic from Trippy.
Yikes.
And he lets the team finish their work. That was 3 dead. Home stretch here for FaZe Clan. 70 seconds left on the clock.
Little moments with big consequences. That is another one. This time it goes the way of FaZe. This time it goes the way of Trippy. And what a run that is from him. 1 minute left on the game clock, and with 3 hills still capped and completely.
I don't know what happened to us in this one. We looked fucking terrible here.
Next one.
Beautifully done here. 2 will fall. Trippy is going to be your last player alive and eventually taken down, so not over just yet. Shopify will jump in immediately. They will look to hold if they can throughout the entirety of the rest of this hill, and it looks like based on the numbers, they will get this one and they'll be ready to rotate.
Yeah.
Just under a minute left on the game clock, but still very doable, but it's going to have to be a hell of a performance
It's
from
mid.
Shopify Rebellion on these next 2 hills. Top middle's such a difficult one to lock down without taking damage, without having to step in that hill and expose yourself to grenades. Cycle's going to have to force it here. Trades will be big here for FaZe. If they can trade out consistently, they will win this game. It's 2 dead on either side, and Trippy has control of the tower. Such a vital spot to be holding at this point in the game.
Also, they do grab Snipe. Penguin drops with Snipe, which is going to be big here, especially with the amount of time on the board. They get the first pick, which is massive, and they get the second, sending Frosty for a neck-breaking
My
back
God.
3 dead.
What went
This should
so
be a
wrong?
victory lap here for FaZe Clan.
Penguin smartly
I feel
after
like I
that play
didn't even see
relocates to the
Trippy
top
die
of the
this game.
tower, spreads his wings and says,
Yeah.
Shopify Rebellion, you're going to have to go through my reticle, and if you do,
I just never even really saw us
With this sniper
play
round,
together.
he throws it
Yeah.
off. 3 dead here for FaZe. 15 seconds left on the game clock, though. This should be the home straight.
No tariffs here for Penguin. You're not slowing this man down. He's going to spread those wings, and he's going to fly, as you say, the home stretch. Shopify going to try to make something happen.
Well, let this be our only stinker of the day.
Exactly.
Rather have it
Get
come
it
out.
out.
Yeah, rather have it come out now than later.
Suppressed with a 1v1 win against
Yeah, we're not winning our ones. Nothing here.
Still inside
Yeah,
of this
that was a good
hill.
kill.
Wait a minute, I say still inside of this hill. Falcane's last alive. There's still time. 13 precious seconds.
Imagine.
Here for Shopify Rebellion.
They might get this one. They're going to have to do it again.
We've seen perfect hills in that
Wait,
first hill.
There it is. Okay, the hill's on the board now. Need to rotate immediately. Hill is rotating. Penguin's going to be first there. They're obviously going to play time. FaZe already has back B. 10 seconds left.
This is going to be an all or nothing push, but FaZe are 2 dead. Frosty goes down. Oh,
Yeah, good
Royal
try.
2.
Yeah.
Going to put it to no shields. 3 seconds trying to stay alive. They get
They're
inside of it. Cycle has the sniper
Where the
rifle.
hell?
But here comes Falcane and here
That would
comes
be
Trippy. They should
absurd.
be able to clean this one out.
Yeah,
They
it's just
do clean this
impossible.
one
That
out.
would have been crazy.
FaZe hold on, and FaZe
That's sweet.
put
Thanks,
their
Cohen.
first game
Good
on
try,
the board
yeah,
here in this
boys.
series.
All right.
It's
All too
2-1
late.
Now let's not have any other games like that
Yeah,
today.
let's,
No more like that. That
Why
was.
for
saw
that
what
game
we
to
don't
end
want
3-2
to do.
based
Yes.
on what we saw
And
for
now
the
we just
entire
don't
game.
do it.
Correct.
Now we got it out of our
FaZe is
system.
not going to worry about that. They're only
How
going to
about
worry
this?
about the
Speaking of
win-loss
getting out of
column.
your system, I'm gonna
And
go
they will
pee.
take the win.
Good
They will
idea.
stay
That's a
alive
very. That's a strong. I'm gonna take a drink of water.
to force us at
you're
least
putting something
to
in your
a
system,
game
I'm getting
number
something
4.
out.
Looking at some of the stat
Mm-hmm.
outliers, it's going to be Trippy. 20 and 13 in that game. By far the most positive, not just on the team, but in the lobby.
That run that he went on with as well, with that sniper rifle, with that camo, with that repulse, all of those little things, those little moments. It was the blind grenade to top middle under pressure that took down Frosty. Off that, goes to get the camo. Yep. Headshot. Gets another kill, stays alive. Back to all of these things. This is why we talk about, when we say like things have never been closer in Halo, like it's those moments, right? That doesn't happen the first part. The rest of it does not exist. We're not talking about it.
Exactly.
And that's the game-changing moments we see.
It's amazing knock-on effect, as you said, as it happened. Also, getting that camo lets him take crazy unorthodox dummy angles all the way in that kind of dummy corner. Last shot.
No, I didn't do anything crazy for Easter. Just went to my parents.
Side, as you say, picks up those kills, then
A meal
just
with
plays his
family.
camo so well to allow his teammates to push in, then hits the repulse. Really keeps a cool head in that situation. And let's not forget with how close that game became. If he doesn't make plays like that, we could be at a very different point here. FaZe actually could be walking off the stage as that game ends 3-2. Also, this return to sender, that was beautiful as well. A little bit of a highlight reel from Trippy, and not surprising. When he puts up a 20 and 13 performance, you're going to get clips in the replays as well.
What point of view, what team were we watching the point of view of the sniper from? Most of that game is FaZe, right? It's FaZe.
Thunder just beat Grizzlies
one
131 to 80. Holy. Shat on him.
Not be underestimated, and Trippy is going to give you an illustration, a visceral example of exactly what I thought he was going to hit it.
I know, but I have to say, this is so well, right? You can just dodge. He's not going to shoot, not going to melee, and right when they get close, uses that repulse to get out of that. Let's not forget, it was still 3-0 at that point. So for this game to end 3-2, the fact that he's making those plays,
dirty
he's
rat.
buying his team tons of time. Penguin as well.
For your birthday,
Putting
I'm
on
just
a
gonna
show,
get
this
you,
was
like,
a
a
very nice
pallet.
final collapse
That'd be nice.
as they take down 3.
Repay my
Clock will tick to
protein
0.
shakes.
And they will win. King of the Hill live fire 3-2. As we said, that was identified. We
We
even
didn't
talked to
talk
B-Man
about
about it this
the
morning. We talked to Best Man.
amount.
We asked him about this whole series layout.
French onion
He
dip?
said, I don't really remember the game types. We said, no problem. We'll pull them up for you. We got you covered.
Oh, for the chips.
And we
Yeah,
took a look at
yeah,
this
yeah.
game
I was
before
so
Best Man, and he
confused
did
for a
identify
minute.
that
That
game
shit was
3
crazy.
was a potential tough one. It's also a very strong game type for optics, so Shopify knew that
Legitimately,
there was going to be
I think
work to be
there are
done.
5
In the
cans
end,
of
it's
it.
FaZe that
Yeah, that is a
capitalizes
lot.
on that, and
You
they will
eat
send
it a
us
lot.
now to an assault
No,
Aquarius.
not that
And
often.
now it feels like we've got a series on our hands.
Doesn't hurt to have, though.
Especially when we have this particular
Just
game
in
type. And
case.
let's take ourselves back to pre-season. Now it was a flag game that FaZe were involved in, which was one of the grindiest Aquarius flag games we have ever seen. It ended 1-0, and FaZe, I think, captained the first 2 minutes.
Yeah.
And just ground out the result. Did not let their opponents inside of that base. So if, and it's a big if, of course, FaZe can get that bomb planted
You had the
first,
strawberry banana
they
shakes,
know
right?
how to hold
Yeah, I
the
didn't
map
like him
for
as much.
more than
I'm
a
a big
couple of
fan.
minutes, shall we say. Aquarius is, of course, where we find ourselves. Shopify looking to close the series out, but FaZe
All right.
looking to send this to
All right, let's close it out, boys.
Got
to a game
protein
five.
in me
Already
for
underway.
him.
Both
Yep.
teams have very
Right
good
foot,
boss
don't forget
records
it.
so far, and now this is going to be a grueler
Yeah, let's
based on
win.
what
Let's
we've
win our
seen.
first
Take
fight.
from there.
Capitalize on the momentum they've built from that
Careful.
game number 3 and bring it here.
There we
into a
go.
fourth
Good
game.
work
Of course,
last
keep an
shot.
eye
Good work, Royal. There we go.
Yo, boys.
Good. That's 4 down.
We love to
Bomb
see
is going to
that.
be progressing very, very soon as well, and it's a camo run as well with this bomb in the hands of Cycle.
Oh,
Nice.
Oh, another one.
Kill.
Shit.
Look at the damage output. Still alive somehow or other with his camo.
Well, we get to keep the camo. That was
One of
big.
the best KTs on this specific game type of the tournament. We'll see if it can keep that going here up against Shopify Rebellion.
Shopify kind of trapped in the back of their base at the moment. Excuse me, FaZe are trapped by Shopify in the back of their base. I like the
Maybe just get some damage down.
methodical
Yeah, he's just pissing out shit.
pace that Shopify are playing this. They have the bomb down in the courtyard, although it looks like it might reset in just a second's
Put his
time.
whole ass on.
They will prioritize the kills. They will prioritize
Show them
space
what my
before
ass
they move
looks
that
like.
objective, and with 3 dead once again, they'll go back for that.
There we go.
Frosty 5-1 off the opening. That's the start you would want it from him, as he's also now running the objective work to the shroom stairs. They've kept 2 dead throughout all of this. Somehow he eats that nade, does not take it down. Still 4 players alive and still 2 dead. Should start with the arm in just a second. It's a 2v3 in the back of the base.
Come on, Cycle.
Inside the base as well, and here comes the flank from
Come on.
Royal too.
Nice, good flank.
Nice.
Time Trippy's the only one who can
Grenades.
maybe stop this, but Frosty.
Uh-oh, grenades coming
knows
in.
that Trippy's got no
Stick
shield.
it!
Oh,
Nice! Did he get it?
Yep, he got it.
He
Yeah.
does.
That was clutch. Good shit.
Shopify will
Great
make
call,
the most
too, to
of
stick.
the slight
Yeah,
advantage
fucking
they
huge.
have at the start of that game. They're up by
No, that was a
So
great call,
nicely
Matt.
down there, and Frosty knew he had to just time that. Sometimes you need to get on the block. You need to be ready to bomb melee. You have to make that game time decision. Maybe you have spawners
Cycle.
shooting from your base. There's a lot of factors coming in Aqua Bomb, but instead he just dances around the nades, decides to hold, and
Nice.
pays off. Shopify with
Good
an
cleanup.
early lead here. And they know this could be the last game of the series. And man, if you were on Shopify Rebellion, you want this to be the last game of the series.
You also want to be the team who scores first here on Aquarius Bomb, because now you control the pace of the game. Shopify have to just make sure that that bomb doesn't advance too far on the map. If they can get it onto the face on the map,
Oh,
it makes
fuck,
life
shit,
so
that's
much
scary.
easier for them, because then they can play around it, knowing the eyes have to at some point trace from bodies
Nice.
towards where that bomb is progressing. You can see the last shot's
Oh,
having
it
a
was.
wrap back with this camera that he's managed to pick up towards his base. His FaZe have made some good progress with that bomb, but it looks like now they've cleaned their base out, and last shot, he's hunting again.
Absolutely, the one.
Careful,
bomb
SpongeBob.
cushion, I mean, it means such a
Careful,
difference.
SpongeBob.
It's so much bigger than a 1 flag cushion, because you can really just toss the bomb out, quick jump to your flag, and you can play camos sneaky and tactically, like we just saw last shot do. You don't have to realize.
Nice,
Oh,
there you go,
man,
last
we've got
shot.
the camo, I have to be the
Way to be
aggressor.
slippery.
You could just work on game
Must be
management,
slick,
and I have a
must
feeling
be
that's what we're gonna see
slippery,
from
must be
Shopify, just
smooth.
trying to play smart bomb.
You know what that's from? Courage the Cowardly Dog when he got mind controlled to rob a bank. And then Muriel goes, well, howdy dowdy howdy do.
Not enough. It's suppressed.
She
It
also
takes out
mind
last shot
controlled.
in a battle that normally
By
we
LeQuack.
see him win, and that's going to be a big moment here for Don. He's going to keep himself going forward to try and pressurize, but Frosty with a double kill elsewhere. He's the no
LeQuack.
progress on that bomb on the map here on Aquarius.
Trippy and Suppressed in trouble. Collapse slightly coming in.
Nice, there you go, boys, come
Both
on.
of them are collapsed on now.
Ugh.
So Killstone traded out by the spawners. It's a big set of kills for
Come on, Cycle.
As he spawns car and is able to fight back.
There you go, Cycle.
Eventually
Oh,
take it down.
suffer
Falcon,
my
last player alive, as the rest
cuss.
of FaZe Clan will be spawning up.
You can see, like, from the point of view, how frustrating that is for
Nice.
Penguins. Both players are no shields. He's like,
Good
he's gonna
movement,
jump the same
Frosty.
way.
Come on, get another. You're Frosty.
There we go.
It's not. Cycle pops up, hits the headshot. It's such a synonymous play with how Cycle plays his life so well. It makes himself so difficult and can survive and get an extra kill where a lot of other players would.
So fluid.
He
By the way,
is.
moments ago, actually, FaZe Clan had 2 players that were yet to register a kill. They've
Wappa.
but if we look at the slaying department,
Chicken
how
jockey.
about World 2 out of nowhere, 12 and 6 here, double positive
Oh, God.
at this stage of the game, and like we said, quietly going about his business, reminding everyone
Would
just how
love
good
another
he is
double
at this
So
game.
would I.
Amazing numbers
Let's
from
go,
him so
let's go,
far.
Royal. Royal 2, let's go,
I'm not
baby.
sure if anyone has picked it up as yet. Threat sensor goes down. There is the camo. It's Valkaid who gets taken down. So
thought he was
camo
gonna
will
get
be
away.
burned here. And Trippy will be last alive for FaZe. He's trying to chase
Pissed
down
me
Royal
off.
2. Royal 2 giving some good output of damage, even though he was down
Damn
in a
it.
fight.
Come on,
Trippy
anyone
makes the
to
call. He
anyone to
stopped
finish him off?
progressing. Keeps numbers
Clean plate
automatically
club.
in FaZe.
Thanks, membership. Julio.
So slight man advantage here. Press falls right away off the respawn. It feels like Shopify has really had not just game management, but also once again, if we look at
Nice.
that camo burn, when they are able to force the burn, all they can think is, okay, perfect.
Nice.
Keep playing this exact
Double
game.
kill.
Good double.
Frustrating for them.
What about a triple?
Oh, he said order up.
Matt
Matt gets what Matt wants.
Not gonna allow that to happen. But Frosty now stepping up to 14
Noob
and
combo.
7 in this game. He's also double positive.
Just a classic Frosty play, right? He gets a double kill. He's no shields. He's not worried about the fact that he's got a double kill and survive. He's thinking, where's next? Who's next? Is this a
saying
fight I can
things
take?
in
Can I
that
turn a
inflection.
double
Yeah.
situation into a triple situation?
And even
fine.
if I can, I'm probably going to take the
That's alright. 1 for 1 there's fine. Good trade.
They can clean it.
More often than not for Frosty, those kind of plays.
Oh!
Last shot tries to challenge bottom mid. Easier said than done. He'll be taken down, but eventually 2 did fall for Shopify.
Oh, no, 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 not worth. Oh, boy. Alright, come on, come on. Come on, gentlemen.
I really shortened my sentence there. Let's go, boys.
Oh.
Clean it up. That was the full sentence.
I see. There's a lot of words you fit there in a couple of seconds.
Let's, boys.
On where this bomb is positioned, they've got it into
Push 'em out.
Shopify Rebellion base, but not picking up the kills they need.
Spread it.
Think about
Spread it on them.
2 players fell on that push.
Surprising to see them go right into that. You had a feeling on the timing. I think everyone watching as well.
I don't like this stretch happening right now.
I don't either.
I want to clean it.
I also want to clean it. Dirty mouth, clean it up. We had 2 different cleaning products there on the brain. Nice.
Camo for suppress though. What
Use
can he
either
do
of
here?
those when you can use cheeky soap to
You're
clean it.
so right.
Holy shit.
You're so fucking right.
Yeah, I'm smooth with it.
Yep.
No.
Oh, okay.
Pretty well.
Come on.
Just taking that moment to breathe here with the camo for suppress. Psycho inside of the base. 3 shots onto him. Take that forward. Doesn't have any grenades to pick this one up. And again, Psycho being a nuisance. Suppress finally gets the headshot, but this is an opportunity now. Camo has gone. The kills on the side of the Shopify base should mean some progress can be made, especially with Falcated again being aggressive towards the pink side.
Look how long Cycle's staying alive on the top of the base. Waste of
Nice.
ammo, right?
Good finish.
As Cycle dies right
All
away,
right, 2
that
dead,
means
3
That's
dead.
3 dead. 3 dead.
Come on.
Can we
That's
move
it.
bomb?
Instead,
That's
you
a
just
great
let it
way to move the
dissipate
bomb.
Because Cycle eats an extra 3 or 4 seconds. It's little plays like that that can make such
Sent
a
that
difference.
burp to me.
Yeah, that was-
Bluetooth.
That was pretty good. Yeah, I delivered that one.
Appreciate it. Nice. Good cleanup. Another one.
Let's go, last shot.
Target rich to be damaged by Larshall.
Do it. Kill him now.
Took down 1.
Oh, trade it. Damn. It's alright, he got good damage on him. Cleaned up.
We talked about just how important that first arm would be, and has Shopify ever played a game management game or what? Now 4:36 all of a sudden left in the game, and they're simply making sure they maintain the advantage on the map. If there's an opportunity to push, they will, but for now they will just deal damage and otherwise trade and make sure the bomb does not get dangerously close to their base.
Nice last shot. Nice.
Knowing that there's only going to be spawns on one side of the map here,
We got 3 dead.
3 dead. 4
4
dead.
We moved the
4 dead. Bus driver, move that bus. Ty Pennington.
I almost said Clay. Same kind of genre.
Yeah, same kind of man.
Yeah.
Nice. Good arm.
There we go.
Beautifully done there by Frosty. Identifies right away the fridge spawner, blind
Good work,
nades it,
boys.
grabs camo, makes sure to kill the player before they get in the back of the base from the fridge door,
Yesterday you
which
said,
really
like,
paved the way. And then
squeezing water out
thereafter,
of
he
a
has to lay
stone.
down shots on the
Really,
fridge quick jump. It's
I
just
forgot how
beautifully
much I
done.
liked
2-0 now,
Yeah.
with only 4 minutes left. Feels like an
Do you remember in the
impossible task
Bible
for
when?
FaZe Clan.
Do you know what
They've gotta
Moses'
hit the
only
gas,
sin
and
was?
they've got to do it now if they want to stay alive in this series. Damage
Pop
out.
quiz.
That dope ass beard.
No. It was when in anger he hit a stone with a cane.
And that was a sin. To hit a stone.
Well, in the movie Joshua in the Promised Land, it's the sole thing that kept him out of the Promised Land.
My man Moses didn't get to go to the Promised Land because he hit a rock with a cane.
Yeah, it was pretty fucked up, actually.
That is.
I felt so bad for him.
That's crazy.
Time and time again. Frosty is 25 and 12,
It's
still
a rock.
double positive at this stage.
They're
in the game.
minerals, Marie.
Statistic 25 and 12, and
I'm
there's
just
still
picturing
3
that
minutes
was
left in this
Moses
game.
at the gates of heaven going,
It's a
rock!
Yeah, he's like, what the fuck?
Liquid slides out, manages to take down 1, slowing down Frosty for just a few seconds. It's 3 dead himself.
Or
Oh,
is
nice,
that
good.
the- Is that the case and he's like, oh, it's because that time I killed a man. And they're
A
like,
straight 2v1
What?
gets
No,
out
the
of
rock.
did that.
a face sold to his name as well. Strippy now moving this
Wait.
bomb towards the car side.
Come on,
Falcane's
boys.
gonna be
Come on,
there
boys.
trying
Let's
to
get
give
him
some
out of here.
support, but FaZe needs to start
Somebody said
moving
it.
this
Oh.
bomb in soon, because time again is starting to be a problem.
First pick goes to Shopify. That's going to really slow down the push here.
Wasn't it a holy rock or something? I can't remember what exactly it was.
Oh,
It's been a while.
it was Plymouth Rock.
Oh! So true.
How could we forget Plymouth Rock?
You only wanted to trade in that situation, which is going to just clear his side of the map. Cycle inside the back of the base, he gets his trade as well, and trades are great if you're defending your base. If you can trade him into spawns, they're a long way away from that bomb, they're a long way away from your side of the map, and they're a long way away from your respawn.
Was it? Because I remember it being the rock, like specifically.
I love the idea that they deeply explained it in the movie that it was the water thing, but you're so hung up thinking it's because he hit a rock that you couldn't hear it.
Oh no, no, no. Come on, Royal. Come on, Royal. Nice!
Oh, buddy.
Good shit.
That's 3 down, 4 down.
Yeah, that was fucking huge.
Let's just get one more arm. Do a little bomb arm.
I think we just play for time and make it simple.
That's fine too.
So that way we don't overextend and do something scary like this.
No, we're good. Last shot got one.
Right back out of the table. Last shot, however, last player alive.
Last time his last player alive.
You know what? I'm gonna be honest.
Do damage to another.
I agree with you.
I knew you would.
I like this a lot. Like it back, but a really good.
Come on, we gotta win this one.
It's alright. Come on, boys. No, 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 no. No. Come on, Cycle. Come on, Cycle. That a boy, Cycle.
Nice. Way to hold. That was big.
That a boy.
4 dead for FaZe as well. 4 dead for FaZe, and last shot is shooting bodies. And it felt like FaZe would have had one player left, but instead they're completely slayed out in the end. The kills are perfectly traded.
Come on.
We are holding
And now
the
with
ball.
only 1 minute left in the game, it would require 2 back-to-back perfect slays from FaZe Clan.
That bomb is in an annoying position for them to even access.
That's big. That a boy, last shot.
At the moment, he's taking damage. He's running around the map. He's having a little bit of fun. He turns back to say, "Hey, Falcate, I know where you are with that bomb." With 30 seconds left on the game clock, this is looking like it is going to be shot.
Nice.
Yeah, just
Yeah, just get it the fuck out of here. We didn't order this package.
Holy
Who will be
shit.
taking this game?
Some celebratory bomb melees as well. The man goes coast to coast, flies back to his base, brings it right
Oh,
back
God.
to Falcated, actually.
He said you forgot this over there.
11 seconds left. He will have his
Oh
first
no, all that work we just
to a
did.
grand final
Nice.
and an HCS major.
Delivers FaZe.
Nice. Yes.
Game. Let's see if it's going to be
Grand finals.
Good work, boys.
Excellent. Good shit. Good shit.
I just had an idea.
Yeah.
We don't play losers final. We just call this the final. We win.
I think you're onto something. I like that. I like that. Just stop the count.
Yep, that was clean. That was textbook.
That was very, very clean.
Don't falter in game 3. That's fine.
Mm-hmm. Better to get it out now.
Exactly.
Undefeated, had not dropped a single game all tournament, but in the first meeting of the Big Four, they fall in the series. And Shopify says the Sunday Scaries
Woo!
are more. They win their first series here on Championship Sunday with a 3-1 win. And lock in a grand finals appearance, the first one for the organization, and now also, as we said, for the 2 young guns on this squad. What an opportunity for them. They seized it so far in the winners final. And FaZe Clan, still more Halo to play. You can tell based on suppressed reaction there. Disappointment, but there's a lot more Halo to play for them, and they might find themselves right back up against Shopify, but it'll be a long road to get there.
Yeah, stay comfy, FaZe. You can stay on that main stage for a little bit longer. Like I mentioned,
Damn, that was big. Holy, they looked real good there. That's what you like to see.
Yeah, that was a great final game.
From him, 27 and 18.
Commanding.
Coming in from Frosty as well.
Yeah,
when you look
it
at
was.
the Shopify team, even when 2 players are doing that, the other 2 players still pretty even across the board. Outputting damage is just, the unit seems to work so well naturally together. It almost feels as if they can get better.
Yeah, and also what I love, what I'm seeing is you have different players and even different duos of players popping off, right? Sometimes it's the Cycle last shot combo. In this one, you see Royalty and Frosty putting up big numbers. So it's amazing to see just how good every single one of these players is, and at any game's notice, each of them can pop off. And like you said, there were several moments where you felt like FaZe should have had the arm done, but what was it? One player in the back of the base winning a 1v1. One player dealing a little bit of extra damage, maybe getting 1 extra trade.
Yep, now they go to losers finals and then grand finals. So we'll play again after losers finals.
Very wisely for a player of his age. Saves the shots to the body for when he was pretty sure mathematically it was done. By the way, I love the absolute just tour of the map with the bomb at the end. He goes coast to coast back to his own base to get the kill, then brings the bomb straight to the front door and says, Here, you take this. 11 seconds left before we are in a grand final. Here's your final series layout.
3-2 Origin, Shopify Rebellion 50-40 Slayer recharge. It was the King of the Hill, which FaZe probably thought they had an opportunity, and Shopify knew was one of their weak game types.
Yeah, Optic plays FaZe now. Well, I mean, there's going to be like 5-ish, 10 minutes before then, but yeah, that's the next game.
I think we should. There's been a man who's been doing some great comms and some great IGLing. It's Blaze on the stage with Frosty.
Sorry, ripping
Thank you so much,
Rivals
Texas makes some
yeah, I've been playing some Rivals.
How was it?
It's good. I still like it a lot.
To the grand finals. You know, first grand finals was, I want to say, Shopify Rebellion as an org here, and first grand finals you've been to since London. How does that feel?
I mean, it feels great. Pairing up with this squad, it's like getting a grand finals first event. It's an amazing feeling.
It definitely is an amazing feeling. Now, coming up here against this FaZe Clan team, you know, they had not lost a map before they, you know, ran up against you guys. You know, seeing that on paper, playing a four, what was your game plan to go up against them and kick the series?
You're right on time, baby.
Right on time.
Just making sure we're doing our thing. They're a strong team. As long as we weren't like, just falling over, giving them free kills, we were going to be able to get ours. And, I mean, that was pretty much the game plan for Sem.
There you go, and it worked out very, very well.
Do you know if
now,
they do
as
a
you go
bracket
to the
reset
grand
in this?
finals,
Yeah.
you got two new teammates you're going to be playing with in the grand finals. Their
Feel like
first
you
grand
have to,
finals.
and it's,
But talk to me about how
double
proud
elim.
you are.
Yeah,
of
I don't
that
know
shot
any
cycle,
format double elim that
the
doesn't.
skill in which, you know, they've
it really
shown
would
all
not be too
weekend
fair
and the composure to
if
make
you
it here.
didn't.
Yeah, I mean, super proud of these guys. Like, doing what they're doing this early, like with how much experience they have.
Maybe give some spectral.
Competing against like world champions, you know what I mean? They're doing such a good job. I mean, looking forward to the grand finals, but yeah, I'm sure it's a good feeling for them as well.
I'm pretty sure it is. And lastly, get the Shopify fans hyped
You
up
think
all
Optic
around the world.
takes
What
it?
do you want to say to them as you get prepared?
Probably.
Yeah,
I think
appreciate you
they'll
guys,
beat
as always.
FaZe.
We can hear you out
So then
there.
it'll be a rematch against Optic in grand finals.
That's gonna do it for me, Frosty, and
Fair.
Shopify Rebellion
That's what I
on the
think.
stage. Lot, take us away.
I'm gonna guess would have been a lot of people's
That
guesses
50
going
to 0
in
from FaZe Clan was
for who was
clean,
in
don't
grand
get me
finals.
wrong, but when you meet a road bump that's in the form of Shopify Rebellion,
I feel
it's
like our
just
games
too
with them
big.
are so
That
close.
was
They are.
It's
incredible.
just like
I
they're
mean, my goodness,
nerve-wracking.
Shopify
Yeah.
Rebellion just
It
lights out
can
on the
just
main
go
stage
either
shows.
way.
Yeah, I think if you're going to compare what those two losses in a row were like, it's like you wait for your public transport, you're waiting for a bus, and two come back to back. Those two losses were a dagger to the heart for FaZe Clan. They did manage to recover in game 3, but the Frosty show, that kid's as cold as the bathroom floor in game 4.
He very much is. I can't handle you sometimes on this desk. It is, you're right, the bathroom floor is very cold, especially if you have a certain type of tile on there. But yeah, the tile is frosty, to say the least. Incredible. There's so much to talk about, honestly, and break down in this series. Tony, first things first, before we really get into things with Shopify Rebellion and how
These
good they
membership
are,
pork.
let's just talk about what FaZe were able to do and how they were able to keep up to a certain degree. That map 3 was like a whole different team. They were able to take everything out of the hands of Shopify Rebellion and keep all of their main slayers at bay. It was like they just took the superstardom out of them, put it into themselves as if it was some kind of camo that they were putting into their chest.
Yeah, even going back to what we're watching on the highlights right now, yes, Shopify Rebellion did start
You ever
off
finish
2-0
Alien
in
Isolation?
this game,
Yeah,
but
Alien
FaZe
Isolation is
put
great.
back-to-back caps on the board, and eventually it was only a one-cap game between the two. Even going into that final game, the Slay's advantage, it was only 3 kills in favor of Shopify Rebellion throughout the first 3 games, but that game 4, that was something else.
Yeah, I think you look at the story of the series was maximum efficiency. Game 1, Shopify Rebellion put 2 flag captures on the board immediately. FaZe do find their footing. I think Penguin went from 1-7 to then all of a sudden he was 10-12, and all of a sudden it's a 2-2 game. But again, maximum efficiency. If FaZe Clan give Rebellion an opportunity, they will take it, they will punish you, and they did that time and time again in this series.
Yeah, they certainly did indeed. I've got to say, in terms of stardom, power...
No, Rebellion is
across
our
the
team.
screen, Frosty is the man of the hour, and rightfully so. It has been really all weekend long. He has had so much ice, so much ability, so much
Need to play
confidence
Sparking
in every
Zero
single
again.
gunfight
Maybe.
that he takes. To be
If
honest,
they
I
bring
had
more
a
to it,
quiet
yeah.
game 3. Don't get me wrong, in a quiet game 3, FaZe was able to zip him up a little bit, but my goodness me, was his gameplay yelling across the screen.
It's Dragon Ball.
In that final one, he got the
It's
job
the
done.
Dragon Ball
Yeah, I think
game.
game 3, you got put in a body bag for a little while. Trippy was just zipping them up and putting them away. That sniper rifle, and you can see he was hitting shots. But again, Frosty, you know, he's been in these big game moments, and oftentimes we find these series that it can go 3-0, particularly for a team like FaZe Clan who haven't been in the grand finals all too often. You look at players like Suppressed, sometimes the occasion can get the better of you, and these series don't really live up to the billing. But this time we've seen a really competitive series, and for Frosty to take over in moments, especially when his team needed them, that was huge.
Yeah, I feel like coming into this tournament, you know, I did my power rankings and I said that last shot.
Does Ludwig watch the game sometimes? Yeah, he was literally at the LTA yesterday when we were watching League. He was at the facility. He had his own little co-stream there at the LTA. No, I was just watching the official broadcast.
There was somebody casting that actually sounded a little
as when it comes to KD, when it comes to winning the pivot and watching the backs of the rest of his team that he sees flying around, I think World 2 was very impressive, specifically.
I didn't get that sense that he sounded like Lud, but I know who you're talking about.
Heavy artillery. It might take a long time for him to actually move, but when he does, he hits
No, it's just because it's the only one it could have been.
I gotta say, with Royal 2 specifically, we didn't see a whole bunch of POV screen time for him in that final map. The fact that he's putting stats up there that are basically the same as, if not, you know, up there with the likes of Frosty, who was popping off. I think it just shows you how important it is to have that relief of those slays from somebody like Royal 2 across the map. He's doing the kind of dirty work behind the scenes. You know, he is making sure that the team cannot get in it. He is making sure that his team live up. It is so important to have an anchor player on your squad, and Royal 2 does it so well. And lastly, a player that we don't mention too often, which honestly I don't know why we don't, but Cycle. How many times did you see a double kill from Cycle save the day across a map? How many times? It's countless. Cycle is always there when you need him the most. He is such a support role for this team. It's funny to see Royal 2 pick up the support role, you know, today in Arlington here.
You see Brian Johnson's video with the Botez sisters on Twitter? Yeah, Matt showed me that before we started stream.
So beautifully in tandem.
How odd! What an odd specimen.
They really are Jersey right now, the very best.
Yeah, I walked over to from the hotel to the venue with Royal 2, and he told me.
Yeah, I messaged him.
When he told me what it was, I was like, "Are you sure they?"
Man, I do have a case of the yawns today. Holy.
I think you're right with Psycho. When it comes to winning pivs, he done it time and time again, particularly in that series. When they needed a player to hit the shots, when the base was under pressure, when FaZe Clan did get there, Psycho made sure to clear it out.
Certainly did indeed. And finally, last shot for me as well. We kind of were talking about it watching the series, and you mentioned it's so strange to see a kid of this talent, how young he is, to have the kind of wisdom, the mindset of a vet. He looks like he's been playing at this level for 10 plus years. The decisions he is making, what he is doing, his patience, it pays off time and time again in every game. And you said to me, you almost don't see him make a mistake.
Yeah, when you talk about players that, you know, you talk about a career of an esports player.
Is SR your team?
Yes. To me. He still has a lot to prove. He still has a lot of work to do, but he doesn't make mistakes. He just keeps on hitting shots, getting kills, and even at the end, giving Penguin,
he's
won a fair amount of championships. You start shooting his body and showing him what's what. I think the sky is the limit for this kid.
I feel like you could find experience in esports in many different ways. You know, obviously, Last Shot is still extremely young, and I feel like what he brings to the table here in Halo esports is still kind of building out that resume. But from a team perspective, I mean, come from football. I mean, that's the ultimate team sport. I promise you. Like, it takes every single player on a football team in order to step it up and make that engine go. So I will say, although here in Halo, very young and maybe a little bit inexperienced, when it comes to playing a team sport, he's been there, done that.
Now, FaZe obviously do get a second chance at things here up against Optic, and I will say something that I want to see taken from this into this next game is the fact that they were able to keep their head up, even 2-0 down in the series.
Yeah, I heard the Grizzlies got bullied.
Was lights out. It wasn't just close. They had the game in their
hands.
Thunder. It was full control for FaZe.
It was like 131 to 80
across the board. It was a shame with Assault because I think Shopify are just too skilled, too kind of, I don't know.
Lakers? No, Nuggets. Lakers didn't go to overtime. They just kind of got schmacked.
Time and time again, FaZe nearly had it. They were very, very close, but they just couldn't get it done.
The Lakers?
So FaZe need to keep that up. They need to bring that to Optic, and also Trippy stepping up against the big teams. He had a fantastic.
You mean Anthony Edwards?
He was slaying. He was able to do his thing. That's going to be massive. He needs to keep that potential.
And also not in the playoffs anymore.
They're going to need.
Tell your girlfriend I said happy birthday, Greymon.
Yeah, when you spoke about looking at the stats lines, you're talking about
Frosty
in that game 4, how he popped off. Royal 2 was right there with you. I think you need 2 players per game to pop
I have no doubt.
We'll get there.
In a game, like Tony mentioned, you need every player pulling their weight. I know kickers get a little bit of stick in football, but they're important too. So I think you need players to pop off at every given moment, and there's no time for slacking. I think Trippy in that game 3, you spoke about in the lead up to the series, what happens when FaZe Clan win or lose?
Do I like armored MMA?
Are they
It's
in
alright.
trouble? Is there issues and concerns? And then they went down
Almost
2.
every time it
You
just
and I looked
evolves
at each other
into
like,
shield
"Ooh."
bashing.
I think I built them up saying that they would have composure. We've seen composure in game 3.
Such a-
They need more of
such
that.
a
And
goofy
against
sport.
Optic Gaming,
Yeah.
it's going to be a good one.
There's
Just
hope
try it.
yet. However, folks, I am seeing
Yeah.
some bodies dribbling into the arena. I'm also seeing seats being filled. It must mean one thing, that Optic are playing next. We are heading to a quick break. When we come back, we have our elimination final. We have a place still yet in the grand finals. Who will it be? Optic versus FaZe. We'll see you right after this.
What basketball team do you support? Heat, my team. You know the Heat actually made it through the to the playoffs.
Did they?
First 10 seed to do it.
Where are they playing?
Good question. Actually, who do the Heat play? I'm not sure. They play the Cavs. Oh, they're so fucked. But the fact they made it is cool.
That is cool. I don't know who to root for anymore.
I just always supported the Heat because of D-Wade back in the day.
I was always a Celtics fan.
Yeah, I remember back in high school you used to really like Paul Pierce and Rajon Rondo.
Yep. Burnett was... Still is one of my favorite players ever. The Celtics. I don't know, I feel no affinity to them anymore.
Is there any team that you do feel affinity towards?
No, I don't even feel like I used to be even bigger than a Celtics fan. I was a massive Tar Heels fan in college basketball, and I feel even less affinity there. I don't like college basketball anymore. I think the only team across all sports where I'm like, oh my god, that's my team.
Lightning.
Is the Lightning.
Yeah.
Hockey.
I'd go for sure, Nick. Depends on where it is, but yeah. You seen the Gaslight District pilot episode? Yes, it was very good. I was talking about it last night.
What is it?
Glitch's new show.
Watching a little golf.
Were you asking me?
No, I'm watching a little golf right now.
Did you watch the Masters?
I did.
I was at my parents' when Rory McIlroy choked, but then brought it back.
Choked and then didn't.
Yeah. Yeah, I like Rory McIlroy.
Me too. I wouldn't have hated if Rose won either, though. Look at us just talking about sports.
Mm-hmm. Sports guys.
Two sports dudes.
Just two sports guys.
Bomb arm.
What other sports do we know? Football.
NASCAR.
NASCAR, yep.
We're in NASCAR. Well, the stock circuit.
He raced last night.
How'd he do?
I can't remember which place. He was like halfway, but in practice Friday, he had a wreck. So they had to rush to fix the car, so you could see a lot of stuff was bent before the race, so it's not a good, like, litmus test.
Nice, looking good, looking good.
It looks pretty sick, though.
Totally biffed it.
Did you tell them we're in NASCAR?
Mm-hmm.
It's very exciting.
Bowman Gray.
Yeah.
We are live from, well,
Matt and I met in 6th or 7th grade.
look back.
Nope. Collab with Polyphia for your next song. That'd be great. That'd be cool.
I don't know Polyphia.
Yeah, you do.
Oh.
They're like the extremely technical group. They're instrumental.
Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for
I know
official
for a fact you've heard some of their stuff.
behind-the-scenes content, and player
Maybe just
spotlights
don't
that take you
recognize the
closer to
name.
the pros.
I'll put the headphones on.
Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and community top 10 series.
Probably Playing God's the one you've heard, because that one blew up. This. It's not ringing any bells?
No, it's a cool video though. I like that location.
Yeah, they're really good. They're just all extraordinarily talented.
That's very cool. Oh, I like this.
Yeah, it's cool.
I really like music without lyrics because I have a horrible knack
Don't
of
miss a
getting
second.
songs stuck in my head and not sleeping because of it.
Welcome back to Championship
So
Sunday
I listen
here at
to
the
a lot of
HCS
like lo-fi
Online
hip
Major,
hop beats and
hosted
stuff
by
like that, so
Optic
that I don't
Gaming.
have lyrics. So
We're
that's cool.
kicking things off here in the
Membership
HCS
dinners.
in a big way, bringing you the best competition that we've got here for year 4.
Apparently that's called
So excited
earworm.
about this matchup, and I hope you guys
Earworm?
are too.
Yeah,
I hope you've
when
been
you
enjoying the
get a
entire
song stuck
day,
in
the
your head,
entire
you can't get
weekend,
it out.
and of course everybody comes
that's
along
cool.
for the ride in this stadium. It's about
Doesn't
to
do
get
me any
lit,
good.
as
Doesn't
we
help
can
me
say.
fix
I'm
it.
not
I
hitting
just
anyone
now have a
30 years
name
old
for
now,
it.
so
How helpful.
I can say that
Yeah.
phrase. I've got Shurzy and Goofy on the desk. Shurs, my goodness, we find ourselves again in another elimination match with Optic Gaming. But I feel like they've turned a whole new leaf. I think they have risen to the occasion of Championship Sunday. They are looking awfully good, despite everything that they had going against them. We're going to take a look at the elimination bracket right now, and Shuz, this journey has
Favorite
been
UFC fighter, favorite
incredible
boxer?
for them. They have managed to get through
Current
the
or
most
all-time?
difficult of occasions against some of the
All-time
series,
favorite UFC
especially
fighter,
Europe.
Lyoto
I know
Machida.
that you are,
All-time
often
favorite
quite
boxer.
familiar with the European scene and even the players that go with it, but take a look at that,
Maybe
Shuz.
This was a
Butterbean.
long and arduous road. I think they went
That's
down
not
to
the answer
Rebellion.
I
I think they
expected
found
at all.
themselves
People been
TSM,
sleeping on
Infamous,
Butterbean for
and they need a
years. I
rematch
love
against Nemesis,
Butterbean.
but this time they managed to come up with a
I always
response
used
with a
to wear
3-2
Manny
win. It has been a
Pacquiao
tough
merch
old road up against Space
because he had
Station
the
as well,
same initials
who
as
of
me.
course are fourth
And
seed
all of
coming
his
into
merch
this.
is
So
a giant
it hasn't
MMP
been
with a
easy.
sunrise in it.
Optic,
It's
if they're
cool.
going to win it,
That
it's
is
not going
cool.
to be easy. I think for FaZe, they'll be hoping the Optic Gaming that comes up against them here will be the one that lost Nemesis in pool play. That's what they'll be hoping for. The issue is, from what we've seen against Space Station Gaming, these boys look hot.
Goofy, you can
Shocker, I
see
know.
no sign of
Conor
FaZe Clan in
McGregor.
that elimination bracket until that
He's
final
going crazy
moment when
now.
they meet Optic here.
In what
I
regard?
mean,
I think
Optic,
he
they're
was going to
battle
run
hardened at this
for
point.
office.
FaZe,
Yeah, no,
they've
he's gonna
just
be
been
president of
tested for the
Ireland.
Oh,
first
yeah.
time
Yeah.
against Shopify
His
Rebellion.
plans
How do you
that
see
I've
the
seen,
sway of
if
this series
what I'm reading
going?
is
Because
true, who
FaZe,
knows anymore?
they've had
If it's
such
true,
an
it's
exceptional
crazy.
journey here, and Optic, they're going to
I haven't seen the plans. I saw he made a statement saying, like, anyone who's committed a crime needs to get out of Ireland, when he himself is a convicted rapist.
And then they found themselves
If you've done anything like I have, leave.
Like 6 or 7 series before they got to where they are now. And Optic and Phineas, going back to the history of the FaZe case on Invitational LAN tournament, Optic actually beat FaZe 3-1 in that event. So they do have a bit of a leg up here, and they have all the momentum in their favor. I do like their chances, but going up against a FaZe squad who has been playing well all weekend long is going to be tough.
It's certainly going to be tough indeed. Let's talk about FaZe's chances though in this one, because like you said, they're goofy. You know, they have played Optic
country
before
hates
in
him. I
that
believe
KSAN
it.
LAN tournament.
I would also
3-1
believe that.
was the final score for Optic Gaming, and FaZe, they bowed out in 4th position. Not
Right,
what they
since
were
it
looking
seems like
for.
there's
Very different
a lot
story
of
here
people
though.
from
They
Ireland.
have been able
Last
to get a
week
leg
in the
up early
Masters,
on, and we kind of had that
there was Shane
conversation
Lowry,
before shows
who
about
his
the
tag
bracket
shows he's
fed
from
then,
Ireland.
because obviously Optic fell down
Rory
short against
McIlroy
Nemesis, and it
is
kind of mixed
in
things
IR.
up in terms
In
of the
IR,
seeding.
yeah, Northern
However,
Ireland.
FaZe showed some promise
Have
against
I missed
Shopify
something
Rebellion.
in history?
We know
Like
that there
those
is
are
something
two
within them that are
distinct
able
countries
to
now, or
gain
explain
control
that to me
and
somewhere.
really push that forward.
I
and
could
be
look it
super
up on
aggressive
Google,
with
but
all
I've never
the
even heard of that.
I know,
characterization
it shocked
that they
me.
can
I was
take
like,
from
what?
an opponent.
Where is it
How are
saying
you
he's
feeling
from?
about their chances?
Well, I think if you're looking for some extra motivation for FaZe, then for these two players,
Yes,
Trippy
it's
and Penguin, it was almost like
complicated.
Woody's nightmare where Andy dropped him and said, I don't want to play with you anymore. That's what Formal said to them last season. They found themselves on this FaZe Clan roster. If you want to really get one back on Formal, win it here, send him home, and get yourself back into that grand finals. I think that motivation has got to really light a fire in their stomach. If they want to win,
I had no idea. Wait, so Northern
find
Ireland is
another
part of the
year,
UK?
Something extra, and then it's got to come from something like that.
Goofy, how do you feel about FaZe when trying to find their foot in
When
the
did that happen? The last couple of years? Like, what?
I know, that's what I had
never heard that.
Seen that
a
before.
very weird ratio where
So
you're
I
either
guess
seeing them doing great and have full control,
If
or
both
none.
Shane Lowry
and I think that's
and
the most
Rory
difficult thing,
McIlroy
is how do
say,
you
hey, I'm
come
from
back from a
Ireland, is it
situation
equally
where
correct, or
you
would
have
they
nothing to work
specifically
with?
be
Do they
like,
have
I'm
that
from
capability?
Northern
'Cause you're going to need
Ireland?
it
Well, I
against
think they'd say I'm specifically from Northern Ireland, right?
Yeah, that's
because
what
it's not the
You heard
same.
the listen in comms in that last winners finals matchup,
Let's use some
and
salt.
I really liked what I was hearing from FaZe Clan, right?
I guess, yeah, I've never heard
What you
that.
hear from Shopify, and I like Shopify's comms as well, where it's a lot more energy, it's a lot more almost chaotic.
American education system does it
FaZe on the
again.
other side has that kind of
We're learning all the important
confident,
stuff,
a
you
lot of
know?
small talk, and
Yeah.
that's
I
what
like how
really- that's what you need to get out
Ireland
of
would have
some
been
of
part
those
of the American
difficult
education
situations
system
in-game. You need to be
instead
able to
Although
of.
if it's a big conflict.
I guess, yeah, if it was a huge
Yeah, I think
conflict.
your FaZe Clan, what you need to do is look at what Space Station did, but look what they did wrong, okay? You gave up the
Oh,
gaming
this is
almost
the
every single
IRA?
power weapon, every single power up. And if you
I've heard of
put
that.
weapons and
That was
sniper
a
rifles in the
central
hands of
plot point in a
Renegade
series
and
I
Formal's
watched,
hands,
but I
they're
didn't.
gonna really do
I
you
didn't
damage.
connect the
think
dots. I
What
guess.
FaZe have got to do is shut them players down early, but more importantly, if you're just holding the sniper rifle, then it cannot be used against you, and that has got to be a priority.
But what the Optic need to do, the complete opposite to that, they need to grab every single power weapon, every single power up to get this one done. And when you do have those toys in the hands of Optic Gaming, it's a very scary place to be playing. I mean, every single one of these players on our screen is capable of popping off at any given moment. That's a really scary feature.
That's so interesting.
How are you feeling about their chances right now? They're battle tested. They know exactly what they need to do to win this series. Can they get it done?
I think you say when Optic Gaming have all the toys, it's a very scary playground. I think that's what you have to think about here. You've got 4 superstars on this team.
Things are used to bread.
Bound and Legend coming off the back of very impressive seasons, winning 4 out of 5 tournaments, an almost complete clean record, only dropping 1 in London. They can blame time zone switches there. Maybe Legend can't, but some of them can. When you look here, you think to themselves, it was a history of second places for Optic Gaming as an org, for Formal. Turn your fortunes around here, make a statement, get yourself a 3-0, and head at Shopify Rebellion with your horns out.
I think, honestly, we kind of forget the pressure that Bound and Legend are actually under in this situation, and honestly, in this tournament in itself. They made one of the craziest decisions ever to leave one of the most dominant rosters we've seen in Halo Infinite off the
Is there bad
back
blood
of a
between
World
Ireland and
Championship.
Northern Ireland, or no?
Legends
That's what they were
first
saying.
ring,
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I
Yeah.
mean, questions flying
I
all
couldn't
around
tell if
in
it was in
Rostermania.
Northern Ireland
So
or
much
British
pressure here to
or
make sure they get this
Yes.
done, because if they don't,
Kind of.
it's kind of like, well, what did you do that for? What did you do that for if you're not winning right off the rip when you had something good going, Goofy? A lot of pressure on these young guys.
Definitely a bold move, right, by Bound and Legend to leave. Look at the banners, Lottie. 4 out of 5, like Shurzy said last year, absolutely dominating with that SSG roster and making that bold decision to leave and team up with the
Okay,
likes
cool.
of
So it's
Formal,
improving.
Renegade,
We did it.
creating whatever we want to do.
Oh, we solved it just now? Oh, okay, good.
And then history of second place.
Alright, I'm gonna read more about that later. Sorry, I didn't mean to pull away from Halo.
And I really expect, I want to highlight Renegade in this series. He's going to be that player to watch for me. Renegade has been dominating all tournament long and beating a team like SSG. Optic Gaming kind of starting off their championship Sunday with a victory over SSG. That's going to be a big confidence boost for them as well.
Huge confidence boost, and I think both teams are going to need all of the confidence and more to get this done in this series. Here we go, folks. It is time for your elimination final. One goes home, one goes into that grand final spot. Who's it going to be? Optic versus FaZe starts right now.
Good luck on the job interview, Josh. I'd like to see these jabronis play Tribes 1 or Quake 3. God, Tribes was so good.
Time clutch here with the legend himself, been here all weekend long with Dave Wall.
Not sure, Saga.
And we got one more series to cast here this weekend, and it is the elimination finals between Optic Gaming and FaZe Clan. Two different roads we can say to get to this point. Optic having a long Saturday, entering the elimination bracket so early on and steamrolling everyone in their path to get to this point. The ball has been rolling downhill. They've gained all the momentum, and FaZe Clan coming off a hot loss, Dave. How are you feeling about these two teams entering the series, how they are?
Undoubtedly, like you said, momentum in Optic's side. FaZe, the only
You watched competitive Halo back when Walsh was playing? Yeah, I feel like most people did.
However, these guys are pros. They're going to bounce right back.
That was like the first early exposure to professional gaming for a lot of people.
One thing I looked at in the previous series with Optic versus Space Station.
Then you had the fucking straight ripping crew for Halo 3.
Anytime it was an individual fight, it was going in Optic's favor, it felt like. I don't feel that's going to be the same thing here on FaZe. Some of these boys are shooting hot.
Yeah, I think FaZe showed you enough life to convince you that this could be a great series. On board with Renegade, the man of the tournament so far for Optic Gaming. His stats have been unbelievable. The Slayer of the tournament awarded the medallion, but unfortunately he goes down without being able to find a single kill, and FaZe Clan start this with a little bit of momentum. Let's see if they can transition it to camo control.
And look at these teams posturing a little bit slower play right away.
That was a very strong start from FaZe, Jesus.
And with that, FaZe is going to grab the batteries. They're grabbing this camo. Penguin's trying to escort his teammate Trippy. Trippy does get away.
And
Trippy has been doing this all tournament long, where he has been on top of the power weapons and power-ups, and it has been everything for FaZe Clan. Right now with camo in his hands, he's got a couple of shots into a player in pipes, but it loses his teammates over at Elliot.
Yeah, straight ripping was so fun to watch. Their montages were incredible.
How difficult is it to sift through all the resources that he is?
There's just so much going on. You got to pick and choose what battle where you're going to make the most impact. You know, went from pipe, ran into a Matt Piper over there. Couldn't really do much in that situation, so he decides to opt on back and make sure he keeps control of B. Of all those strongholds, B is going to be one of the most hotly contested ones.
Oh, he almost choked that.
Big kill on the bound, and Suppress also takes down Formal. That clears out all of Elevator for FaZe Clan to try and take A. 3 go down for Optic Gaming, and now Trippy with Shock Rifle in hand. That camo transitions to Shock. So although FaZe Clan lose a couple members, Trippy does enough on the map to keep FaZe Clan's stability here early on.
What's that? Oh, the game type?
Yeah. FaZe were heavily outslaying to start this game off, but this game is neck and neck. In fact, you see both these strongholds, A and B, going in the hands of Optic.
Definitely a life Trippy is going to want back. They were in a very promising position with 3 down, but Optic have broken the setup since. Now on board with Bound. As Optic take the lead here, A and B in control, Bound looks to approach C, and if they get a pick, Bound is going to fly into blue.
In such a good position right here. He's just waiting for them to make the first misstep. They can either go for camo or they can run the long haul, and then Bound can make his move. He knows that camo is snagged, but does not have the angle. Gonna get attacked by Suppressed, and that's going to be a unfortunate missed flank there by Bound. I thought he had the right positioning, just not the right timing and execution. 2
camos in a row going to FaZe Clan. Penguin getting caught out after he does a little bit of damage to 2 different players. Wants to be able to play his life a little bit better, but Optic does not let him. Unfortunately, though, for Optic fans, it costs everyone on Optic's life to put themselves in a position to take Penguin down, and that will be FaZe Clan once again.
He'll be much better than Slip Space.
Optic will be
I think you're right.
Take it off spawn, but it will be FaZe in
Slip Space was a flop. That's the engine this runs on. They spent half a fucking $1 billion developing the Slip Space engine. And it was a terrible idea, and they've already retired it. So they're going to Unreal.
Unfortunately, in the meantime, the players over at B lost to the reinforcements to Optic, so it's Optic with the BC hold for now.
Yeah, it was a huge waste of time and money.
The gig is up. They know
so did they do it in hopes that it would catch on as another engine?
That I don't really know, but they made Slip Space for Halo.
Right, that makes sense.
Here comes Renegade and Legend. The split spawns come in. Only one member of FaZe spawns with Falcated. It's a 2-on-2,
I'm so
and Renegade and Legend will win that a lot
there's no
of
doubt
times. And this time they paid off. They will transition A back into their favor, and Optic will begin to gain the lead again.
You know, Optic happy to trade that out. They're saying, hey, if you want to go try and grab C right
Yeah, it's hard to say.
I mean, there was a lot of
This is where it could get ugly, Dave. Renegade picks up the shock. All 4 players of FaZe coming off respawn. They're stuck at Ellie. And I'm not
Well,
sure
it had a good start, actually. So, a lot of people, myself included, really liked it in the beginning. But the problem is, it was content dry for a year and a half. Like, it never delivered on the roadmap, like Forge or anything. It's like 2 years later.
So it's probably in a good state now.
It is in a good state now. It's just, for most people, too little too late, so they didn't go back.
Renegade does trade out with Trippy, but the damage has been done. Points going on the board for Optic throughout that whole engagement.
It's the 3rd KO in a row, though, for FaZe, doing a phenomenal job of getting
well, the
this
multiplayer
power
was
up,
free.
something that they are going to need to do throughout this series if they want to stay in. Not only is it important to make sure the enemy team has it, but the buff that you can get from this, that's a helpful benefit you can use to your advantage.
Losing more now than ever, though, considering that 2 of his teammates just went down. Suppress now has to decide, does he try to be a hero or does he play the waiting game and wait for his teammates to spawn? Looks like he gets a nice little flank over into elevator, and this is going to be the breathing room that FaZe Clan needs.
Huge flank from Suppress. He gets behind enemy lines. He's able to find an easy kill with the stick, and that's going to be A being transitioned as well. AC hold untraditional for FaZe Clan. They won't hold this for long, but this gives them an opportunity to maybe get some slays and conquer B as well.
Yeah, FaZe's ultimate goal in this situation would be to take B batteries while giving up the C stronghold. But the fact that they lost 2 members here, they're just going to have to sit back and wait. They're going to have to say that Optic can take B, Optic can likely take C, but somehow there must have been some great play taken over at C plat. Somehow FaZe were able to take control of C, or keep control of it, even though Suppressed was over Elevator, not a part of that engagement whatsoever.
Yeah, Suppressed over anchoring Elevator, like you said. Falcon in the meantime, finding some kills, getting the reset on the C, buys FaZe a little bit more time to get out of this situation.
And one thing I always highlight in these games is it's a team game. If you like, take a look at that stat screen right now.
2-13 and 11 is crazy.
2-13 and 11 with a crazy stat line like you said, Wes. He has more assists than his entire team combined and doing everything right. Generally, if you're having, let's say, a lower stat line, maybe lower in the kill department, you need to look at the score. Is your team winning? If so, keep doing exactly what you're doing. If your team is losing, you need to swap some things up, play a little more selfish.
Yeah, and all the players are very aware of what the stats are throughout the game. Everyone's pressing the back button throughout the death cam. If you're 2-13 and 12 and you're winning, that's a recipe for success. Right now, FaZe in the lead. Penguin doing everything he can to make the game easier for Suppressed, Trippy, and Falcated, having success so far. FaZe continuing as we cross this 100-point mark with the lead. This is a very impressive way for FaZe to bounce back from their elimination losses, or winner's bracket loss just moments ago.
Legend. I like this position. Take control of top goal, top glass. He wants to eventually make his way into B. He did not want that trade. He would have loved to get that kill and stay alive in pipes, but at this high level of play, when you're uncertain, you're going in for that melee and making sure you're taking someone down with you.
In strongholds, if you have 2 of the strongholds controlled, you're fine with people trading out. Eventually, you're still scoring points. Unfortunately, Optic Gaming won the fight over towards elevators, so FaZe Clan have work to do. They only have B controlled, which is honestly the most difficult stronghold to have, but we've seen the success FaZe was able to have with an AC setup. Now Optic given that same opportunity here.
Yep, here's the exact same
Yeah,
play.
Grand Finals is today. It's after this.
Waiting for their opportunity to see if they can take over batteries. They're hoping
We play a winner of this.
make their way over towards C, and that way they can keep the AB setup. But we're gonna have to see how this one all plays out. Great position there by Bound. Holding this control area, he can be a factor on either the A or the C stronghold, depending on FaZe makes the push.
This shock rifle was hand-delivered by Suppressed to Bound over at White. Now Bound using it to put Trippy down is going to try and rotate towards these elevator players, you think. A player's bottom middle, no problem, as Bound takes him out as well.
Yeah, I think FaZe is cooked now.
Is over at elevator. It's a trade with the elevator.
They were looking pretty strong there for a minute.
Pressure into B. Bound handles pressure like diamonds and figures out a way to trade that out.
Yeah, trying to, once he saw that that A or the C pressure, trying to snag that B stronghold. Nobody else really jumping just yet. Actually, it's going to be Renegade. Gonna grab B, so there's the ultimate trade that Optic wanted in the end. They trade one of their strongholds, and they get the AB setup.
4th camo of the game is going to Trippy as well. FaZe Clan continuing to dominate the power-up story. Optic has not had a single camouflage throughout this game, but they
this
do
is
have
stronghold.
What can these camos amount to So far, it hasn't been much, but eventually you have to think you play with fire, you get burned if you're Optic Gaming.
And interesting right there by Bound. Not sure if he was receiving fire from somewhere else, but I thought that he was full shield, just going to go in for the 50-50 contest. Sometimes you got to take those fights in battery.
It's a trip cap for FaZe Clan here, starting to climb up this deficit.
Will
be
That's
erased
pretty big.
with just one more round of slays. Optic Gaming slowing the game down, as you can see. Trippy trying to let the game come to him. Bound is able to get into B, and all this information given to these Optic players pushing along. One's going to check. It's Formal taking down Trippy, and now C and B in the hold of
Looking at the face cam, Trippy was really upset about something there. I don't know what. Oh, that's what happened. Their team DC'd.
In time for FaZe as they start to get back in that game.
Yeah, what the trip cap. That's the issue, is what the score was, or what was the score going to be after a trip from FaZe. How long could they have held it if
I was wondering what Trippy was mad about, because in the face cam he got really upset.
Because the trip capped and then their player cap dropped.
As that game was neck and neck just about every step of the way. And something I pointed out along the way, Dave, is the camo control for FaZe.
Is that what happened? Did somebody DC?
Two of them DC'd.
Anything or too much done with it. There wasn't any flashy.
How is it possible?
What do they do here?
I don't know.
I mean, at the very worst, you're not dealing with the other team having.
No, they're definitely going to just put the score on the board somehow.
At some point, it's just removing it from their hands. I think Shurzy covered it very well in the analyst desk up there, saying, you know, one, you give your team the benefit of being able to do something with that, but secondly, the other team just doesn't have it, and them not being able to get a camo changes everything.
Yeah, because it's perceived as two separate divisions, Lewis.
Man, what a way to kick off this ELIM finals. If you weren't frustrated already coming from the winners finals and maybe not playing the best that you have this weekend, Shopify knocking you down to this position, and then finally when it feels like you have total control of game one, you have an opportunity to gain a lead and see how long that trip cap can last. Because we've seen trip caps like that last for the rest of the game, have ended games.
Yeah, that was about the worst possible timing for that.
Getting that opportunity and to have that ripped away.
It's crazy how many breaks Optic has gotten in this tournament alone, with the power going out against Nemesis, and now that.
Yeah, that actually is nuts.
How fascinating.
Although I guess Optic then lost.
They did, but it was still a huge benefit because they were down 2-0. Yeah.
There'll be moments that FaZe are going to be ahead. There's going to be times where FaZe are going to be on the back.
And who's in charge of this tournament?
So these players know how to go through these ups and downs as these series go along.
I'm not saying anything. I'm just putting ideas out there.
At this point, too many good teams that you can't have a weak mental, lose a game, or have something unfortunate happen, and then drop the rest of the series.
Yeah, you got to stay locked in. You are too far into this bracket to not have ambitions of a championship.
Prime wide.
And both of these two teams have ambitions of getting a chance to play Shopify Rebellion again, waiting in the looms of the grand finals. It's going to have to be 2 best-of-7s when they get there, but they can't think about that. Game 1 against each other is the only thing that you can prioritize in your thought here, sitting on that stage.
Yeah, if any of these teams were looking past the other, I guarantee they will not be making their way to the grand finals. You need to focus on the task in front of you.
All right, as this gets underway, I mean, we're waiting for the lobby to obviously be reset, but we get an opportunity to kind of cook up some storylines and mention the success that Optic has had against FaZe Clan. Most recently on LAN would be the case on the thing. And it was a very close series. I think it was a 3-1. But if I remember correctly, I was left thinking FaZe should have won the first 3 games, which is kind of an odd statement.
It also happened earlier today against Space Station Optic. Has every reset only happened against Optic in this tournament?
This FaZe team is an admirable opponent that I don't think is getting enough respect, and maybe they earn it here today.
Yeah, and take a look at the KD leaderboard. You got a couple members here on this FaZe roster.
Now, question, what happened earlier, was it at a pivotal moment where Optic just fell behind?
They did spank Space Station, so I don't think it would have mattered, but yeah.
A lot of it has to do with the power weapons.
Well, that's just to throw us off.
And just your opportunity to get more kills and the damage output that those allow you. We saw the shock rifle starting to come into play.
They were playing when the power went out on Friday.
And if we're breaking down just a little bit of game
miraculously, the transformer lit on fire.
Massive mistake for Suppress to grapple into the top white window, knowing that there were going to be enemies in front of him, kind of forcing himself into a situation where he either makes an incredible play and gets out alive, or he hands over the shock rifle. Mistakes like that you can't make.
Yeah.
You don't want...
Not this high level of play, no. You don't see that happening as frequent with Renegade. When he's grappling in somewhere, he's hitting that shot, or he's jumping out to the side of the map right afterwards.
Yeah, and it's just a shock rifle on the first 2 maps of this elimination final. Solitude
I also have never understood that.
Yeah, I don't get how that happens either. Shit's cringe.
And I want to clarify, I think I don't understand because I'm probably too dumb, but
with power weapons on a map like Solitude, he'll go off. So we'll see a little bit of the S7 later in the series.
One thing I was actually curious there from that bound shock rifle play, it almost seemed like he had the headshot, but maybe Falcade was nearby. I couldn't tell if that was a giveaway that there was a second player there from the electricity just arcing.
Felt his presence. Getting an update. We have a little bit longer of a break here as we get an opportunity to break down some stats. Stronghold Kings. And it's no surprise that 2 of the teams that have played a ton of games this weekend on each side, Legend and Falcated. Legend having a ton of success with the KDs, but what's sticking out to you on this graphic?
Oh man, just
It has taken them a long time to reset this. Jesus Christ.
Damage per minute.
Damage per minute is equal. Let's be real.
Come on, Val. You can't give me one more shot?
One more shot, put him ahead.
Yeah,
but yeah,
actually.
Damage per minute just from these players. Every single minute, almost putting out 6 players lives worth of damage out across the map.
And it's awesome to see Falcated, honestly, on a graphic like this, like shining on a team like FaZe, a team that, or a player that I feel like has been great for a long time, but hasn't had necessarily the accolades or the the placings to really back up how strong of a player he's been in our scene.
I guess
feel
they
like
probably
all of
take
Halo
it
Infinite,
to the point
Falcated's
where
been
he
jumping rosters and trying to figure out
during the triple
how
cap.
to
Yeah, it was during the triple cap.
But then do they put all the players in their exact positions? Like,
I don't know. That's what I don't know. I don't really get how you fix it.
I don't either.
Elimination finals or grand finals Falcated's played in, but I know it's not many, if ever. And at this moment for him on this team, I asked him the other day, I asked Suppress, I said, is this your best team ever? Suppress said yes. I'm going to think that this is also Falcated.
Falcade has to say yes without a doubt as well.
Best team ever.
Yeah, we've always talked about the path
finished
becoming
the
one of
protein
the
shake.
best players.
They put the score at what it was in full reset. Oh, that's so cringe. They don't get to keep the triple cap. Awesome.
That's pretty shitty.
Yeah, I'd be pissed.
But some of these players who've gone through, taken 5 to 10 years, they've had to work their way up. They've had to go through countless amounts of players and teams. And so to get what you consider one of your best shots,
did you ever find out when the starts?
No, no one told me when it starts.
Absolutely. And
I know it's in the next month or so, though. I just don't know I don't know the date. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're close.
Watch party. Lethal was sitting down. I go, what was it like to team with Falcated? Not a lot of people know a lot about Falcated. He's a very quiet player, and he's like, I love teaming with him. He was like the perfect level of aggressive. Like, got his kills, individual skill was phenomenal, but he always took good routes. Like, it wasn't like he was doing this stuff in no man's land, like not affecting the actual outcome or the win conditions of the game.
Yeah, sometimes you get those players that kind of rise through at some point just because they have such a good shot, but they don't have the whole package. There's sometimes you're like, why'd you make that player?
Right.
What are you doing there? But yeah, you see such smart decision making consistently out of that player. So huge props out to Falcade to make it this far. And, you know, his run is not over. We're not even down in the series yet.
Yeah, not down in the series, and honestly, was about to probably take the lead here. So big moment for this FaZe Clan team, a team that I think has been doubted, a team that was left by Formal. I know they said it on the desk earlier that Formal picked his team and nobody stuck with him outside of the 5 grand finals that they played in last year. It's unfathomable to me that we made 5 grand finals last year. Yes, second happened, but
it doesn't feel like you're that far off. You're like, all right, we need to throw the whole book out.
The respect that I feel like this FaZe Clan team is getting with the likes of someone like Trippy and Penguin, who have been playing lights out all weekend long, has gone, the disrespect went way too far throughout the offseason. And the fact that they're kind of left putting this team together, the pieces together, I should say, and they found this team, and instantly it feels like they have the ability to compete. I know Shopify wasn't their favorite series, but they have played phenomenal Halo all weekend, and if they can figure out a way to make this series competitive, figure out a way to win this series...
It doesn't seem like they're even close to starting.
It doesn't seem like they're trying to.
100%. Because
what is
like
happening?
Said, when you kind of come in with that chip on
yeah,
your
there's
shoulders,
a lot of deliberating in that corner over there. They're not close.
A team that's maybe
putting together more of a squad of misfits. A squad that wasn't the very first pick. You're not the one who's instigating the team changes. Instead, you're trying to find out who's available and what squad are we putting together. For them to come out and be this strong, to already be top 3, to only got 3 games this event, to Shopify, who's in the grand finals already, FaZe are looking phenomenal.
Yeah, just a bunch of, I see FaZe as 4 players. Everybody can do everything at any time, and they're all consistently just great. Like it doesn't feel like they have the superstar necessarily. Maybe Suppressed is going to be that
like
player.
But also like Trippy having some moments
He's
here.
been a superstar this weekend. Turns out when everyone is doing everything, it makes it a lot easier for everyone else on the board.
Oh, it's
so
the
that
chair.
When you're given the opportunity, when you're given the S7,
wait, look at those
camos
chairs.
every single time,
Wait, are those just
you
folding?
get put
Yeah,
in the
those are just
moment
folding
enough
chairs.
and the opportunity to make the big play. And I call
Oh,
them
that's
big
probably what
game
that guy
trips.
was talking
probably
about.
meant
It's because in
the
big games,
sentence simply
for
said those
the
chairs
past
look
3 years,
uncomfortable.
Trippy
But
has
he's
showed up.
in an
He's in a
actual
real
chair.
chair.
In those
Did he
moments,
bring it
that,
with
I
him?
mean, that Optic
Oh,
team
so is he.
does not win a world
Oh,
championship
maybe it was
without
the
Trippy
decision they
being the
made.
player
Maybe they
he
prefer
is.
the folding chair.
100%, and you're right. I
Unless
think
is that a
there's
coach?
something
Are the coaches in
special
nice
about certain
chairs?
players
No, that
who
wasn't a coach. That was one of the players.
fit into different roles when they're on different rosters. So someone like Trippy
To the
before.
person
when
who
he's playing
pointed
the
it
likes
out
of
in
Lucy,
chat,
he's like, you know
my
what, I'm gonna
bad,
make
I
sure
thought you
give
meant
me the snipe.
these.
I'm going to create some space. I'm going to do this. And all of a sudden, when that player's not on the roster anymore, he's like, well, check out what I can do.
yeah.
Look what I can do.
It's my turn. It's kind of nice to have a turn every once in a while, right? Especially when you've been playing some great Halo all weekend long, and we've seen the damage Trippy can do with that S7. We saw it even in the Shopify series, that live fire game. He was popping off with it. Someone else who's been popping off all weekend long has been bound. I feel like an under-the-radar player. Hadn't seen him on many statistics.
I'm gonna pee again.
Like the top 5.
Yeah, go take a tinkle.
But you
I'm not
watch his
missing
screen,
much.
you know
I don't think you're at risk
good
for
things
missing
are happening
anything.
because Bound's doing things.
Yeah, he just moves at his own speed. One of the fastest players in the game. And when we've seen Optic, we're looking at their most unstoppable.
All right, hopefully soon.
Forces.
All right. Players look like they're locked in. They got to be shooting guns, waiting for it assumes to be the FaZe side of the map, and maybe a little bit of an advantage here for Optic Gaming, as it looks like they're still thumbs on sticks.
Yeah, they're like, we'll keep warming up. Let me practice this little fight right here and get on ready for this. But like you said, at this point, these players, they want to be here for the long haul, so making sure everything is looking primed and ready to go before they restart this one back up.
And for a team that came through the elimination bracket round 1, you ask yourself, how much is too much, Halo? Doesn't appear they've hit that mark just yet. Maybe a second best of 7 in the grand finals might start to become a different story, but right now they are locked, loaded, and at least continuing to warm up, knowing how important this series is to not just them, but the organization that they represent. When you play for Optic Gaming, it is bigger than just you. The green wall is strong, but they're loud, they're vocal, and they're passionate that you have a responsibility to bring home trophies when you play for Optic Gaming.
Both these sides of the stage,
honestly,
some legacies within the esports industry. So huge and proud to have them represent here in the HCS, and like you said, they're representing something bigger than themselves.
Who's it gonna be? FaZe Clan, Optic Gaming. I feel like
it's got to be getting close. The commentators are running out of words left.
It's a tale as old as time.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter which game
Thanks for
we're talking
membership,
about here.
Gara.
These are always two of the powerhouses that you will see.
The faces change,
tournament.
but yeah, the organizations seem to always figure their way out onto a championship Sunday.
The faces change, the games change. Sometimes you have someone like Formal who's represented any of the games.
Yeah. Formal changes games. He played for FaZe that one event. Oh man, the tension's got to be looming, and the frustration. How do you weaponize that? That's the big question. How do you use this dead time to kind of rebound and make sure you come out hot? I was always a part of different teams, and I always thought, like, for example, players specifically benefit from something like this happening, and then other players
No, it still hasn't started.
Deep back on the ground. Icing, for example.
Oh boy!
That comes to mind that had some famous historic H2A runs with all the mess that was going on back then. Snakebite was someone that when there was a game reset, for some reason, this kid like always started off like on a frenzy on the next game, and it was like such a like known thing that like, oh, CLG's about to play in the reset.
They look like they're closer.
These players, obviously, they've been competing for
I don't
years
think
and years.
so.
At least 4 years of Infinite, and then if you know Formal's history,
Yep,
and
Moonstone
Renegade's history, and everybody up there, these guys have been pros for a long time. It's an expectation that they start off hot, but it's not always the case. Are you worried about anybody, or do you have your eyes set on anybody to try and create that early moment in this reset when it does happen to really set the tone here?
I'm not really worried about anyone. I don't think you can make it this far in the HCS anymore with that weak mental or not being able to take those twists and turns.
You wouldn't be here on Sunday.
Yeah, you wouldn't be this far into the tournament. But now if there's somebody that can really shine or thrive out there, I don't know. I kind of look at the Optic side and I think of really Bound and Renegade being those pace setters for this roster. Even though I think someone like Legend's also an incredibly fast player, I still think Bound and Renegade have shown that they really set the tempo for that squad. And so we're going to have to see, does Renegade try to force some action early on in the game here on Recharge again? Last time he kind of got punished, and they lost one of the early hills because of that.
Right, wasn't expecting that player to be top red and got caught off guard, and Renegade but like you said, that when the pace is being set by Renegade, good things happen for Optic Gaming. There's a reason that they've been on the run that they have been through the elimination bracket to this point. But if you're Renegade, this elimination bracket run is another Saturday, Sunday for you. You want that championship at the end of the day, and to get there, it's going to be through FaZe Clan, so you can't take any series off. Are you expecting him to continue the dominant performances that we've seen, or is FaZe Clan at least going to slow him down and force Optic Gaming, the rest of Optic Gaming, to step up here?
I think it's going to be one of those two, like you said, because if he's charging through the way we've seen so far earlier today, you're not stopping that. You're not letting that happen.
I was about to say, you got to watch him be stopped before you'll say he'll be stopped.
Oh, fuck, we're back to replays again.
No, they're taking a look, at that last game.
We got some new tech where we started off.
Yep, so just take a look at the very end there. You saw how Optic able to break through at the end as that player was lagging out. So we'll get, like I said, that final score result from the TOs before they get to this next game, and they'll start it off where teams are appropriately scored. But to your original point around stopping Renegade, or how do you play against something like that, at some point you have to set some traps of your own. You can't just give him free reign and have that chaos situation and let him sort of lead every single step of the way. You have to take some of your charge of your own. You have to have that own spidey sense, those call outs saying, hey, we haven't seen him recently. We either need to force some action on his teammates, or let's set a trap for him. Let's see if we can actually catch Renegade making the first misstep and mistake.
Oh, this is making me tired. This is making me tired. Holy.
We took a look at that highlight. I finally got to come back down to earth here and see what the score was. It's about a 10-point game. 10
Yeah, it's getting close.
If you start at 180 to 178, however, you're playing to 250. There's not a lot of time. There's 70 points that basically
be a short
team
game. It's one or two engagements really going to decide this.
Does that change how you played the break on the new reset?
Yes, it does. I think you can be much more risky and aggressive at the start of a fresh game where it's 0-0.
For the Elder Scrolls,
all of a sudden, you can't give up that very first step on recharge, and you know it's only a 70-point game because all of a sudden they get to potentially roll that into a setup
and a camouflage
and a camo. It's just too risky.
Hundreds
so
of people actually.
Where we're likely not going to see the same sort of aggressiveness out of someone like Bound or Renegade off the rip off this. Or if they decide to be aggressive and it pays off, that's where you see
Christmas.
Optic get off to a massive lead.
Right. I think it's almost like loading into a Slayer game, 45-45, and then all of a sudden,
someone will be the hero.
Yeah, you're not G-siding time mid for snipe anymore, are you? Yeah. Like, you're definitely playing a lot more passive. Every single life matters at this point, with the score being so close and the win condition not being so far away. We're running a 40-yard dash here. First to about 70 points. No room for error. You cannot get put in a trip cap with 70 points because the game will end right after that.
You're also not going to see as many forced aggressive plays when they have an advantage. You're not going to see a forced trip cap. If a trip cap comes to them and they have the opportunity to take it, they will take it. But they're not going to get the two and say, hey, early on, let's put this pressure to put the pressure on the game.
Because the risk isn't worth it?
Exactly. The risk is worth it earlier on in the game, because if it's a 0-0 game, you're like, hey, if this pays off, instead of getting a 30-point lead,
whew, I don't know why it's taking so long.
Right.
I couldn't tell you.
Don't care. The difference between 30 and 75 obviously is significant, but you're also risking
one of them ends the game
you lose your setup.
Yeah, one of them ends the game here.
Yes.
The other one, yeah, potentially puts you in that same situation. How often do you see a trip cap go right into another trip cap from the other team based off an overextension? It'll be really interesting to see, especially knowing how aggressive Optic like to play in strongholds, how they like to push those trip caps. Do you think they have enough discipline to slow their roll down here a little bit
so.
and play a little bit safer?
They have the experience. You have someone like Lunchbox behind saying like, hey, you can still be aggressive without forcing the trip cap. There's a difference between forcing a play there, charging towards C-Plat, maybe peeking a little bit towards long haul, maybe taking control of control.
Yeah, and even to go further into this meta, when you're telling a dog not to jump, the dog wants to jump, and immediately you start to play a little bit more hesitancy. Does that negatively have the risk of impacting, like if we're not naturally playing how we would naturally play a position based off the situation that's at hand?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There's
maybe
times
we're
where people are not playing.
Well, she's like, come on, please. Just fucking start it.
2-1 in a flag game, and they've been holding them off the entire game, and all of a second they're like, oh, well, we don't need to get a cap here. They start to turtle up, or they start to play a little more passive, and that's where you see these teams start to make those comebacks into the game.
That's where my head went.
Is not playing their
back to fucking
style.
replays. Oh, this is so, we're so cooked.
The issue happens.
It's not close. It's just not close.
Great shots onto a player hitting
It looks
C.
like they're all
Legend
sitting.
will go down.
Oh,
It's a
no,
trip
he's
cap
touching
now
stuff
into
on the
effect.
monitor.
You're down 30 points here, but trip caps with 30 points is absolutely nothing. Give me about 10 seconds and you'll get those back.
No, he's unhappy with it.
Penguin still
That's when
in
he
the
started
game right
lagging
now.
out right there.
Oh, okay.
So that's the score is 167, 183 is what it'll put it to probably. Because you can see him not moving.
Yep. Which is a
Then
real shame.
over
because-
here.
The moment that you see
yeah,
the
but
player
they don't
name
even get the
disappear,
benefit of the
I
trip
feel like
cap,
there's chances
essentially.
that there's generally issues prior to
Yeah.
that moment. So
Yeah, because
Oh, no.
he's gone.
No, they'll probably set it to like 174, probably when he left.
Yeah, you can tell Trippy throws the what the.
That's so unlucky.
Say no
Yeah, I
with
can
his
actually
hand, that's when you-
rewind on this because he started lagging out while they still had B. He could have defended B. Wow, how did I go so far back?
Penguin still in the game right now.
That's so unlucky.
As Trippy backs into this corner, just wants to bait this C stronghold. And you could tell
about any second here.
Abe, what did you do to make sure that that series, when things like this would happen to you in your time, what did you do individually as a team to make sure that the series before didn't impact the series that you're about to play, especially against a team that has been so hot coming out of the elimination bracket and on the run that they're on?
Yeah, you gotta get everyone's attention focused on the future or the present. So in a case like this, you can't have people talk about, oh man, I had this or had this. You have to say, snap out of it. What are we doing off the start here? We knew last time Renegade went here towards top catwalk side. Is he gonna do that again? Likely not. How are we gonna catch him off the
This
rip
series
of
would
this?
basically be
You're
done
talking
now.
game one, map
Yeah, actually, the whole series, it'd be close. It would actually be close.
Very specifics. What does Optic like to do on this? Like,
We're
it has to
seeing
be
any
specific.
especially
tournament
this highest
run
level of play.
smoothly.
No longer are teams
Unironically,
just
Smash
doing,
Bros. It's just their scheduling's really
generalities.
bad.
Not gonna say
That's
on a
true.
queer,
That you
say,
never see
hey,
tech difficulties in
let's
Smash
hold more than
Bros.
some cards. Like, no,
Yeah,
we're talking about, hey,
I
we
don't
need
count
to
it
move
as smoothly
this
though
jump
because
up
those
over
are
this car
fucking
side, 'cause they've
excruciating
always been-
sometimes.
Yeah, what are
Yeah,
the
well, it's bad
what-
scheduling.
what-
I'm just
what
saying,
do
like,
we do
technical
wrong when we play
perspective,
against
they don't
Optic in
usually
these
have something go
situations in
wrong.
order to better
I
our
just more
chances?
mean in a tournament where we come out of it and we're like,
All
wow,
right, what's
that just worked.
But yeah, very
Like,
specific,
just all the way
very
through was
focused,
great.
dial in.
Yeah.
You can't think about anything that's
Rocket
going
League got
wrong in
close
the
a lot
past.
of times.
Rocket
The only
League
thing
did
that you
get
can do
close.
if,
Like, you know
you're
what?
trying to
The
make
London
those slight
major that
adjustments,
we
talk
won,
about that
perfect
adjustment.
tournament.
Perfect
It has to be
tournament.
I
like
had no
this.
issues with
You
that
can't
one.
have your
Same.
team do a full
I
180
loved it.
change and expect that all to align well going into the next game. Instead, you have to talk and say, hey, can we play our lives a little bit longer? Can we get 1 or 2 more seconds out of each life to extend this and give ourselves
Poor
some
guys
more
having
time
to
and
just
some more
vamp this
breathing?
whole time.
How do we feel about Shopify?
It's
seeing
been
this
like
happen?
30
And
minutes
who do
already.
you- actually, great question. When you were sitting in so many grand finals that you were sitting
Legitimately,
in,
just
for
tell
the
them they
winners
can go
bracket,
get some
I only
water
did
and put
once,
it on and be right back.
And I knew who I was going to play. I was going to ask you, did you actually have a preference of who you played as a player? Because I
All right,
actually
wait. This is
100%
looking
had a
promising.
preference of which
No,
team
they're
I was
just
rooting for going
staying
throughout
warm.
this series.
They've been doing this whole
and the one
time.
opportunity I
But
had, I said,
he's
let me play
the one
Soldier
who was
197,
having issues.
please, dear God.
He's sitting.
But you had
He's
so
playing.
many different ones. That,
I think they
did
fixed
it
his
just become
issue
like, it doesn't
specifically a
matter
long
who we
time
play?
ago.
Now they're
You
looking
have to
for
have
the
that
root
mentality
cause.
of, hey, we're ready for whomever,
But yeah, of course, in your gut, you're either rooting for
That's
someone
true banter.
you're closer friends with, or you're saying, hey, Carbon's looking kind of scary this season. I wouldn't mind to see an upset here from a 5K or from a straight or whoever throughout some of those seasons. So it was part watching and rooting for that, but then a lot of times too, just really outside of like watching the first or second game, really focused in on just warming up and playing our game plan. I don't want to sit there and watch the whole series and get all hyped up and watch that and be like, oh, I haven't shot in 45 minutes.
Yeah, that's how I was. I only obviously had one, but I was just shooting the whole time. I could care. If I couldn't have any determining factor that was I was responsible for.
You look at a stream or something like that, but for the most part, it's I'm focused on what are we doing to warm up, how are we going through our routines. Some players like to warm up nonstop and keep their hands super warm. Some people can
super sweet. Thanks, Juno. Hope you're doing well.
The Royal Twos of the world.
Exactly.
Hey, scrims were 30 minutes ago, but where are you? And then he gets on and drops plus 20 in game one. I'm like, all right, well, that'll do. Well done, kid. Next time
I was the exact opposite of him. I was like, I need to warm up.
I mean, there's no one else on stage right now. Surely they've got it fixed.
Long-range fights are on point.
Oh, he came back out on stage.
Oh, God.
We're getting an update here as we take a look at the gameplay. And we're getting a live reel of the situations that were occurring in the game as the issue was flagged. And it looks like it's going to be a little bit earlier on. This is where we'll be going back to now with the new lobby. The issue was actually flagged a little bit earlier than the trip cap, and in all honesty, Optic still have control. We saw what was able to transpire after this. Trippy, of course, having this camo, using it to transfer over B. But we're going to go a little bit further back, which honestly, since we talked about it, Dave, it's at least a few more points that teams are going to have to get in order to end this game one.
That seems weird.
So there's a more of a
seems real weird.
There's a little bit further of a distance that these players are going to have to sprint here.
Optic had no issues.
Little more room, but yeah, end of the day, it's going to be decided by a few important battles to kick this one off.
I don't
so
like
we have
it.
to see how both these teams decide to play it off the start. But yeah, that's like you said, got to be incredibly frustrating for FaZe there. They had a nice start, or sorry, a nice finish there as they were going into that.
Yeah, pulling FaZe back further
scenario.
makes no sense.
And to have them pulled away, they just got to bounce back.
You think you'd rather be in FaZe's shoes in that moment rather than Optic's shoes? Technically, Optic does have the lead. With how the game was going.
With how the game is going, yeah. I mean, if you're getting to, you know, a low double-digit amount of points away and you have a trip cap, I would take the trip cap over the short lead because any single slays there that can go for the trip cap team can extend that so far. And then worst case, a lot of times they're going to stop the bleeding somehow. And if you even just want to play it passively, you can still end with that dub cap and basically the tie or the positional advantage.
Great news, Greenwall. Great news, fans of Arlington and everybody watching on Twitch. The lobby is being created.
Yeah!
The action here
I thought
shortly.
we were told it
The
was being
green wall
created
remains
like
as
20
quiet
minutes
as you
ago.
guys have been this morning. Optic might not make it to a grand final, so I want to hear you guys get loud. And if you're rooting for FaZe, they're going to need you because I just pissed a whole lot of fans off that are wearing green in this crowd.
No,
I like to poke all the bears.
It's the calm before the storm. You know, everyone here is just champing at the bit. They're ready to see these teams get back into it and battling it out. But like you said, it's going to be around a 30-point lead here for FaZe.
142 to 172.
For Optic, 30-point lead for Optic going into this replay.
It's a healthy lead, but nothing to really shy over in strongholds.
It shouldn't. It can be a determining factor, but this isn't a insurmountable lead at some point.
Yeah, it's a massive weight going into this game.
It's been years.
With SSG and the oddball, when you're down like 50 points in oddball, it's like,
here, let's see.
Would you rather go to round 3? Maybe.
The only thing this does change maybe slightly for FaZe is that they...
One of the most dominant rosters we have seen in Halo Infinite off the back of...
One against each other. All two Slayer being... A lot of it has to do was left thinking FaZe should have won.
That's a replay too.
Yeah, so it's like here.
Here's go along. It's just the game's
a way to kick off this ELIM finals. If you weren't frustrated, a FaZe clan. Okay.
So we will be getting
about here. So it's been just under 30 minutes.
Holy.
Locked, loaded, lobby setting up. I see one player missing. I'm not going to call him out, though. There he is. All players are in the lobby.
You might be onto something, Banter.
Lottie, can you press that play button? I know you don't like to do that. She's over there talking.
We will get this start today, ASAP, though, but man.
There we go.
A little bit of icing there for some of these players. Let's see them all bounce back. You see fist bumps being shared across the stage.
Oh, it's back!
Into here on
It's back.
Strongholds. It's a 30-point lead here for Optic Gaming. FaZe has the work cut out for them. This first game can be a massive momentum shift for either of these teams to go into the series.
As we jump into this remake, I want to go straight into an Optic Gaming listen-in, and let's see the vibes on Optic Gaming.
They just want to stop talking for a minute. Please. I just want to kick this off by shutting the fuck up. Yeah.
This game 1 of an elimination finals.
I do not blame them.
I don't either.
But yeah, kicking it right off the start. Here we go, Bound playing passive towards C,
please
towards control. Last time we saw Bound.
They didn't get to go into the listen-in.
Early into the fight. Trying to make a way towards elevator, realizing that it's not going to be successful. Trippy
I love the thought that he said that, and then his ear, they were like,
can't do that.
Can't listen in.
Not burned. It's a battle for that camo. Bound, the only one alive at the bomb center of that pit. Trippy, the only one alive for FaZe. And that's going to be some points early here on the board for Optic.
Let's get into that Optic Gaming listen and see what Bound can do with this camouflage.
Please! I need it!
At this point, we're gonna just fucking John Dean do.
Yeah, bottom middle. Don't show face line, don't show face line.
Who would have guessed that remake really hurt FaZe? Amazing.
Huh.
Oh my god, he's fucking yeah, just don't show face, mate. You can hear right there.
God's playing tower 2, let's go.
Yeah, base save up.
Stacks. Trying to play T here.
Stacks again, fuck it. He's going C.
Keep by one shot.
Let's even keep he's trolling. Top cat, Watch out, back door.
So how does it work? Do you have 2 of the 3, the other team doesn't get points?
Mm-hmm.
So what's the benefit of the triple cap?
You just get more points faster.
Needles at bottom tower. Okay, slow down right here. Okay, it's okay. Slow down right here, okay? They're gonna push B. They're gonna go B. Okay, it's okay. Hang on. What's up, Adrian? Down. We saw
T-Ban. You just play one forever. Play one forever.
I'm looking at bound.
That's GG.
That one left the bad taste
Just like
in my
that.
Yeah.
Optic
Good work,
close out that
technical
first game.
team.
You heard some great calls there, especially from Lunchbox and crew, talking about, hey, give up that one. They're talking about that A stronghold being converted. So picking and choosing their battles wisely. They're not just going to contest.
I would have loved to hear what they had to say about that.
Bullshit. High percentage plays in battles.
Yeah, one of the big things I heard during the listening was Bound stuck by himself.
Yeah, I'm going to be watching most likely, Eduardo.
Renegade says to him, just play your one.
WrestleMania.
Forever. Play your one. Just make sure whatever happens, you get yours.
of all time, Kane.
That tells Bound immediately he doesn't have to like take some fight or feel pressed about the guy in B getting the stronghold.
Yeah,
like,
it makes sense.
He just has to let
The
a
classic.
favorable fight come to him rather than taking an unfavorable fight, pushing out pipe doors, trying to fight the guy top alley, somewhere where he's going to be at a disadvantage. That was phenomenal comms.
Now you could have
Optic
paid me to
Gaming
get me to a
looked
theater.
and felt locked in that entire
That's not true. We saw
remake.
Borderlands.
They were in control just about the entire time. There was
I guess
that one moment where they
technically I
had to
was
slow it
working
down,
when I
but
saw
it was all green
Borderlands,
wall.
so I was paid
when
to
you're
see
at this highest level of
Borderlands.
play, you kind of have the exact
God,
opposite
what a
comms to
stinker
rank
that
level
was.
play.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
Get involved.
I still-
Help is the objective.
If anybody in
Whereas
chat
at the highest level
hasn't
play,
seen
these teams,
Borderlands,
they all want to be selfless players.
it
they
truly
have the
cannot
team
even,
objective at
like, you
hand,
don't
and they
understand
remind
until
each
you
other,
watch
hey,
it.
this
Yeah,
is
it
a
was
situation
bad.
that I need you to play selfish. Your best play for this team, best way to reward us, is for you to get a kill and for you to stay alive.
A phenomenal.
Alright, let's just start
way
the next
to kick
game.
off this elimination finals
You've
for
used all your
Optic
in-between time.
Gaming, especially to show how strong they looked. Kick it right off the break. This 30-point lead that they play with this remake jumps into about a 70, 80-point lead, and then all of a sudden, the room for error for FaZe is just too much, right? That we talked about it, like all of a sudden now Bound is able to play as ones forever because they're up by so much that it's going to take a lot more than just you losing a one favorable fight that you take for us to lose this game.
Yeah, when FaZe got put in that position where they're down by, 70 or 80 points at the end, it's like they have to not only get every kill on Optic, they can't have one mistake or one misstep, because the moment that 3 of them go down, Optic are going to be able to hold a 2-cap setup to close out the game.
All right, as we take a look at the series layout, recharge strongholds, that's one and done from Optic. They'll take a 1-0 lead here in the elimination finals. It's going to be solid 2 to
It's one of those
Slayer
days.
as game 2. And if you're looking at FaZe, let's take some positives away from game 1, even before the remake. They were getting every single camouflage, something that will benefit them heavily if they're able to replicate that same strategy. Even if they didn't have success in strongholds, I feel like in a Slayer, you're kind of able to do your own thing a little bit more, and why is that, Dave?
Yeah, I mean, on Slayer, they're going to be able to play without the objective forcing them out at any single time. So they're going to be able to spend that next 30 seconds or the previous 30 seconds just saying, hey, where do I want to be? What's the best way to set myself and this team up to get this next power-up? So expect them to be able to just play a little bit slower, but also, like I said, it's their choice of how quick they want to play. They don't have time taken against them.
Okay,
So
we've had a bumpy start.
passive.
We've had a bumpy start to this elimination finals, but let's pick up the energy in here. This series matters so much to both these two teams. Game 2's kicking off. Formal.
I really wonder if FaZe is going to be able to reset mental.
I'm not a FaZe fan, and I'm his forum.
Yeah, it's just some fucking baloney. I know about the kill feed. I'm not moving my camera. Sorry to tell you, it's not happening. You can just watch the official stream, brother. I'm not moving the camera. It's been here for the last 2 days. We're in grand finals. I'm not changing anything.
He sets up his teammate Penguin to get the camo and get the finish. But that camo wasn't picked up until around the 11:25 mark. Both these teams realizing you can't just jump up and grab that unless you have control of the map.
Yeah, it's not worth losing map control at all. Unfortunately, Penguin trying to choose the right target there, chooses wrong, and because of it, Optic Gaming kind of spread out since they had spawned over towards Snipe, able to take down Penguin. That came
Yeah,
removed from the map.
the Rebellion's our squad. So we're in grand finals. This is losers finals. We play winner here.
But you had to feel like FaZe could have benefited far more from the map control that they once just had.
Yeah, I mean, that scoreline's not what you want to see if you're a FaZe fan. They had a 3-kill lead, they had camo, they had shock rifle, and all of a sudden, that's been diminished, just a 1-kill lead, and this game's also just halted. I don't think the game halting is actually a bad thing here for FaZe.
Not with shock in hand.
No, but I think it's a bad thing for me.
Not with how quick and having players like Bound and Renegade to play in those ridiculously quick environments. But yeah, you want to just slow it down, get your own step, and see what picks you can have.
The game is slowed for now, but in 10 seconds, camo will be coming up and Optic's hand will be forced. There will be a battle in the middle of this map. Can Valkated make a play with the shock rifle? If he can find a pick and open up the floodgates, this could be where FaZe kind of open up the map.
Also, I'm just a little surprised seeing all this action taking place over at Yard and over at Poster Stairs. You gotta wonder, it feels like a couple other members of FaZe who are near Snipe side either have been losing that engagement on Poster Stairs or not given the support they need across the map.
That's unlucky.
That was just a brilliant breakdown by Optic.
Doing well, nobody.
Having inferior positions and breaking across the center of the map to get that camo.
Still a tight game, but for how long? Legend with camo on the back VR spots a ton of players, and look at Baseman all stuck back U-turn. How do they trade out of this successfully? So far, they haven't been able to. It's a 2-to-1 exchange in the members of Optic, and they're up 15-14 now. Legend gonna back down, play his life. If he can get his shield, maybe he can find another kill. Does get another kill, but there's more FaZe Clan members to deal with, and eventually, Optic only come out on top by 2.
I'll take that. If you're in Optic's shoes, no longer than a minute ago, they were on the back foot, worse spots, and they got FaZe into a spawn trap, and now have this 3
It's getting away from them.
Quite a bit slower compared to game 1, though, Wes.
I was going to say, how to suppress live there. Yeah, this game's going to start to pick up the pace very quickly here. As the middle of the map isn't really being determined by either. Once it is established by one, the others will try to slow it down. But for right now, there's a massive battle for map control, and that's a
little
huge
reflex check
by Penguin as he tries to push into dip after finding that kill. Knows that there's several members of Optic in blue, but there is still one to snipe a beautiful nade. As
No, they've got them
predicts Legend
trapped.
forced to back up towards blue because the pressure from FaZe was coming from the front, and now they can isolate these players to snipe as well.
Yeah, Penguin fully divided this roster. They're stuck over at Market, they're stuck over at Snipe, and he's right in between. He can pick and choose which fight he wants to join, and he's joining both.
And honestly,
both those picks, one over on Renegade and one over on Legend.
Somehow Renegade gets a trade with a shock beatdown, death grenade right there, and that slows down the tempo for FaZe just a little bit. One more player from FaZe isn't there. And now Optic Gaming still on the ropes a little bit, have less pressure, but here comes Suppress. The name of the game is can you get in their face quick enough to split the spawns, and Suppress gets there.
Oh, getting traded, yikes.
It's unbelievable there.
Such great movement from Bound, making such a difficult kill. And that's exactly what Bound wanted out of that situation. He wanted just to
He's
the
doing
melee.
Xeno.
The fact that he was able to get a full trade there, getting the 3 shots and the melee is more than enough. One other point I'd like to make here is Penguin. We talked about how he was playing a different role last game. He just had only a few slays, a ton of assists. This game, he is the kill leader here for FaZe Clan in this 1-kill game.
This FaZe Clan, anybody that's in position to pick up the kills will do so. 12, 3, and 7 as Penguin gets taken down. Bound with another trade will make this a 1-kill game once again. Trippy did have the camo, but that's long gone at this point. As Legend tries to make some space over towards LR, but the teamwork from FaZe will take down Legend and give them a 3-kill lead once again.
Just those bait switches right there. Was looking for that
This is
quick
big.
finish over at LR, and Penguin just swooping in.
This is such a big moment right now. All of Optic is stuck in
He's
blue.
gonna ship to
This is a 4-kill game. This could go to an 8-kill game very quickly if Optic are not careful. Bound gonna try to be the first player to make his way into yard. You see Formal and Renegade now trying to create some kind of space here. FaZe are trying to deny this space. Look how hard they want to control
FaZe kinda
yard.
popping
They
off
know
now.
Optic want this yard control, and they are not gonna get yard control. It is now up to 7 kills for FaZe Clan.
He's a reason
That was
HL
such
too.
an incredible push by Suppressed. They knew Penguin wasn't gonna be able to charge that nade, but Suppressed flew
Funny how
right
much slower this game
into
is than
yard,
ours.
getting that finish.
Yeah.
That mixed aggressiveness they had here with the FaZe roster paying off.
Trapped in blue, still Optic on respawn. 8 kills separate the two now. FaZe Clan look to tie this series up and will do so if they can get 10 more kills here in game 2.
A lot of battling going on over at the loop. Valkated playing his own life though. We've seen some of these situations before. One of my critiques earlier of watching SSG play is they would always be focused on the one point of action. Instead, I love that play from Falcon. It says, I can't be a factor in this fight. Let me see if someone else is sneaking on by over here. Gets the camo and can now be a greater effect in this battle.
This is a wild situation right now. It's a 5-kill game. Falcated trying to get involved, but he's losing teammates left, right, and center. All of Optic Gaming is spread out across the map, and all of Optic Gaming is picking up kills. Falcated still can't find a kill until he finally is able to finish off Legend, but at what cost? A 4-kill game now for FaZe Clan. Still with the game in their control, but Optic
He's been wandering around just aimlessly.
for him to sift through.
It panned out though. Oh, if he hit that stick, that would have been super worth.
Towards the player at Snipe. Still a 4-kill game, and you're hoping maybe for a bit more of a comfort zone there if you're a FaZe fan. But the pressure isn't stopping. I like this play from Suppressed. Both teams kind of have a little flank of their own. Renegade and Suppressed. Renegade's flank paying off.
That's a big kill though. Being able to finish off Renegade, even if he gets a double, it just gets you a little bit closer to 50. Still a 4-kill game, but now look, this is where Optic were just moments ago. They are stuck in blue. They're going to try this yard push. Does Bound have the same level of reinforcements?
He does not. And the fact that you see someone poking through that door has to tell you that they have backup right behind them.
Yeah,
no
they're
one's
coming.
just peeking into yard without support.
Yeah, and that's the big difference right now is FaZe were able to hold that push and deny the map control of the space that Optic were trying to get in that situation. When Optic were in that situation, bound to not have the reinforcements. However, the Formal in a
These are playing PoE 2.
right
Not at the
game
moment.
into a stalemate. Camo will be coming up in
0.2 has just been ass.
Formal, if he can find a pick, would be massive.
Oh my god.
That's 2.
That push by FaZe, they do get a trade out. But still, it's now a 1-kill game here for FaZe.
They just need to team shoot someone.
Here, but the only saving grace that Optic has this moment is they do have that shock rifle. Well, these members of FaZe, they can hide around tight corridors. They'd be happy. No one wants to charge suppress, even though they have a...
Oh my god, there it is.
FaZe Clan answer back. FaZe Clan collapse.
I thought that guy was going to get out.
Turn and are able to get that 50th kill. I thought it got scary when
they brought it back.
Double with the chain
They
damage
did it.
paired with Renegade's damage, and then all of a sudden slid into yard and got the third. I was like, oh no, but that one grenade that honestly killed the guy that was falling from yard, no shield, that trade is everything.
Yeah.
To give you what it should be a 48-47 game rather than a 49-46 game.
But I love the mixed aggressiveness from FaZe. Some teams, when they get in that position, they say, the other team has snipe or they have shock rifle. Turtle up for a little bit. And they just turtle and they never make a move from there. The correct play there is...
No, I haven't played Last Epic, and I'm not going to switch to Last Epic. I'm just waiting for PoE 2 to be good again.
Commit to something, right?
Because it'll happen. They'll figure it out.
Do we see the team that
Just
sits
a matter of
back
when.
often is the team that gets punished the hardest.
And how long it
and the team that
takes.
slips up and loses the lead. But FaZe Clan, we talked honestly at the start of the broadcast, we talked about this FaZe Clan roster and how strong they were at Slayers. Slayers, keep them in this series and bring them back to life here in the elimination bracket. Slayers tie this one up, and everybody knows Game 5's end.
Nope, neither one of us have watched The Rise of the Ottoman.
Always end in a Slayer. And wouldn't it be something if FaZe Clan can just figure out a way to get one of these objectives done and find themselves on Aquarius?
It's not even bad. What, PoE 2 0.2? It's like I think it's just significantly worse than it was, which is why it's hard for me to want to play it, because it's just a worse version of what they had.
Can FaZe Clan figure out a way to
it is sad. I don't really know what the thought process was for quite a handful of their changes.
Let's focus on the here and now. What we've seen from Optic Gaming on Oddball and on Livefire has been unbelievably impressive, I feel like, all tournament long. So this has got to be a strength for them. How do you feel about FaZe Clan's chances going into this map?
It's going to be tough. I mean, there's so many times where you see an individual on Optic, and it feels like they can turn any of those positions into a power position. Like Tower, they're over at Tower, and it can take so long just to flush out someone like Renegade who could be jumping.
I wonder if they knew it wouldn't be that well received. I feel like they'd have to. Like, I feel like there's no way they were caught off guard by the response. I think the in-game changes were largely positive, but everything they changed about the actual tempo of the game made leveling miserable. Truly miserable.
Side, though, you look over at FaZe,
and I think they had to have known that.
Clip we've had all weekend is
by far
that
clip of the weekend for sure. The fact that he pulls out the snipe as the guy's no shield just for bonus points. Oh yeah, that was awesome. That's something I would do, and then I would get yelled at for putting my snipe out as I missed that shot, and 2 one-shot guys just live. But Trippy, obviously we've seen the success he's had. The S7 is obviously going to be an extremely vital piece to the puzzle when trying to have success. And as we look at the stats for ball carriers, it's, you know what, the same 2 guys that we showed with the stronghold stats.
You know, always picking up that OBJ.
He's membership that guy.
One thing that's surprising here is Legend, 40% of the teams of all time doing so much OBJ work here. I mean, it's tough to choose who is going to be the OBJ player, or who's going to do majority of it on that roster. I don't know why I'm more surprised that it is Legend.
I think it's a player that plays as fast as possible and then is usually progressed on the map, especially if you're playing with the likes of Renegade and Bound. They're off usually doing side quests.
The build variety
map, but, I mean,
ain't great too. A lot of skills just feel useless and weak.
But it's probably like, yes.
I think there's more build variety this time around.
As that's going on.
Now the benefit and the downside
It's just everything is weaker across the board, so it might not feel that way. A really big problem is the loot. It's a fucking ARPG with no loot. Everything that drops is just trash, and the crafting is non-existent. It's just infinite gambling and praying.
Rotating and prepared to make those moves. However, if Legend is not in control of the ball, they're going to have to rely a lot on Lunchbox and crew to clear that path and know exactly where they do want to move that. But, you know, you have those pluses and negatives when you have so much time indexed on one player.
And being able to read the skill set and being able to read that in real time before you're a second late, because if you're a second late in Infinite, somebody's already in your face.
Yeah,
like,
it's too late. You have to be making the rotation before it even is the rotation. You almost have to be faking that rotation, saying, hey, I'm going to start going towards tower. All right, we're actually going towards tower now.
Right, and exactly. You have to lean towards that. But being able to, like, the skill set behind being able to read those situations just based off your screen, obviously, but the comms are more important because a lot
stream
of the time,
later tonight.
nothing's happening on your screen.
Probably,
as the ball
we'll see.
carrier. Nothing. You're listening and you're getting info that 3 are going this way and like so-and-so's been spotted going in this direction. So you're having to process all this information and make sure that
if I do stream
it's
again
your
later
responsibility
tonight.
that this ball doesn't end up. If we are to go
Yeah,
down,
I did.
this ball ends up in
It
a
was
contestable spot rather than you just gave them a full setup.
I didn't love it.
Anything positive we just had and had achieved.
I mean, it's worth at least checking out.
Alright, I'll watch it.
Good. I'm glad we got there.
We will have to see which one plays out here.
It's just me, or does it feel like this series is going a little slow?
It's just you, actually.
Okay.
It's just you.
It's running at a perfect speed.
And I know that this has been what feels like a long series already with
We're gonna run
what's taking place.
Eventually.
And it's going to be a disaster.
No, we're just going to be throwing shit out. Anytime it's too slow, we're going to be like, you win. Like, matches over, move on.
We'll have all kinds of shit on backup just in case of technical difficulties like a circus.
Finally, here in Game 3,
His
Oppo's
computer's
going
on
to make
fire,
sure
but
that
they
you
have
felt
3
like you
more
played
right
some
behind.
Game 3 and Game 4.
And they brought out the fucking motorcycles and the ball.
Yeah, you suppressed. Also, will be pushing towards the other side. Not seeing a
Exactly.
single player. I like this play by
Saw one of
suppressed.
those
Rather
for
than take the
sale,
long
yeah.
flank, he's like, I'm just going to join it right
Motorcycle
now.
or
We don't have to worry about any flankers, and we also
oh,
don't
that's
fight
hype.
against an even amount of
How much?
And it pays off.
A
He
few
forces
thousand.
Renegade to drop out
Figured
of
it was not a good
Renegade
idea
still
for
has
us
that
to
same
have
Renegade
that in
entry.
our possession.
Then
He's so tough to kill.
I don't know. Having a ball of death would be really cool.
Renegade's so
Maybe
good
it's
at whatever
still
he does at the start of games to end up in this situation so often. Doesn't hit that
What
shot
else am I
on the
doing
camera.
right now?
Doesn't matter. As all 4 players for FaZe Clan will go down,
Things reset
it will be a
recta.
member of Optic. Not only with camo, but one of them has snipe and one of them has the ball. This is a perfect start for Optic Gaming.
Yep, and it's going to be formal with the ball this time. Setting up his team. See if he's going to make a rotation or if he's going to play this in the back of tower if he receives.
Man, they are getting slammed right now.
Drop the ball and slaying.
How awesome is it right now that just two members of Optic Gaming are forcing all of FaZe Clan to have to rotate towards house. Meanwhile, the ball is cuts. Like, you would think that you could maybe leave these guys behind house, but Optic Gaming are too strong. They will figure out a way to flank you. Renegade now, as his teammates have gone down, it's his time to shine.
Wow.
Love this play by him. He leaves that player, cuts, gets the ball all the way to the tower, and this is an objective, efficient
Did we
play out
win?
of
Yeah,
Renegade,
we're in grand
who is
finals.
not
We
known
play
for
winner of this
special
series.
occasion, but this is an awesome way
Yeah,
of
it's
showing that you can adapt.
it's just with the technical difficulties, it's moving a little slow. That's all.
No longer for sale.
Someone bought the ball of death?
Or they pulled it down.
Nah. Surely someone bought it.
Surely he'll get some points eventually, but I mean, Renegade's still yet to die. Just 2 kills to his name, but his presence alone is a problem. Trippy can't get the last shot off as the body head with the snipe connects. Another body from Renegade. Another toe shot, we'll call it, but the job gets done.
Yeah, they're getting
FaZe
crushed.
get fully
Yeah.
put on a reset. And it's
Rough
a
round for
40-point lead
FaZe here.
40-point and Renegade still holding on to all this ammo. He eventually dies with that very first sniper of the game and only gives up 1 bullet.
A recipe for disaster if your FaZe Clan is letting Renegade live for that long with the snipe. The damage done is going to be difficult here in round 1 to overcome. Legend trying to play his life back pillars. He gets taken down. It feels like FaZe Clan have finally got some footing here in this first round, but what can they do with it? They still have reinforcements. Renegade is already off spawn in front towers. Such a fast player in order to get into that situation. Camo just went into the hands of Formal. No, Camo actually fell up in front. Formal not able to find that camo just yet, and as FaZe Clan start to win the fights over here, maybe they will be able to get this camo. Maybe they will be able to get a ball as well.
Okay, now
That's sweet. Thanks, Luna.
They have the camo. Ooh. They have ball control.
Well, they did.
I love that play from Falcade up until the point he got taken out. I love the point that he was such a factor in fighting for that camo and then just going straight for the ball pickup to make it as efficient as possible.
Oh, wow. He got melted.
Camo snipe. You more than one, in my opinion, to stop or come back in this game. And right now, being top middle, he gets caught out immediately. A good job by Optic to eliminate him, even though he caught the first player off guard. Wow. Penguin gets his head ripped off. Jesus Christ, Formal, what was that shot? The ball is being rotated, however, so even though 3 members of FaZe go down, they will have to slay again because of the rotation of this ball. It's beautiful by FaZe Clan.
But here's the thing is, Optic are aware of the situation. They know there's got to be somebody flanking through. Somehow they don't spot out Suppress. They eventually get the pick on him. But throughout this entire time, FaZe only had Sniper for that short little bit with Camel, getting that first pick. The rest of the time, they've been scrapping up time with this ball. Even if Optic are able to secure a few of these kills, they aren't in the perfect position to grab this ball. We don't even know exactly where the FaZe Clan spawns will be. I'm guessing it's going to be Big Door.
They're going to spawn. They should be spawning back house right now, and they will. And although FaZe Clan made this a 20-point game, it's going to be another 40-point game by the time FaZe Clan are able.
No, there's not many mouse and keyboard players in general.
Snipe in the hands of Formal, and all honesty,
it's almost entirely controller.
Formal miss with this snipe. You do not want to test it.
Yeah,
Wootum.
Doesn't
have to pay for it this time around. He is getting shot in the back. One player overextending towards green is suppressed.
Only one I know of.
Now stuck in really a difficult situation to deal with. FaZe Clan break the setup, but like I said, back to 40 points goes the score.
Yeah, that was just the benefit that Optic had in that situation where they were able to hold that ball so far away. We get them spawning all the way across the map, especially when you have something like Snipe. You can watch one whole lane of the map. The time is going to be racked up. Can FaZe answer? Can they close this gap a little bit? I mean, 35 points is almost a full setup time. So you almost need
Emus is pretty strong in this game. When I played it the other night, it didn't feel as strong as I remembered. But yeah, this,
Trippy both get taken down on the camo side of the map, so they do play
I
the
played
ball,
with controller for a game, which was disastrous. Yeah.
Immediately brought right back to tower.
And then I just went back to keyboard and mouse, which was better.
Balls are not all equal. If you do a play ball at the incorrect time, or you do a play ball and your team loses full control and no one's really there to guard that new play ball, they can just take that ball right back to tower or any of those positions.
100%.
So I did feel like there wasn't really an effective play ball from the FaZe side. We're at the 94-point mark. I don't see anyone from FaZe who can really stop this. That's going to be round 1 going in favor of Optic.
And in all honesty, a dominant round from Optic Gaming here in round 1. We said that they
got absolutely fucking crushed there.
That they are great at live fire no matter what the mode is, and this is where FaZe Clan need to find some momentum here. Bound taking his time, waiting for the grenades. Such a patient play. Knows they're coming in. Unfortunately, the second one is going to hit him no matter how patient he was. And at that
I like that play though. Most people look at that garage door, big door, and they say, nobody there, okay, don't gotta worry about it over here. And then all in 1 second, you found flying all the way towards that command door BR and able just to lay down shots in someone at pillars.
Yeah, how often does that work out? Probably pretty often. When the second you lack the, or you're given the information no one's there, you kind of overextend.
Playing a controller mandatory for him? Nah, but you do yourself a huge disservice if you play keyboard and mouse for Halo. Though I do wonder, because Halo being the game that it is, the community's always played on controller, I do wonder if someone from a mouse and keyboard game decided to actually invest time into Halo, if they would be able to be better than controller players. Because in Halo, they changed mouse and keyboard aiming, so you still do get like subtle aim assist is the wrong word for what you get in Halo Infinite, but you do still get some assist even on mouse and keyboard.
Ball time being racked up here for Optic, but they have to get these.
So I do wonder.
One dangerous part about this ball over at scoreboard or house is there's no real good way to play ball here. You have to slay out, or the other team gets that setup.
Renegade can't hit the no scope, and Falcon is able to finally take him down. Snipe is going to be out, however. This setup only lasts for 14 seconds for Optic, though, so a good job by FaZe to break it fairly immediately. Unfortunately, you don't get any of the S7 to play around. Not too much damage done here in round 2, and FaZe Clan will have control as 2 members are coming off respawn. How do they play this inside of the house setup, though, is the big question. We didn't see much of this at all in the first round.
Whoever wins this game,
staying alive for a long time here. Unfortunately, does a premature reload.
Just to speed it up.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Relaxing at the
I wouldn't be mad. Wouldn't be mad.
I was just like, something wrong, but no. Yeah, I thought enough time to take a hand off the wheel.
My heart sank as I thought something was going on. Just almost on him. You know, I kind of want a little bit more. says Formal. 28 points now and still climbing. Renegade forced the Quantum back towards green. He's going to have assistance from another player, but that leaves Formal by himself with the odd ball. I guess it did get rotated towards Big Door here, so that's massive to be able to play that ball if they are to lose this setup. But Falcon going down there tells me that Optic are going to be able to hold this setup potentially. Trippy and Suppress both getting back down from Renegade. He is everywhere on the map with that Quantum. A little bit of an overchow, but you'll take the damage done from Renegade here in that way.
Yeah, I mean, he's feeling himself too. He
FaZe got completely destroyed here.
Also get involved in this engagement. It's just such a challenging kill to kill someone like
I don't see how they could. It's yeah, it's looking pretty over for them.
Reach out at times to get that extra damage.
You never know. You never know when he's re-challenging you. You never know when he's relocating. It's such a difficult player to try and flush out of situations, especially when he's given the Quantum Translocator. So good luck if you're FaZe Clan. Luck is something that they're going to need. They're able to take down Legend. That's a good start to maybe a potential comeback here. It was a 40-point lead, but here come FaZe Clan. The 2 snipers in a row getting taken down, so Trippy opting not to go for that snipe, but able to win the battle against both of them there. That's massive for FaZe Clan as they still attempt to hold this setup, but can Penguin get near his ball carrier? Multiple players that have Optic are in-house, and they're coming for that ball.
Yeah, I mean, getting close to the ball carrier is important, without doubt. But the bigger story here on this one for FaZe is they're just getting outslayed too heavy to be able to compete with Optic here on this game. You look at a couple of these score lines, Penguin suppressed, -7, -9. They're just getting outslayed too heavy to make that up in objective efficiency. At some point, you have to get past a critical mass of kills to be able to go toe-to-toe with a squad like Optic.
Yeah, and when you think of a player like Suppress, it's traditionally the main slayer for this squad, so having maybe not his best game 3 so far, but there's a lot of time left.
They get some time on the ball, but it doesn't amount to anything because they just can't get any control.
That kind of worked out better. Yeah, because
they're getting fucking slapped.
Because it stays back tower, it's going to be a couple of seconds denied from Optic Gaming, but you still have Formal with Snipe to deal with. And in all honesty, if you don't break this setup right now on this push, you're going to have one more, or game 3 goes to Optic.
Yeah, and Optic just letting FaZe make their push, and FaZe taking a little too long with their push here. Eventually able to take out the ball carrier, but
oof.
All that traveling Trippy going all the way from green, all the way to sneaking towards front C to back tower just to receive no scope, and that's so frustrating because you take these right routes, you avoid these long sight lines, and in the end you still just get taken out by a no scope.
I mean, the worst part about it was you had Quantum, so if you get bodied, you're just Quantum back to your original place, but you got headshotted. Like, what do? Formal doesn't miss. That's not fair sometimes, Trippy, I'm sorry. But this ball's still in the hands of Optic Gaming. Need just 10 points, and then Penguin has to go. He feels the need to go back.
All right.
A triple or a double. Maybe it's a triple. And
Game 4.
Dominate. And I said dominate, Dave. Game 3 and take a 2-1 lead here in the elimination finals.
FaZe have their work cut out for them. I was trying to praise them before, saying that these FaZe boys, individually skill-wise, they're able to go toe-to-toe with Optic. They're able to win some of those individual fights, but some of the stars I'm looking for, and especially in the form of Suppressed, was not there exactly on game 3, was not able to match Optic, was not able to break through.
Optic probably takes it here. I think FaZe is a little cold after the reset.
Like they were a little bit closer. Game 3 felt like a bit of a blowout. You look at the power weapon control, look at the power up control. It was
we get the rematch in Grand Finals.
At all times they had Snipe.
Again.
It felt like they were in better position for the camouflages and whatnot. And that's what it looks like when Optic's getting power-ups. You might not be doing much with the camos, but at least they don't have them.
Yeah.
And when the second Optics start to get those power-ups, those power weapons, the second this series starts to get a little bit uglier, it appears.
Yeah, I mean, we even highlight a couple of those examples. You see Renegade off the start of each of these rounds, getting sniped, bringing it back towards tower, and being such a nuisance to kill. Whereas on the flip side, I feel like the limited amount of times we saw Sniper in the hands of FaZe, you saw a play like Trippy had like a camo snipe and was actually taken out after just getting that one kill. Like you said, one is
your
not
hair
enough
greasy?
when you have
Yeah.
Sniper and camo.
I need to shower.
Yeah, it's just so tough. You're trying to find that opening pick. You're trying to create a staggered respawn
No,
or
not
create
yet.
a 4-on-3 opportunity, but the second
Not
he
yet.
shoots that guy, he gets melted. It's great positioning from Optic to be close enough, but have different angles to be able to trade each other out. Optic's teamwork starting to figure itself out through the elimination bracket run they've on. And this is a product of the entirety of their LAN tournament here now. starting to figure it out along the way and play better and better every series. I believe that this is the best Optic we have seen, especially after that game 3, because this is the highest competition we have seen since them entering the elimination bracket. This FaZe team, I know that game might have looked easy for Optic, but there's not many teams that can do that to FaZe. And right now, they're going to be backs against the wall, tournament life on the line, Fortress Assault in their hands.
You know, you talked about that entire game, how often Optic were able to get control of that sniper. If that same story happens here on Assault Fortress, I foresee Optic just closing the series out 3-1. However, if you can see someone
fill
like
up my water before this, or before I come back.
Sounds good.
I'll be right back. You hold it down.
Oh, I'll do it. You hold it down. I'm trusting you.
Optic Assault, looking at the leaders for the KDs on this side, and it's Renegade and it's Bound, and it's probably the two last guys you want in your base on a map like Fortress to try and
Showers
flush
are
out, because
overrated.
these guys,
No, I love shower.
we talked about how good they are at staying alive,
shower
like in
every day.
places that they shouldn't. Well, Fortress is a map made for players like these two right here.
Yeah, they are going to be doing some nasty work.
Not
over at
much.
that
What's up with you? I am
Both these teams
fighting demons over here. If I just plop down on this floor, I would pass out right now, and I don't know why.
That could set the tone for this game. We're
Can
going
you
to see
show
what
us
goes
your
on with
shower
that initial
routine?
OS, those initial snipes.
Only part that matters
Would
is
we try to
cheeky
make
so
any initial
baby.
push for a bomb arm, or are we going to try to set the tone of this game? Outslay for a little bit, get them on the back foot.
Why are we so tired? I truly have no idea. I've been sleeping well. I've been feeling good.
In round 1.
Slept like ass last.
They are now
no,
one
I
game
slept well,
away
but
from
feel
a
like ass
grand
today.
finals appearance, a rematch against Shopify, someone they
No,
have been
should play
battling
Split
all
Fiction. We
off
started
season
Split
long for the
Fiction. I
number
don't know if you
one
ever
seed,
posted
and,
that video.
They want their
Him and I
revenge.
started
They
it. We
can
did the first like 2 hours,
that
and then
revenge
we
and
never hopped back on.
game away. Can you put FaZe Clan to bed? Can you send them packing and focus on a championship? Neutral Bomb Assault with
You
2
never posted
SFs
it?
and Overshield on the
Damn.
map, and FaZe
Did
Clan
I
on the
get you
ropes
sick?
right
No,
now.
I'm not
Let's
sick,
see
Danny.
how
Well,
Formal
knock on
treats
wood.
the kickoff of this map for.
Renegade getting the first
How are you
pick
feeling,
on the
Danny?
Valcade with the snipe. See where he decides to move from there, and that's going to be 2 picks. That's also going to be OS in the hands of
Any
Bound.
Easter plans? You're looking at
First
them.
2 kills
I
going
went
to
over
favor
and had
Optic.
brunch with my
Can
family
they
today.
make anything more of it?
Renegade not missing with Snipe. Hadn't been all weekend long right now.
Pretty
And
not
that body
great.
shot
Oh,
on the
yeah.
player and Suppressed had the FaZe Clan Snipe. So FaZe Clan Snipe now also in the hands of Optic Gaming. I believe it's Formal and
Like
Renegade.
he's
Worst case
sick of
scenario
Camp
if you're
losers to
FaZe
the
Clan with
Panthers. Yeah, I'll
Snipes
puke.
and Formal is at your base. You have so much to worry about. These side wins are so difficult. The bomb is going to be underneath, not being able
Tell
to
you a
play.
secret about
Interesting
Charlie.
grab there from Trippier FaZe, because the bomb was already up to what, like, let's say 15 seconds before resetting, and they tossed a little bit.
I don't know. He's a nice guy.
They
You
want
never
this just
guess.
to buy a little more time in their courtyard, or if they want this to reset in the bomb center, but I feel like
All right.
We're
waking up.
Either one.
Yeah.
The fact that they just got a touch there means that they're bringing in. That's gonna be 2 down. That's Formal's go sign to go take over the VR side and spawn FaZe over at the elbow.
He's got no
Formal was
armpit
gonna snipe
hair,
you suppressed,
Charlie.
but he'll
I
let
think
Renegade
Charlie
do
has
it this
armpit
time.
hair.
He's going to get the bomb. He's going
Does
to be
he
able
not?
to gain the lead.
Do you have
I believe
armpit hair?
Nobody on FaZe Clan looks like they're in any position. And we warned you, FaZe
Oh, I
Clan,
thought you were
if
gonna say
give
I
them
should.
those snipes, bad things will happen.
Nice.
Only 2 members from FaZe at the start of this game.
Do you just
Penguin
like the
Trippy
feeling
able
of
to secure a kill.
smooth armpits?
Just not
Well, it
able to
helps
find
take
the
away
safety
some of the
zone
sweat.
up the sight lines.
That's fair.
When you get stuck
When
in
it's
the
not
pocket,
furry.
It can be so difficult. Able to eventually take out Formal and grab the snipe. Can they do anything with those last couple bullets, though?
But it's a 1-0
Oh,
lead.
hairy
Everything
man. I'm a
from
hairy
Optic
man.
into play from the lead. from
Yep.
now on.
My
We've
armpits
seen
are
how
crazy
long some of
hairy,
these Fortress games have been throughout the offseason. Sometimes it ends 1-0, and now Optic Gaming get the comfort of playing with that lead. The pressure, building on FaZe Clan with their backs against the wall. This cannot feel good, and it definitely doesn't feel
Man,
good.
they are
The
getting
Legend is running away
fucking
with this
smoked.
Yeah, Legend bringing that OS
God
towards
damn.
the basement.
Yeah, they're getting
Forcing each other's
rolled.
melees, but still
Holy.
on a killing
Can't
spree.
let
That's
him do
3
that to you.
He almost did it to him.
Almost got that.
That kill from Valcade
We'll see if that is enough pressure relief to stop this arc.
Alright, I'll hold it down.
I'll hold it down. They had a really good time with me, so you gotta make sure they're entertained.
No, you're right. I'm on it.
Good job. They've already found 2 of them. One of them is going to have to kill this player backstairs. He's able to do just that. 4 go down again. And Bound in the arming circle is going to guarantee a 2-0 lead. What you thought was going to be 12 minutes might be 3, Dave.
Yeah, I was going to say we're about to see a lot of Halo being played. We talked about games 3 and 4 going the distance. I don't see much distance in here. This might be a sprint, Wes.
Neither one of these feels like long games right now. Snipes are coming up. The saving grace may be some potential, but look at Renegade's position behind enemy lines. The Suppress now he's here. Suppress is going to have to hit a shot. You're going to have to hit a shot, but your tournament's going to get over. Renegade can't quite finish him yet. Oh, no, shots were missed, and Renegade will have the FaZe Clan snipe once again on their backstairs.
Gotta be sniping, and yes, you ideally would like the BR or Armory.
Shopify playing in the LTA right now? Are we?
If you have a sniper, just as good. Takes.
Oh, you're right. I didn't know we played again today.
Listing random champions.
Some of these Twitch names, I don't. No, we can't say those.
Some of these guesses have many more than 10 champions.
Yeah.
Is Ludge still there?
So they're happy to trade out a couple kills there. Optic now have Spiral side, and they just have to let a couple kills flow in, especially from Brown, supporting from tower side, and then they can start the arm. Penguin panicking, fighting against his former teammate.
Oh my God.
Renegade clutches it up and starts the arm.
That's game. That's game. That's series. That's match. Go home, FaZe. Optic Gaming. Oh, the nade comes through, but Bound is there, and they let him know about it. Optic Gaming.
That was a fucking slaughter. All right. Rematch in grand finals. We play Optic again. Alright, during the break, I'll watch some LTA.
63% win rate there on it. Impact has played for a
Let me swap
long
categories
time. I
real
wonder
quick.
if it's even like the modern Galio, if it's like old Galio, or you know. So who knows? But we are in the game. We are kicking it off. 3rd game of the day here. 2nd day of Super Week. We are here on a Sunday. Remember, we're going to be back tomorrow as well for more games.
Hey, we got Alistar and Rumble again.
Round out the positioning phase here.
I'll see you there or here.
That's true. There and here.
In the future, in the same location though. Well, we'll see what goes on in the early game here, because Palafox is heading down with the duo lane.
Yeah, maybe just...
There is a ward, so they went for the early ward in Brush.
Good luck, have fun. Round 2. Who won the first game? Was it a tie?
It's whoever got out of the broken lobby first. Whoever got all of their players
Whoever's
out.
top 4, according to the graphic.
Well,
so it's 11.
Yeah, we won yesterday.
Is the combined record of
So now we're playing Team Liquid
Thieves versus Lion, Shopify, DSG, and Dig. Not a win on the board yet, and we are getting down.
Did you know we play today in the LTA as well?
Games remaining, and some of those are going to
Yeah, we're playing Team Liquid right now.
Teams, of course. This is the closeness stats, though. This is what I was talking about.
It just started. We're looking really good, though.
Very, very close here. Even late
Yeah,
into the game.
Optic already won.
27 minutes in.
It was a sub 3-minute game.
FlyQuest, about 30-ish minutes, 29 minutes, whatever. They were actually still up gold. They had that one kind of swing back where they were able to get a slight
Did you
advantage,
see us yesterday in the
but they weren't able
LTA?
to close out any of those games. They're
We looked
running out of
good.
chances, so we'll see if they're going to be able to do it here against
I saw a
CL.
piece of it.
I forget.
All right.
Fudge had a take that made everybody mad.
He said Asian food was better in Australia than it was in Asia.
Alistar before Alistar can do anything about it.
Although I have heard that
Core is definitely a really flexible player. It's always interesting because
basically every Australian.
I have actually heard the same thing.
A lot about how you know you like him more on a gauge champs and how important
Yeah, I
it is
think
for the
Melbourne
team, but it's not
specifically,
because
right?
he
Because
can't play the
Melbourne's
other
like a
styles,
melting
because
pot.
He's been so core to what TL needs.
And luckily for him, Nico is both a lane dominant poke champ as well.
We're
as
playing
a
pretty
engage
much
champ
the exact
for
same
them
comp
later.
as
So you can
yesterday.
be that main shot caller.
Impact just went in there and actually missed on the E, so doesn't proc the aftershock, misses out on the spell damage, and then takes a lot of damage there from Fudge on the return.
That was
with
my
Conqueror.
other
And this
thought.
is kind of what happened when Whippo was playing the Rumble against
It's very
Licorice.
non-specific
Licorice went in for an
to say
aggressive
we have
E,
better
Licorice
Asian
kind of
food than
backstep
Asia.
and then overheat and really run him down.
leaves
So Impact definitely has to be
such
careful.
a
Even though
wide
you do
variety.
get prio in this
That's
matchup,
fair.
you have the magic damage shield. There's all these nice little things. You have great wave clear. if you overstep, you can get punished.
Definitely can. We saw it in that game. It was brutal too because Licorice also flashed at the end.
That would be
and,
big.
Losing the flash, critical in that matchup. Impact here, hitting that justice punch.
Eek.
Going to be able to.
Yeah, it's
nice
Galio for you.
There. Fudge actually really low, so will likely be going back to bases. Jan is in
Wait.
a lot of trouble. Jan almost just gets ran down. His Contracts made an early trip down towards.
Hey, that's a good start.
See the start of that, but we can see missing
But the
flashes
fear
for
got
sales.
him.
Yeah, putting a little dick in
and
it.
the ignite was used, and the flash
Putting
off
some
of
stank on it.
B-Boy.
You
They
fucking
do
smell
get the
me?
summoners off Jan, but he lives, and now Fudge
Oh,
has
yeah.
to be around.
Fudge is
Can
dead
they
for
set
sure.
this up?
Oh,
Umpty
yeah.
is up here. He is level 4. Fudge
Does he know?
cancel the recall.
They need Umpty to tank the tower because he can drop it with his W, so then they can
Maybe
finish
not.
off
Maybe he
Fudge.
outplays
Here
him.
we go. We're going to see if Umpty can start it up. He is going to pull
That's
out
a really
nice
good flash.
Avoids the taunt. They're going to be
Come
going
on.
back in, and
Nah.
Fudge does get knocked down, and they get out. Contracts now, though, can
It's
thread
okay
the Hex
because
Flash.
we're
They
gonna
can
get
double
something
Hex
out
Flash
of it.
over the wall
Yeah, there's
here.
gonna be double
Are they
flash.
gonna actually go for the double Hex Flash play and look for one
This is gonna
on
be
APA.
interesting.
APA is playing respectfully, though. He's playing up towards the top side.
Come on.
I think he would have
There's
to be
minions.
below the tower for him to go for it, but they're going to go anyway. Nice flash out, responding to the play from APA. Now Umpty
Oh
is
no!
here.
I'm gonna be honest.
That's pretty spicy.
You don't like that
from
one?
I don't like that one. I don't like that one.
Now Umpty going in on contracts.
Yeah, I don't know what we saw there.
By Umpty.
Oh my
And
god.
Palafox jumped
What
low
the
as well. He's gonna be
fuck?
sent back to base. This is an amazing start for TL.
And an amazing start for Umpty on Nefiri. He had a pretty good game
Shit.
last
Yeah, I don't know what we were smelling there.
You know,
Yeah.
Nefiri game last time around.
Because it's not like Azir's flash was down or anything. They knew that.
2 early kills.
This
on
is, I mean, he's
champion.
not gonna
You can go
not
insane.
flash.
It's a very cheap early item.
I was
You can rush it,
not
and then you
smelling
will
what they were
dominate
smelling.
at grubs. You will
Yeah.
dominate.
Multiple senses.
Yeah. Very cheap. So is the champion because you see there, used very easily. You use your first Q, and then he W's to get all the bonus damage for the second one that has all the execute.
Bro's never
And
played
this is
League.
always
What?
you have to think about
2
as a
flashes
jungler.
for 1
If you're
flash
gonna
and a
gank
death?
mid,
I also-
especially if you did not full clear and you're only level 3.
Whoever
you
said
don't
that
gank mid and you're
does
soaking
not make
tower
plays
shots,
like this.
You have
Pro
to worry
League
about
is
your
the
pack
most
afterwards
unlike
because the
actual
enemy
League.
jungler
It's just such a different
showed
game.
top.
It is a
They
100%
successful
different game.
dive on your top laner. So Umpty very intelligently moves over to counter after the long
But you're right, I don't play
attempted
League much
play from
anymore.
Shopify towards mid lane. And yeah, you know, it's cool to do a double hex flash, but like you were saying, they actually took a long time to do that play. And this is one of the things with Shopify. Sometimes when they decide on a play, they take a very long time to actually do it, especially some of these early game ones, and it leaves an opportunity for some of these top 4 teams to then punish the play afterwards.
Yeah.
Umpty did just that, and we'll
Galio
see
is always
if
one of
they're
those
able to get the
champions,
Nefiri under
I feel
control
like,
afterwards.
APA scrapping
where
pretty well here with Palafox.
he
I think
can
it comes
buy
out on
more
top
defensive
as
items than you and
Core
still
JJ
out
going to be
there.
able to interrupt the recall there.
He's always
Great
been like
ulti
that,
from
even
AP.
before the
Just
rework.
hit 6
Always makes me
as
upset.
Contracts comes in here, and again, it is Umpty in the area. Contracts now down a level, is going to be in a tough spot if he actually runs into Umpty in the jungle. And Umpty's going to be over the wall there, going to be able to take this down very quickly. So Contract's not likely to be able to get any of the camp whatsoever, besides maybe a mini Krug, but not even that likely. And Contract's going to get pushed out of his own jungle. And at the same time, the root landing there from the Nico, not able to finish off Palafox. He does flash back. I'm
That's
assuming
big.
Core JJ
I
entered as a
think you
minion or
just
something there
walk
because he
away
didn't
here,
flash. Was able to get
He
the root
wants to
down,
get some of the
or able to
wave,
push
but
down
yeah.
Palafox. And TL are just winning out everywhere because Umpty steals the jungle, goes over to the grubs here. They win out in mid lane. They push out Fudge in top lane. They're winning bot. This is looking so good from TL.
Yeah, and Contracts knows, you know, this Nefiri champion, Shopify were ones with really high priority on it early in the
Do we
split,
have ALGS
running 2
today?
games of it, and he was the one going for all these invades.
I have
he
no
knows
idea.
to definitely give respect. And here we go. There's the minion Core JJ. He gets in line. He's actually kind of doubles up with the other range minion there, but it's fine because it gets all the way up and hits the root. So we talked about, all right, Core JJ, first game of on-stage Nico, and so far, it's looking like a
Completely
8 out of 10.
well. Knows he can turn into a minion. That's another check.
Yeah, looks good.
Yep. Check.
You know, the cool ones are always when people have, you know, playing against some sort of champion that has a champion-only interaction, and then you turn into a minion
Dodge an ulti.
when they try and trade on you, or, you know, to
Those are
use their
prime
runes
nicks.
that only proc on champions. because the game really does count you as a minion for the purposes of like runes and items and champion kit interactions when you do that. So it's always cool to see those little things used with the kit.
I've seen it against like Sejuani ult and stuff, which doesn't hit on minions. You can turn into a minion, just flies right past you, and you can actually turn into the Nefiri dogs, the little dogs as well.
Yeah, just go walk around.
Just walk around with Umpty. Yeah, we'll see if he can blend in.
One
if
of the
pack accepts him, or if he'll be rejected. Contract's going to be able to try to take down the big raptor there.
It's hard to catch chicken. So I have spent some time on a farm, and it's kind of fun to like wrangle them, you know, go around trying to chase them. I've been there, Contracts. You know, that chicken's those things are slippery.
Oh, APA going to get tagged from downtown by B-Boy. Palfox not getting that much damage off of with it though.
But they did hit everything.
They
so
did
that's
hit
cool.
everything. That's a plus.
Accurate.
Yeah.
Oh.
Caught that chicken.
Oh, that was close.
A lot of Zelda
like
games where you have to go catch chickens, but
that's true. So old Zelda games, goated.
Very, very goated. Meanwhile, we got to check back in on this Nefiri that got such a strong early lead. I mean, it's over 1,000 individual gold lead for Mr. Umpty, and once he goes back to spend, I believe he's just saving up enough gold to just one-shot the Eclipse by. So just finish up clearing his bottom side, and then after you reset, his next reset, he will come out prowling and just looking to fight anyone on the map. So will be a scary time there for Shopify. They're gonna have to give over some priority.
Like right now, he's like one of those cute Pomeranians, but he's gonna come back like a giant Rottweiler or something, you know? A lot more intimidating.
Yeah, we play grand finals. We're playing Optic again.
Pomeranian.
We're just on break.
Yeah, no, bad experiences. Pointy teeth.
Yeah, they can
Thanks,
be
Yusuf
dangerous too, buddy.
Ethan.
He still has not gone back to buy, so he doesn't care. You know, gonna go finish up the or at least start up the dragon.
If they get challenged though, because Contracts is coming over, and Contracts actually has more combat stats right now, even though Umpty is like over 1,000 gold ahead because he has bot. And they are going to be looking for this. They are going to get pushed back by the Shock Blast. Doesn't connect. Seos has been chunked out quite a bit, though. And now TL looking like they have a pretty good angle. Contract's going to whip on the ulti. And it's going to get poked down. And that should be enough to gain TL the Dragon. Nice attempt from Shopify, but can't find an angle.
And so I'm looking at Umpty's gold the entire time. He has 2,000 gold in inventory while that fight is going on.
They tried.
Yeah, if
that Poppy
the
ult hits,
Poppy
I think
ult
they
does
can
not hit
challenge.
anyone, that is your biggest tool for this dragon fight. So as they're like walking back towards the tri-brush and the annoying slow from the dragon attack is going off, Shopify cannot contest it there. And now, not only did he get Eclipse, but his tier 2 boots, crazy cooldown reduction as well for this champion. Biggest power spike.
Have you seen that champion before?
No question about it.
It's fucking brutal.
He's definitely looking strong. Does have the ulti available here. Fudge is going to be spotted out. Looks like Umpty wants to try to get in there. We'll see if he can actually take him down in the 1v1 and how heavily he's going to commit to it. Impact trying to get in there. They are able to force out the flash immediately. And Fudge trying to run, but not long for this world. Going to be taken by the winds of war.
It's a very scary champion.
The feet of warfare. Impact grabs it, but it's Umpty doing all the heavy lifting.
Yeah. When we knew, as soon as he
sorry to hear
back,
about that secret.
A bunch of money. Okay, another
it'll feel better soon.
Chunk there in mid lane too, but nice stuff there from Umpty. Immediately,
to be honest,
using
looking
his
rough.
power spike before the grub.
It's not.
It just takes one swing.
It does just take one big swing.
Six-pack. Unless Contracts wanted to blast Cone over, smite one, and then flash out, which would be a high
big bada boom.
just to then
Hey,
the full 6 grub.
you're onto something.
Plus,
no fucking ZD.
Hey, don't waste it. You have to be sparse with it.
And TL with this ginormous lead centered on the Nefiri.
That's a good idea.
6 scrubs when you are already behind feels so tough to play into because it's so difficult to actually defend the towers. Then all of a sudden they're getting more plate gold as well. And Fudge up here on that top side has no flash, so has to play pretty safe. Impact down towards that bottom side has the Hollow Radiance completed, so now your wave clear is really
winding up the
strong.
punch.
Going to be going in, does hit the taunt, not the Justice Punch, but going to get a nice little chunk down anyway. And as you see, you can kind of just like insta-kill the waves with your passive because you get that Nice little pop that does come out from the Hollow Radiance. But I feel like TL have just done such a good job of preempting any plays, because every time I feel like we see Seos on the screen, he's getting rooted by CoreJJ and he's losing half his health.
Oh god!
Like you just don't even want to try to go for these engages. And now down towards this bottom side is going to get eyes on Palafox, but won't commit to it. Contracts is coming in now, but he doesn't have eyes on it.
Oh, big save!
On the dash, he's trying to get back towards the tower. Impact's actually tanking.
That's looking nice. Oh, huge! Wait, that Ashe ult?
We said we just need an opportunity.
You're right. They opened the door! Oh, we love bitching the door!
in retreat, but they did not.
That's good. We even got flash out.
He was hugging the wall there, stayed out of vision for so long.
That was huge. That Ashe ult was beautiful.
Really
I don't want to be too greedy.
No, that is a little too greedy.
Also,
getting the flash out there is really nice.
To ensure they can get at least one of those shutdowns. It's desperately needed. It does not equal a comeback or anything like that, but it was certainly desperately needed to slow down the control that TL have built here. So much welcome golds, and Contracts does have at least the Sundered Sky done, but still no boots and still going to be in the hole quite significantly.
Have you seen the 99-year-old Florida man who lifts 3 hours a day? I think so, right?
Maybe we will see some.
Didn't we watch that guy on stream?
Gold to press W.
It does not, but gold does help because then you get more cooldown reduction and you can press W more often. So then you have more chances at good ones.
You got me. But APA going to be pushing down here on this bottom side, just trying to work away at this tower. We can see this replay one more time.
Yeah, so as you say, you know, he's hugging the wall coming down, and Umpty just wants to use his giant lead. So he's like, as soon as I see somebody, I'm going to go in. And Impact was trying to follow up on the play, so that's why he was just walking straight.
Oh wow, they've got some crazy angles here. What the fuck?
Like a dramatic reenactment.
Yeah, that was cool. It's like a machinima.
Even the Ashe arrow in mid lane that did not result in a kill or anything.
There you go.
Accurate.
Second one did. Scaling. Nicely done. And
B-Boy hitting some nice arrows.
Actually even died had Impact not picked up tower aggro there. But
yeah.
Just a little bit of
don't mind if I do.
Walking through a little bit early because you don't expect the Poppy to be there, and you pull.
Oh, here comes another one.
Ashe arrow is
oh!
Flashes and gets caught regardless. Can Contracts find the
was that a 17-second stun? Holy shit!
What the fuck?
Ask and you shall receive.
We were just asking for it.
It's an Easter miracle.
What the fuck? We just said we'd like one.
It's like he can hear us.
Wow.
Gets one and got the flash. Like,
holy shit.
Superhero,
if we do that enough, I want Riot to have to investigate us for cheating.
Yeah, that was fucking awesome, actually.
So I need confirmation. Is Hawkeye actually a superhero, or is he just a regular dude that's very accurate?
Guy with a bow.
We even caught the Azir flash for that, too. That's awesome.
No. I always kind of saw him as a superhero.
I will say flashing in a straight line is
like a mediocre power.
Yeah.
How about
it was just a panic. He didn't quite go in a straight line, but it was a panic, yeah.
Anyways,
Wait, this is looking spooky. I'm not gonna lie to you.
No, we have TP. We can team fight this.
Getting threatened from Contract, not gonna go over the wall. Seos getting chunked down.
That's a great rumble ult there from Fudge.
But they're able to get out of it
Finish.
quickly.
Yes.
Yep, we got Dragon. That's big.
Just a little bit of poke and get out. They've got a big.
Oh!
Okay.
That's big shutdown gold.
Interrupting the dash, bursting down empty before he can get into the W. This
Holy.
is a series of good plays here from Shop.
Do we have eyes?
Now with the Dragon, it is really feeling like a bit of a comeback.
Wow, that was really nice.
Just ulting in and instantly jumping out.
I liked that. Oh, show me the replay.
Yes, please.
Can you show me from under?
Oh yeah, do like a 360
Let
cam.
me see the Dragon's POV.
The aftermath. Like, it's only after the ult hits.
What did the Dragon see?
Here's another look at it. So the Rumble ultimate gets them so much room here. Fudge and Palafox push them off.
Fudge is pretty much the whole reason why that went so well.
And then the jump here is crazy.
The interrupt does come from Seos with the Q on Alistar, and then Palafox, wham, bam, double hammers there from him and Contracts. They're able to get the kill and just take
great
down
job, boys. Way to pull it back.
Way to bounce back.
Once again,
it was looking scary for a minute there. Do we get this?
Anyone else is here, he's going to get the tower. Nice knockback, trying to summon up his own passive tower to survive.
Oh god.
No, he gets that. Trade it. Alright, good. The trade's fine. Nice.
But a nice 1-for-1 there from Palafox. It does cost him his flash, though. On the other side, we'll see if Shopify do want to try to force this Herald. They're definitely thinking about it.
Yeah, they
We're gonna
have
to do it
numbers for a
fast
very
because they're
small
taking tower.
window here. And it looks like they are still going to use the extra numbers to start up the objective because Umpty is split pushing in. Nefiri wants solo tower gold here. Umpty wants to retake the throne of being mega fed.
Later died, I'll do it myself.
There you go. I mean, they got the first turret, and they're going to be able to get secondary one. This one is just really, really big for individual gold.
Contracts can't do this though. He has no one helping him at all, and Impact's coming in now. The teleport going to be coming in to join.
It's not a bad call though.
Teleport coming in here. Yeah. TP not going to be jumped on as he does arrive.
There we go. Get in, get out. Get Herald. Nice and easy.
Quickly though, trying to do something about it, but just can't actually find any exit kills.
We're getting some good objectives now.
We've got eyes. Get the tier 2 bot though, and that is a lot of gold. You can see their gold lead back up to almost 3K as Seos gets incredibly low there. We'll be able to limp away to safety. But TL are pushing mid lane now too.
We are losing towers for this though.
They did get a lot of real estate.
Yeah, we are losing towers for this.
But I want to see him turn into the mini dog. Like
wants to be the pack leader, you know?
Yeah. So the only problem with that strat is like, if the enemy team already knows the Nefiri is fed, then they're probably
I missed.
Oh, nice sidestep. A Contract's going over the wall and going to get
good
the
catch.
JJ. I don't think he has a way out of this one. Contract's tough start, but able to battle.
We're getting good picks.
2-1 and 2 now on the Poppy, finding some really good plays as it's a great punish onto Core JJ.
It certainly is. Let's see.
We also have a really good scaling comp.
Like he's artillery from the middle of the map.
This could be tough. Yon does have the killer instinct, so if Impact can land any CC onto Fudge, Fudge is likely to fall, but Yon is saying, you know what, I can't actually spend the time because mid lane is already having that wave crash, so they call off the play. Fudge is able to recall.
Here we go, we get a tower for this.
And maybe not. Crashing mid, so Shopify moving around the map here very well.
They got 2.
They're rotating, yeah. You can see them starting to posture there on the mini map for it.
I've got to be respectful of the power that they still have.
I like to look
especially because the deep wards in their jungle do see B-Voy.
I don't remember if Nefiri's like really strong scaling or not, but Azir's nasty in the late game.
From the previous play, so they don't have that one to come through. And TL on the push back,
they're
actually going to be the ones with the priority.
There's no way we've played 3
Shopify get close on some objectives there, and they get the tower low. TL keep getting a lot of tower gold very, very quickly here. It was outer bottom, secondary bottom, now outer top as well. And that's doing a lot to fund this gold lead that you see on screen.
The Apex boys are playing too. Oh my god. There's too many options.
We're everywhere.
See the opportunity was that first item there for Palafox, and now has that Muramana completed, so going to be definitely ramping up the poke damage here. But APA also finishing his Leandry, so a lot of key items now coming through as we're kind of hitting that 20-minute mark, and a lot of these champions are completing their second one.
Yep, getting a little dicey here as the Hex Tech Dragon will arrive. Early arrival, definitely huge benefits here to TL, especially if they get Core JJ in place first. The tricky Nico, and it looks like they're going to fight over the crap first. They do get the Smite win. Umpty there gets Smite win originally. Contract's pretty close, and the rest of the squad here revealed.
It looks like Contracts is going in towards that Force of Nature second. Shopify posturing pretty aggressively here with the Herald, but we haven't talked much about the AD carries. Yon has just been so incredible for TL throughout Split 1 as well as Split 2, and B-Boy on the other side, also a real threat, someone that gets a lot of credit from his competitors, from the other pros in the league. And these two guys are definitely threats to take over the game, even though it has been a relatively quiet early game. You've always got to respect the skill that these two players have.
Yeah, especially with the accuracy of the Ash arrows so far. I don't think we've seen B-Boy miss one yet. Impact on the bottom side.
Impact looking here for Fudge. Fudge going to be able to overheat, though, and B-Boy's coming in. Impact's now sectioned off from the rest of the team. Impact going to flash away, but Fudge is there to follow.
That's a good catch.
He's stunned up, and he is knocked down. APA pushing for the tier 2 mid. I think TL just got to bail out.
Yeah, I think they're just going to give Dragon to take tier 2.
He is by himself, and Palafox is liking his odds in this fight. You can see that Core JJ as well as Yon are on the side, but they do lose the tier 2 mid for
we just have to give up T2.
Still an
that's still fine, I think, right? I think that's still fine.
And it is the Dragon going to Shopify.
Yeah, I mean, TL, they still, like you say, get the towers here. They're getting so much tower gold in this game so quickly. And secondary Dragon doesn't do a whole lot for you right now. So it's really going to be about, can Shopify get you know, some sort of kill, some sort of pick for themselves, another good Ash arrow or something like that, to try and even up Wait a second.
No.
APA is here. Can they actually find the play?
Oh god, the CC.
So much, but he's going to try to get out of there. We'll see if he can actually do it. The equalizer gets
Nah,
shot,
the
but
ult,
not really
ult
the
didn't
right
land
way.
where
At
it
the
needed
same
to,
time,
really.
APA knocks down Contracts. He was just
He tried to put
free-firing
the
the
zero
whole
off, but
time.
he was
With
able
the
to still
lethal
just
tempo
stay
is
there and
here.
just piss
They
out
kinda
shit.
overcommit onto Umpty, but at the same time, Palafox takes down the tier 1, and he's pushing on the tier 2 bot.
Exactly. They're doing this WoW split push.
That's gonna be rough.
Otacon will be the focus for Team Liquid.
Yeah, but giving up Otacon for it.
Wants to finish bottom tower first, then we'll see.
Oh, B-Boy in a lot of trouble. Yon goes in with the killer instinct. In comes Impact. Can he get the follow?
Oh, we live too? That's nice at
It doesn't
least.
have the flash because of that earlier dragon play. It is going to mean, though, Otacon should go their way as Umpty just slowly but surely knocking this down. As long as you're actually dodging out on the
We all
abilities.
just 5 minutes teleport on
Otacon. Wait, you're cooking.
They wouldn't understand what's
really
happening.
Punishing. You just dodge the orbs, and then for the GA, you step outside of that kind of AoE zone. They do get an eyes on it right at the very end, but not before it is knocked down. And now the GAs have been claimed by TL.
All right, let's see how they can use them, because there is not going to be a large neutral objective on the map for another minute and a half here in the Baron, and they're going to have to force something. I think, Contracts and Palafox versus Team. Wait a second.
Palafox in a lot of trouble now, trying to retreat.
Big Ash arrow.
Nails another arrow here. Core going to be blocked for there by Umpty, but yeah, Palafox and Contracts actually dead even as a duo against TL, which is pretty impressive, because of how strong TL has been over the years. But this duo has really,
you know how
the
the Otacon buff works they just got?
And, when Shopify grabbed them, they were really looking at Contracts as Palafox as these guys that
So
were
they changed it a little bit.
plays
You still don't get full gold or anything, but you get a little more than you used to when you kill them.
Because I know what it was like 100.
Off of the back
Or
of
is
a
it
couple
still
of
100?
these. Plus the
I actually don't remember what it was. I think it was.
Now
I think it was
we're still
100.
looking at this Guardian Angel effect. These
200
revives in the hands of
Yeah, I
Team
just can't remember if it
Liquid.
was 100 or
It
not.
is very
I think it
different now.
was.
You don't want to just give them away because
We're here
it
for
still is a
SR.
substantial
Everybody's
amount.
gotta
With the
read my
200
shirt.
plus the permanent stats that you're going to give over. So
We
you
own
can't be
SR.
as reckless.
God
but you
damn
still
right.
do want to force. So you're kind of looking at, will Core JJ get
Oh,
some
big
sneaky
steal.
playoff? Shopify have to be very careful for this next little
I always
window
fuck with that.
of counting minions and looking for any of these pathways, because TL Vision is fully
pound of flesh.
complete coverage right now.
Man, their
He's
gold
so
lead though
scared
is
with
so
the vision
rough.
coverage of TL plus the Nico on their team.
Yeah, they
I mean, when you have those GAs, you don't want to be too
have not
crazy,
been
but you
able
do
to
want to be a
cut into that.
little crazy, right? Like you want to.
Like we've been doing fine on
just the right
objectives for the
amount,
most part,
just enough
but
spice there
it's just
is we're
not
touching in
enough
on
to make
Yon,
up
who
for the
is doing
gold
this full
deficit
AD
right
build
now.
that we've already seen from him before, and it's kind of catching on quite a bit. It's not still as popular as the Rage Blade and the kind of into the AP, but this full AD build does scale very well, and the Kathian Rain does a ridiculous amount of damage if you can get an isolated Q on someone. You ult into the back line. If they are isolated, they're pretty much just dead. The Q does a
big poke.
amount of damage once it is evolved in your full
Teach
AD.
'em a lesson.
So we'll see if they can find those types of plays later on. B-Boy, as we've already touched on, looking pretty strong, but Contract's going to get a good chunk here down onto Impact as TL are already on the Baron. They're trying to two-man it here with Umpty and APA. Yon, though, is in the area. Impact's lost half his health, but TL still are on the Baron. There is vision
like
of it
this is a
for
make or
Shopify. We'll
break
see if they can
moment
actually
right here.
find a way to punish
Yeah,
this.
this is a
Cortigi on
very
the side does
important
find Fudge,
play.
who does have
Oh,
his
that is your ult.
in the middle of
Oh, fuck.
and the follow-up is there from TL. The Equalizer going to
Just
drop
burn
the
him,
wall.
come on!
It actually is a really good rumble ult.
Cutting them to pieces.
Yeah, wasn't enough, but it was a good. It was a good rumble
They do
ult.
take down two, but Umpty is going to chase him, and Umpty wants even more as TL come out way on top here. They've already taken 4, and they're looking for number 5.
Contracts wins
It's
this.
only a matter of time here. Contracts picking up the honey fruit, picking up the passive,
One
trying to
Buffy for
survive, but he
17
can't
dogs.
do
Yeah.
it. TL get the ace, and they're going to grab the Baron.
They're going to get the Baron, and
Feel like
Impact
if
is
that
also
rumble ult
pushing
came down a
mid lane
little
at the
earlier.
moment, so they're going to
It was just
open up
such a.
the
It was
base
such a
at
good
the
as your
exact
ult.
same time.
Yeah.
That fight is
That was just cooked after that
everything
ult,
for Team
really.
Liquid. APA Azir is in a new era. He's
Always pick his ear.
yeah, always pick his ear. Perfect acronym for him nowadays. Scoops him right into the waiting arms of Core JJ's first stage game, Nico here. APA scoops him, Core JJ boops him. Let's take a look at it.
Boop.
And then
Watch it one more time.
Umpty gets to clean them all up because the Fury has crazy mobility too. But here's a look.
Yeah, that was a 4-man Azir ult into the Nico. Oh my.
Yeah, the huge knockup right into the boot there from Core
Literally
JJ
lost
and
before
the annihilation.
right from the
Umpty
get-go.
and Yon both on these mobile, dangerous champions just get to jump into the back. in the craziness, and then Impact also surviving and going straight for the minions afterwards. So nicely done.
Man, they have every POV imaginable.
They do. They really do.
APA finds it, and the follow-up was perfect. Great engage, really. I mean, and it's so interesting how, you know,
how close are we
one
in
really good
for
Azir
the
game earlier this
grand
split,
finals starting?
and it feels like it's
taking quite a while.
They are taking right, to be able to go for this, but sometimes that is all you need. You need to see, hey, I can do this. I can find these angles.
Yeah, I like the interview afterwards too, because Emily asked him about it, and he was like, "Yeah,
I don't exactly know how we win this one here, I'll be honest.
That felt like,
and then I got it.
That fight was a do or die.
You watch a bunch of faker replays and stuff, and
crack the code.
Then just go ahead and do that.
There you go.
Watch it, then do it.
Yep.
Perfect.
That's the Korean advice. Just get good.
Yeah.
How do you win this matchup? Well, you hit all your skill shots and you dodge all theirs, and then you tend to win.
You got to go scoop the enemies while either surviving or sacrificing yourself for many other members.
There you go. Sounds pretty simple. Don't know why everyone doesn't do that. As Umt's going to be jumping in on Fudge. Does have a massive gold lead and is able to enforce his will on Fudge, pushing him back. Impact knocks down the tier 2, extending the gold lead to 9.3K. Absolutely insane. As the 6 grubs going to make of these towers. They're pushing in all 3 waves right now. The Ash Arrow's
always hitting though. We're good for it.
Tanky. Not sure they can really do anything.
I don't think we get anything from it though.
About a quarter HP, but Contract's losing a lot of his health as well, and they've lost the mid lane turret. They lost the mid lane inhibitor, and now there's a wave coming in through bot that is likely going to be the end of that.
That is all she wrote. The fat lady is singing. She's squealing.
Can find an angle to go right now.
Yeah, and the angle is not looking good. It is closing quickly here.
Yeah, we're going to see if they can find something here on Umty. Umty getting chunked down, but Umty is still very strong and trying to kite out. In comes the Galio ultimate to back him up, and Umty's just going to turn and he's going to fight. The equalizer gets dropped. B-Boy trying to find something here, but the taunt lands, and in comes Yon with the killer instinct. APA not able to find that ulti, though, as Palafox flashes out of it. Still, though, TL too strong, fighting through here. Umty going back in off the reset. Fudge trying to clear out the way. Sales standing, trying to survive, but it's just not looking like it's going to be enough. The grubs are spawning out here. Maybe they can hold for a little bit longer because they got APA and because they got Yawn, but they're still going to lose the triple inhib here, and it's going to be so hard to come back. Great W does immune the knock up there from Sales, but then he's going to get grounded.
Oh, we're still not. I don't think we're getting Umty out of that.
And Impact is closing in. They've got to try to get out. Sales has no ultimate, is creating a little bit of a space. We'll get back to the fountain here to try to heal back up. And B-Boy's
well, this would be an unbelievable comeback if they somehow pulled it out.
I would love that.
That'd be pretty incredible.
Tatters of a ruined base.
About to start.
Yeah, and I think the Fury's looking very.
All right.
I like that for Optic Gaming.
Yeah, I see this map pull, and I look at Livefire Strongholds, and I know it's game 1. Optic have to win this game. Origin Slayer is something Optic have been haunted by Shopify 2 times now in Game 5's case.
All right, come on.
It's best of 7.
And then you look at CTF Fortress. I'm not
convinced.
I
didn't.
mean, Optic looked great.
I forgot it's best of 7 in grand finals.
We're in this for the long haul.
Holy.
And for them to have some strengths earlier in this series, in this map pool, I love the idea that Shopify, even if Optic do win game 1, they're going to be able to weather the storm. They're going to be able to extend this first series.
Watching esports.
If Shopify get the house money, then
and winning a major.
Yep.
It's been so long since we've won a major.
I need a fucking major win again.
Please.
That's all I ask.
Don't even do it for us. Do it for Cycle and Last Shot. They earned it. They deserve it.
They fought. They worked hard.
Feeds really nicely into the members of Optic Gaming. They all love that shock rifle, and I think ball has been pretty decent for them, Tony.
It really has been. I mean, just in this tournament
alone, I did not hear about that, Carl.
5-1 right now. Only dropping 1 oddball is actually an amazing map record for Optic. So yeah, I agree with you. That Strongholds live fire is going to be strong for them, but that oddball recharge could be a bounce back game just in case they lose Slayer Origin.
Now, I do love this first series layout, but you know what I love more? A second one. And I really want to see what we've got coming our way, just in case. You never know.
There's no way. This has got to be bad juju.
Yeah.
Hey, we always look at
there was no coming back from that.
Because you never know what we'll be
That's
talking
all right.
about up here. But funny enough, the second series is Assault Fortress, something we just saw Optic Gaming demolish Phazon. How are you feeling about this series layout?
Shopify is the best Fortress team in the game, so I think if they are to have the bracket reset on them. I think it's a good thing for them to see that as game one, because you've already lost a best of 7. How do you rebound? You want to rebound with one of your strengths. I think even as strong as Optic looked, I have to see them do it against Shopify in order to convince me that they are now the best Fortress team in the game. So right now, I actually love the way that this kicks off for Shopify to be able to get back on the saddle if they do fall off the horse in the first series.
You know, I had to really check my stats for a second because my man Austin in the back said it was, but there's no way this could be true. Both Optic and Shopify Rebellion here in this tournament are undefeated on Assault. That is actually crazy to think about. That is great. 3-0 for Shopify Rebellion, 4-0 for Optic Gaming. Wow. I was surprised seeing that, especially with how much we talked about how Optic, one of the weaker game types was Assault. Clearly, they've been working on it leading to this event.
That's actually crazy to think about. Now, you're right. I'd be like double checking everything as well. But do you think that might lead us to, when it comes to the mode Assault, an absolute grueler, a battle up against one another? Do we see a long drawn out back and forth Assault from these guys then?
I think on a map like Aquarius, I would say yes, but on a map like Fortress, it can come down to just who gets the power weapons. I think a lot of it has to do with, hey, if they got both S7s and an overshield, every single one of those players on that stage is capable and more than wanting to pop off in these moments. Give them a reason, you're gonna end up on respawn back to back to back, and the score could get ugly quick, as we saw against FaZe.
It certainly can indeed. We're waiting for a few things on the main stage to make sure that we are absolutely pristine up there for all of our players. So you're going to listen to us for a couple of minutes.
I started playing Halo, League, Apex at the same time. Yeah.
I actually wanted to talk to you a little bit about power weapons and power-ups, and we harp on about this, and it's kind of like, yeah, sure, we get it. Yeah, you got to get them.
I know, it's important.
It's important.
I'm saying it's important, but I'm not able to translate how actually important it is.
I know. It really is the difference maker in
a
blowout at the top
was
teams,
he?
even.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it sounds silly to say.
Why didn't he come over?
If you cannot get your hands on a weapon that completely converts a battle into your control, that's where you start seeing blowouts. And it's funny because I'm sure a lot of fans and people at home walk away thinking, wow, that was terrible. That wasn't close at all. And it's like, no, it was down to one thing. They kept that weapon out of the hands of their opposition and wouldn't let them get back in it. And it's funny because if it's shared, if you're able to get a little bit of both and it's kind of even in terms of power weapon control, that's where you see those tight maps.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Let me check Apex.
It comes down to the wire, but it's...
What's the...
Is it Play Apex?
Yeah, I think it's Play Apex. Yeah.
Fury eventually get
eliminated still in
8th place.
Yeah, and you can
Please
see,
tell me we're still in.
Yeah,
still
right now, number 2.
Nice. There's just not many spots to play because you cannot play down there in the middle. You just can't. You have to delay that inevitability as long as you possibly can. Complexity, however, will have one of the best spots up here on the top of
I don't know where we are on the map, though.
That, Monsoon, the sniper specialist,
that
has
many
got the
options
Sentinel
left.
in his
Yeah, I think we have to be
backpack,
playing like back.
ready to crack
Oh,
some
yeah, yeah.
heads.
He's got to start putting down the
Oh,
pressure to
yeah.
the teams looking to try to take their spot. Envy now move up as a duo.
MT just
Drop
knocked
still
one.
having that Kraber. He's
Nice.
a big shot here.
There you go, MT.
Ultra Q right at his feet in case he needs to go all the way back down. And
Bumped
now
us
the
up to
orb,
number
rather
1.
the circle right
Love
behind
it.
him is closing in. Like the rotate
Do it.
opportunities here, but they're pinched between 2 other
Oh!
2-10, but they're still getting looked at by 9 lives. It's really up to Zach now to make the magic happen.
And he gets Zainu down. Nice. I mean, he was so unlucky that that player had
That
red
was so
armor,
sad.
So he got the 210, but didn't actually get the knock.
And the fact that he was
Alright, we're back up.
Yeah, we're still good. We're still up.
We got a knock.
Shopify now inch their way forward after seeing 9 lives get hit,
Careful,
but
boy.
still don't want to take the risk. Catwall for catwall, wrapping around on the other side of
Home
where Zach
shield on
was.
Zainu.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Zainu.
Zainu,
Oh, he's going in.
To push through that wall, whether it's his or the opponent.
Did he fuck enough?
Teammates can't do
I
that,
think he
so
did.
needs to use that ability to get
I can't see anything.
I can't tell what's happening. Oh,
I think we did it, but now we're out. We took 3rd. That's,
that's
a good
fine.
game.
That's still
a good
fine.
game.
That's big points.
We got some points at the end there.
Yeah, that's big points.
Was able to get the first
Nice, boys.
complexity. This leaves only Monsoon and 9
What was
lives. Come in to sweep up what is left of complexity before taking match number
Damn,
1.
we almost had that one.
Yeah.
Can you imagine tuning in just to watch a quick dub?
Yeah.
I would have left.
That would have been great.
And that's why
Alright, that's a good start. Was that that was game 1, right?
Pinker
That'd be game 1.
Wow. Yeah, because they had second with 9.
9, yeah, so that was definitely game 1.
Than, Newcastle, right? I think Newcastle was up at like 18 or something like that. So
Apex just gets the blood pumping.
It always does. It always fucking does.
Let's have a look at the first match results there with 9 Lives taking out.
Oh, 10 kills.
Oh,
backed up by Shopify.
Yeah.
Rebellion.
That's nice.
Obviously, you've got the marriage of an amazing IGL and amazing fraggers, and that's why they get the spread across both the placement points and the kills there. Unlike
what a great fucking start.
Yeah, I love that. Keep going, boys.
That's so nice.
Playing a lot more back too. You saw Monsoon had Blue Evo for quite some time now. Looking at our top 3 squads, so of our match 1,
I'm gonna be absolutely fucking euphoric.
Shopify though still able to get 10 KP, the massive amount of damage here in total for this spot. Trying to match that very closely to 9 Lives and even complexity out here.
Oh, I know what you're gonna say.
But yes, Shopify
I would say probably just play it safe.
These teams trade games every single time they play. What in the world would make me believe that they're not going to continue to trade games? At least get me to a game 7 in the first series, and I would be rooting for Optic just because I want more Halo.
All right,
you fly to
Tony, what about you?
Yeah, that sounds good.
I mean, I
Does
love,
it actually?
I love more Halo as well, so I'm definitely going. Let's get
we'll see.
Okay, so what you mean to say is no.
No, it's a big time, perhaps.
What if you're at a major and they win with you in person, and that was the push they
then I would fly, yeah.
Even if it was in New Zealand.
Yeah,
what's the limit on the flight?
Like 3 hours, you know? We could take one of those supersonic ones.
So as long as it's
and then let's restart it.
In the east side of the U.S.
Here's what I want. I'll fly anywhere in the world if it's with a fucking U.S. Air Force fighter pilot.
You've told me this.
Yeah, because
you said this, and I said, okay, I'll set it up, and then you were like, wait.
No, I'll do it. If you set that up, I will fly anywhere in the fucking
world.
world.
You want an Air Force pilot and a jump master with you.
In the jet. Because those have the ejector seats. I could just.
Oh, you want to eject?
If so, no, I don't want to. But if something were to go awry, I can. Like Johnny English.
Multiple game 5s on this. They know we're better than them on this.
Why is that different than getting a jump master to jump you at the back of the plane?
Are able to win that? That'll tell you a lot about how.
Well, I guess it depends on the plane. Because
like in the we would make sure the plane doesn't put you into the fucking engine.
Right. Right.
What about you, Tony? Do you have a favorite to watch for your teams?
So,
I hate that I'm gonna sit here and copy.
do you still need an Air Force pilot?
When it comes to Shopify Rebellion, I'm gonna say
you have a
Origin
jump
Slayer.
master
Back
with
in
you.
Halo 5, we used to call it.
You can say yes. My uncle's an Air Force pilot. Why don't we just ask him?
I guess it depends how far. Because another benefit of being in like a fighter jet is I'd get there in a fraction of the time.
You don't like normal planes? A fighter jet's gonna start pulling G's and you're just gonna puke.
I don't mind puking as long as I'm alive.
Also, I can set up a lot of stuff.
Alright, okay.
I don't think I can
Hey, Tony agreed with you.
set up you flying privately on a fighter jet.
Unbelievable. It is Tony. And we
It's
love
just,
Tony up here.
it'd be so
Really
much
love him,
faster.
but There's a couple of other faces.
It's
in the
actually a
team
really
that
good
also
point. We
do
tell
love.
them to
And
pull
why not bring them in on the
8
conversation
Gs.
while we're
You
waiting
pass
for
out,
things
they
to
get
go
you the
on
rest of the
main
way
stage?
there.
Hello,
Oh, that's a good
Dad.
idea.
I didn't realize it.
How we doing?
How are you guys doing? You waiting patiently for this incredible grand finals?
I'd argue we're waiting impatiently.
Yeah.
Right,
we
that's
want to
true.
get it going. We want to see these two teams throw down because
Probably is
I mean,
Rage,
every
yeah.
single series we've seen between these two teams on land has gone the distance so far. It's been game 5s, game 7s. It has been a spectacle for everybody, and you get the feeling this is going to be something pretty similar.
Yeah, and like you guys have been talking about in the desk, there's clear favorites across these two series, and as we've seen, they're very different depending on if you're talking about Series 1 or Series 2. I couldn't agree more. I think you guys nailed it on the head. There's a few swing game types in this series, really that game 1, that game 3, that are really going to decide whether we see a second series or
It
not.
has not started yet. You're right on time.
Yep, hasn't started yet.
You are right.
Holy
Also, when you
shit,
say
I
that,
know.
they always
I
go
know.
the distance. It's always this incredibly close.
Seems like that's always how tournament day goes.
That allows them to have these
Like, just start the game.
series.
I think it's just the big bring the best out of each other. It's something that I notice. Everybody realizes how much weight is on every fight, every decision that's made, and they respect each other. Even though there's bad blood in this series, we know they want to beat each other more than anything. There is that professional respect in, if I make a mistake, it can cost me. So I think there's just this back and forth, and everybody wants to beat each other, but there's the respect which makes them play at their best.
Yeah, I think at this level of Halo Infinite, what we're seeing, and we started to see it develop last season as well, I think you're seeing that, for example, the last player alive, they won't force those 1v1s, right? They're going to play a little bit cautious because Mark said, like, there's a level of respect here. So you're seeing kind of one spawn rotation for one spawn rotation. And
oh, you're so right. They're not.
Back to Apex we
go. 50-50, and that's about.
Fortunate, even with you hitting them for 210 and the inevitable double cap balls. MT, I think, got 2 reses towards the end because we saw Koifel, I believe, go down just before this, and MT had already picked him up. So continuously getting those resets. It's moments like that, Vicky, where I'm wishing I could have had the comms of what MT was screaming.
Right, just to hear like how chaotic it could also sound there too. I mean, especially when you get your Craver shots as well, and you're trying to make a push onto something, but you don't get the initial knock. But then you have other 2 squads watching you at the same time. It's been fun to watch the action play out on E-District, especially with some interesting rotates utilized by the Alter. Now moving on to game number 2, though, on E-District, we say goodbye to Catalyst.
Yeah, goodbye, Catalyst. This mirrors exactly what we saw in match day number 2 for the Americas region. But we had started on Broken Moon, and still it was Catalyst that was going out first. So goodbye, no more Dark Veils, no more piercing spikes. And
I think it's a very cool format change.
The vibe is to be had. We could see a potential for Newcastle or Ash to go out next, which is interesting. We were talking about this in EMEA. APAC North last night, no Catalyst got banned and no Newcastle.
Man, it's so crazy. Meanwhile, like, Newcastle and Catalyst are some of the 2 first legends we say goodbye to within EMEA and the Americas. And Ash, of course, you add Ash to the mix here. We're gonna see which of these legends we'll see go away for game number 3, but for game number 2 now, not having the Catalyst really kind of allows the Newcastle to shine through, so that's kind of what I'm expecting going into this.
You know what I'm expecting? Vicky one day to register for Challenger Circuit, considering it starts May 24th.
Yeah, I went back to break for some reason.
You're telling me all about your
I don't understand what's going on.
With Graceful. You and I both know and love
they brought up the map and maps and everything.
That man, so 100%. I think you could do work there.
Listen, Draft Point, it is honestly such a good POI. It also allows you to get some great rotation.
Yeah, at least we got some Apex in the meantime.
Split the POI if you want to land there for ranked and split that with another team. There's a lot of opportunities right there, but there's also a lot of opportunities for our squad that just took game number 1 within 9 lives. Again, with AKP2 really starting themselves up strong here for our first leading squad. It's about getting to that rotate quickly, though, is what I want to look at, because their pathing from Resort over to that south side of Viaduct was so incredibly quick.
Really was, and now with the Catalyst being banned, you're going to start seeing some other legends come through. Vayne here, Newcastle, still keeping that one in, but we're swapping it in with the Rampart across a large majority of our teams. A couple Caustics here and there, and even the Rogue Fuses coming through. Honestly, a lot more Fuse earlier on in the Americas
They're checking SSDs
than we had seen over in EMEA today.
That's going to be interesting, right? Because then you get to stack up on those nades.
Happy Easter.
The Alter in certain compositions like Shopify Rebellion, they have the Alter and the Newcastle, so they already
Shopify
have
POV on Faceit. Oh, they have Faceit up for this?
So kind of get that double scan.
I guess so. I thought they only did that for majors.
Fuse putting in some pressure, Alter kind of helping your team rotate with the Newcastle together. And we're going back down to the south, but this time over to
Are they telling the truth?
I have no idea. Well, it's working as well. That's always pretty rare with Faceit. I wish it was letting me log in. There we go. Okay, let me see. Yeah, I still do it from time to time, Red. I don't see the POV. I don't. Oh, here. I was in the wrong thing.
Oh my god, they actually have it.
Mm-hmm. I don't see us there. Oh, we're the first one there.
Wait, weren't they in the game?
Yeah, they're in the game. It's just I didn't click live.
Oh. Oh no, looks like they restarted the game.
Oh.
Look at what people were playing. I just want to know. Did anyone have a look?
Well, it's about that time. I gotta pee again.
Oh my god, what is going on today, huh?
It's that one kidney hitting hard.
Well, no, not with that. I mean with all the restarts.
Oh yeah, you knew what was going on with my pee.
Yeah, and I know about your pee.
Oh, is this person gonna win? Doesn't look like it. I'll be right back.
See you soon.
Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
Thanks, Risa Baraki.
What they're bringing into this game. Formal picks up another one. The triple kill killing spree comes in as well. Three dead.
Let's go. Come in.
Let's push you. Woo!
No.
19, make it 20 against his own. Oh, legend!
It seems like it, Garen. It's taking quite a while. I don't know why. How the Apex boys doing? Really well so far. Second place. Game 1.
This is your Championship Sunday. Optic versus Shopify Rebellion on the main stage. Everything to play for, so much on the line. And Clutch, it comes to moments like this where we see the best Halo played in the world. The step up of every single player.
I wonder if anyone will have tech problems. Hopefully not.
This one series, or even maybe two, is so imperative. And you're about to see some world-class Halo.
Best in the world, best two teams. The 1 and the 2 seed end up in the grand finals, and this is the tournament you love. So much hype has gone into these two finding themselves in the grand finals this weekend over the offseason, from what's transpired from the qualifiers to the KSON event until now. And I love
they're still not at the computers.
So much. This is a rivalry
God
already.
damn.
It's literally the first actual tournament that these guys are playing in on LAN, but they hate each other. You can tell. Watching the KSON event when Optic Gaming won and what Legend yelled, standing up, the emotion that it meant to him, and we're at a show match, by the way. It was very breathtaking to watch.
Yeah, I guess we'll see if Apex started up yet. Nope. Ooh.
Just as much how it meant to Shopify Rebellion as well. So I expect a lot of passion here on the stage as this series goes on. I expect the trash talk to be there, and I expect the big moments to be met with more energy. And I think both of these two teams, they have players that feed off that energy. You see Renegade, you see Legend feeding off that energy so often when big moments happen for their team. And then you've seen when Roll 2's popping
That's how
off,
Rocket League plays in Swiss and 5. Oh yeah, we can also do Rocket League. Yeah, that's right, Rocket League today
to
too.
give their team that extra bit of energy that's going to make Sunday night a long one. but feel like you were there, like you weren't exhausted along the way, because with how long these days have been for these guys, they're going to need every bit of energy they have.
Indeed, they are going to need everything. It's going to require so much. Tony, are you ready to see this new rivalry blossom?
I'm ready. 2 teams enter and only one can be crowned champions here. It's the first major of the 2025 season, and let's get this grand final started, baby.
All right, folks, it is that time. It all comes down to this. It is one weekend, 8 teams, 1 or maybe 2 series.
It sounds like it's about to.
And 1 moment to get it done. Folks, this is your Arlington Grand Final. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 2025 HCS Arlington Major, hosted by Optic Gaming.
Thanks, banter. Yeah, it definitely seems like it's about to start.
Yeah.
Thousands of
Yeah.
players
Oh, yeah.
came into
Okay.
with
So
one
now they'll
goal
do
in
walkouts.
mind,
Yeah.
to grace this stage on a championship Sunday. Now 2 squads have risen to the occasion, but only one can stand atop of the summit. That is the Halo Championship Series. Now Texas, are you guys ready to crown a champion and see who's gonna hoist this trophy? Get ready, because here comes the rebellion.
That's us!
Mm-hmm.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Shopify Rebellion!
Let's go! Come on, boys! Please!
Let's get a nice win here.
Let's take it home. Let's take it home.
See the trophy? That could be ours.
One more time, make some noise for Shopify Rebellion.
Yes, yes, yes! Please.
All right, now it's time to bring out their opponents. Can you guys help me out? Green! Green! Getting ready to set the stage ablaze. Here comes Optic Gaming.
Boo!
Give it up for Bound. Renegade. Legend. Formal. And Lunchbox. Optic Gaming ready to get it done and get another chip. All right. Texas, it's time to get this thing started. Time to throw it to your casters, but before we do that, are you guys ready to get this grand final started? That's what I want to hear. Rob, on set, let's go.
That's the energy we need in the building, because this series is the one that everybody was waiting for. We already got a little bit of a glimpse of it earlier on. It went all the way to a final game of the series, but now is the biggest stage. Now is the grand finals of our first major of the year. And I tell you what, both teams have had very different roads to get here.
They really have. The rivalry is alive and well, but we didn't exactly expect it to go this way. Optic has had an absolute grueler of a weekend, drama-filled weekend to get here. But at the end, it was always going to be these two that found this way to the grand final.
Think about Optic falling to Nemesis, get revenge. They take down Space Station 3-0. They look dominant against FaZe 3-0, and now they come back for revenge against Shopify Rebellion. This is your grand final series layout. It's a best of 7. And remember, Optic will have to beat Shopify Rebellion twice if they want to become a champion.
And it has to be said, the question is, how would Optic Gaming find their way to the grand final? And how will they break the second place curse of last season? We haven't mentioned it yet, but now that we are at the grand final, it must be said, this brand new Optic Gaming was formed for one reason: to win a Halo World Championship and to stay ahead of the pack They have received so many second place finishes over the last 12 months that is the last thing they'd want to do in their own hometown arena. They're going to need to win 2 back-to-back series to make sure that isn't the case.
But the team they have to go through is the team that's just had the best of them so far. Now we've got a small data pool. Of course, not many times these two teams
Come on, get us in.
Gone the distance. In the KSAN Invitational on the build-up to this event, it was a reverse sweep from Optic Gaming. Then in the grand finals, a game 7. We get on the main stage here in Arlington, it's a game 5. There is so little between these two teams. They bring the best out of each other.
Come on!
So far,
you know how they bring the best out of each other? By being in the game.
A slight edge, and just like you said, every
So
single meeting
right.
between these two has gone the distance. They've come into so many series, whether it's online, whether it's at the preseason event, or whether it's here, splitting games down the middle, closer than maybe any teams in over a decade of competitive Halo. It's amazing the speed at which this rivalry has formed, and it's not surprising given, as you said, the bad blood on the sides of the stage following the off-season team changes. So much riding here. Let's also not forget a chance for like Cycle and Last Shot on your screen to record their first official LAN win here. They know what's on the line as well.
They certainly do. It's an opportunity that doesn't come around very often for very many players who compete for years and years. Think of the names who have not got that chip, that have been competing for so long. Well, this is an opportunity for one of those gentlemen you can see on your screen right now, alongside his teammate Cycle, to put that to bed, to get the first one in the bag and think about moving on to maybe go on a run.
Also, you heard a lot of game type talk from the desk, and I think they nailed a lot of it. I think we should also mention that Best Man, we talked to Best Man earlier, he said the game types in the first series that they had against them really favored Shopify. However, here we have a lot of back and forth, a lot of things to like for both teams, and as you could tell by the analysis from the desk, it's hard to pick in this first set of games exactly where it might go just using the statistics. I think there's a few things to talk about while we load into map number 1. First of all, no bomb up front. You could say good for
Hopefully not, Chris. Hopefully no more power outages or technical issues or anything like that.
Fires. You and I were talking, I think
nothing.
Wisely, they're very straightforward game types in that first 4.
They certainly are indeed. The first one going to be Slayer Origin, and then the second one's going to be CTF Fortress. So no bomb to worry about in those newer game types in this first series. And more linear game types. Slayer, we know you've got to do. You've got to kill your opponent, right? You go to CTF Fortress, you cap the flag. It's something that everybody is comfortable in doing. And we'll have to see if that benefits Optic Gaming in this first series. Well, the players are loading in. The rivalry.
All right.
Oh my God.
Come on.
Here.
We're here. Holy shit. So much downtime. Okay, please, boys. Please.
Off-season Halo, if you've been following the drama, all the team changes,
Charlie's team
all of the
playing,
bad
yes.
blood, every single
Yes. Finals right now.
every single match this weekend, you know that it only led to 1 point. Shopify Rebellion versus Optic Gaming, we're underway.
All right, come on. Let's win the opening fight.
Desperate to see coming into the event, and this is the match we're gonna get.
What is this?
We might have a little bit of a restart.
Oh my God.
Not something that they wanted to see in terms of settings on the stage. An immediate stop there from Last Shot's POV telling us that whether it's a specific game type setting or what it might be, looks like we're going to go ahead.
That we get to talk about the little stat that you saw at the bottom of your screen, though, which is an interesting one. Both teams undefeated on this game type to start off the series, which is kind of what you want as a game time, right? Where no team has the advantage, where both teams have that unbeaten record, and it really will be an opportunity to see two of the biggest teams, two of the best teams that we have in the Halo Championship Series, really slug it out to see who even goes up by 1 in his first series.
I mean, it's perfect. It's not
Hey, how do you think Apex is looking?
And kind of the level of competition between
Is this a fast reset? I feel like they said it was like a settings thing. Like they started it with the wrong settings. It feels like it's just the...
Yeah, just look what you said. Pull the knob, twist the lever, get going.
Yeah, it feels like that should be fast.
It's such a pivotal game 1 because if we look at the first 4 game types, as we would in a best of 7,
forecasters,
that
man,
Slayer
they better
Origin,
get paid
Shopify
overtime.
currently has Optic's number.
Yeah, it's actually...
The shit they've had to put up with today is
Shopify having the
nuts.
number.
Yeah,
We'll
it's
take a
been a
look at the
lot.
series layout in just a second, but
Thanks for
really
Substack.
games 1 and 3 are the swing games of this series that Optic needs to make sure they're
membership
taking just because
doggy.
of how good Shopify has looked. in Slayer Origin and CTF
Yeah, I might as well
Origin,
take a
still
peek at
one of those
Apex,
away.
I guess.
All of a sudden, you send the series a little bit deeper, then it starts to get a little bit more favorable.
It just started, but we also already have 2 kills. Yeah, maybe Chris.
If we get pushed from this side, I think we just need to like full fold from this spot. I don't think we have a better spot. I think we actually just need to fight it from here.
Yeah. 100%.
Oh,
We instantly if somebody's
they're
there,
sweet
comes
voices.
Mhm.
They're back, baby.
They're back.
Should be able to cut on.
I'm like fighting in Boardwalk right now. Bro, could we walk up here? You guys can maybe look. You guys can look. I can watch this. I can watch this. Fighting hard as shit. I think it's on like the Moby.
Let's go spotting, One outside, one outside.
Yeah.
30. 30 on one.
Like on the
carry your left,
carry
carry your left, carry your left.
Yeah.
Push on. There's not really much going on, but you can try to get damage though.
Yeah, you guys might probably have to get purple. This team's in his building.
You think a Halo Battle Royale would work? Not really.
I'm going back here. I'm getting shot in the back.
Where that guy's
Yeah,
just
back
like
up top.
peeking like that. That's gotta be the same team.
It's back?
They
Okay.
got ramp up.
Go, go, go.
The Shopify Rebellion is about keeping the Optic crowd quiet.
This is the one!
Alright, let's go! Please, boys. Right foot, don't forget it.
Like we said, the
Chicken
margin is so slim
jockey.
between these two that it feels like every opening rush, every pair of kills is going to be so important. Frosty's starting to burn a little bit of ammo early on.
Alright.
What a shot!
Did he see him? Oh, no. Only I could see him. Nice.
There's bound. And there goes a body for the first time. Frosty with the no-scope beat down and expects a lot more of that from this POV.
What?
I thought it
What a
was
way to
Slayer
start
for
for
a second.
Frosty
I
and
was
so
like,
many
our
players
kills
this
aren't
weekend. It
counting.
feels like it's too
Oh,
far
yeah,
for
no,
Optic
no,
Gaming.
it's
It feels like
stronghold.
a new life for a lot of the
A
best
triple
players.
cap?
Triple cap, chicken jockey. Triple cap.
However, it's going to be an early triple cap actually coming in for Shopify Rebellion. There was a momentary 3 dead.
Oh. Nice shot.
3 deads and how devastating they are.
Let's go. That's so big.
Frosty says, you keep the POV right here. I'm the one with the snipe. And he absolutely rips off Bounce Face, who thought he was going to
Oh, I thought he had that. Come on. It's alright.
Big win from Formal.
Thanks over for Tristan and Abby.
For the man who put this roster together, winning those 1v1s. We're going to talk about it a lot throughout this series because pivotal moments will be decided by pivotal battles.
No.
A be in the control of Shopify Rebellion, but
Come on, Cycle. There you go.
between the two teams.
Get
another.
If he could have traded that, that would have been nice. Clean up? Any cleanup?
Themselves with a momentary man advantage. We'll see if they can turn that into control. A starting to flip as well.
Nice.
Good work.
He gets away from that battle without trading. Formal.
Oh, so clean. That a boy, Royal. Royal 2.
Royal 2 shoots on the floor to get
Disgusting.
the down and take him down as well. Optic will flip B, but you can see the ends of the map here. A and C control. It's a really smart flank coming in from Optic.
Oh.
Two gonna fall into Formal once more. He picks up another
God, it's alright. Come on. Let's go, boys.
So all the momentary lead there for Shopify will now be switched. Optic Gaming takes
I
the
know.
narrow lead
I
here.
know.
A very well timed 3 kills in succession paves the way for this hold.
One thing I loved about that from Optic, the timing of it, right? The timing of that push onto A. The cap comes in, yes, but it felt like Shopify felt like they had an extra few seconds that Optic didn't give them.
There you go, Frosty.
I feel like we can change POV.
Optic were able to get the kills, flip A, but again,
Well, who am I to say?
lead at this point is Shopify now try and transfer A back into their hold.
Legend waiting.
There we go, nice.
That QT back at Crane, so he will be able to disengage if he needs. However, with an AC hold,
Oh, good shit.
could be that much of a help. Kill straight out.
Way to say it.
For
Or
Optic
save
Gaming,
it.
their Shopify response.
Red Rover, Red Rover. Get my dick right over.
I was about to say bring back cockles. I still have a scar on my knee.
From Red Rover.
Right there. Let's see, but it's there.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's so sad. It's supposed to be a fun game.
I know, I went to break through and somebody stuck out their foot and tripped me. I landed on a rock.
Were they arrested?
They should have been, but they weren't. 'Cause that's the world we live in. Miscreants. Just do what they want. Trip me in Red Rover.
Look at Frosty very wisely once again, starting to burn a little bit of ammo off the rip. Wants to make sure it does not go into their opponent's hands.
This is very interesting from Frosty. He's not even trying to take angles. He's burning ammo immediately.
Oh, nice. Good body shot.
I think he's just saying, we think we could beat Optic if there's no sniper on this map. We think that is such a massive swing for Optic Gaming. We can get it done without it.
And you can't really argue considering
Unlucky
they go for
timing.
triple cap right now.
Yeah, it's just really interesting risk management coming in from Shopify, right? They know that
Oh.
sure you can start to burn ammo once you're under pressure, but why not control all of the risk? Why not know exactly how many shots are left and make sure your opponent is not able to use any of it? And just like that, they're up 84 to 44.
Optic do manage to make
Oh,
a play onto B.
that's
They
fine.
will flip
It's all right.
that into their control.
Shit.
Also going
Yeah.
the way of Optic, it is aggressive. This push
Yeah,
across
come on,
the
boys.
middle. Four more
Let's go, gentlemen.
what's left of that sniper rifle. 4 bullets to work with.
Kill him.
A little bit of pressure coming in.
Nice.
Good work. There you go. Last shot.
Dice, and will be able to reset C.
Oh.
Just like that, he gets picked off, tries to get a little bit of extra damage on Nestbridge here. Things are starting to get a little bit closer, but let's get to an early listen and hear how the comms are on Shopify Rebellion.
Let's hear.
Yo, three watching the tires, backing up, tires. Yo, one's
Look right.
yo, he's quantum hitting big door.
Yeah, go big there. I'm going cuts.
I'm getting shot from
Come on, boys. Come on, boys.
Screens in the neck, screens in the neck.
Nice. Maybe a little blue waffle action, huh?
Oh.
What do we think?
A waffle stomp?
Oh, yeah. No, no. We gotta stop this triple cap.
You gain too many points, and I don't like it. Now get
Oh, good stick. Okay.
We gotta get one more.
We gotta start getting back in the driver's
huge.
seat. Right foot, don't forget it. Man, come on.
Can you live by it? Yeah, there's a guy around wide. In B. Yo, back B, watch out.
Yeah. Oh, come on. What are we doing?
I feel like we're playing them really close. We're just out of position for the zones.
Yeah, like we're doing fine fragging. It's just we're not getting any zone out of it.
Unbelievable. Vashot tries to engage Bound, gets into one shot and cuts, but Bound has a
we gotta hold
perfect
A.
little pre-nade off of C-Plats to just stay alive long enough, and not just that, they don't even trade out the camo. And as a result, it's
Come on.
with a trip cap during that listening, and then they maintain the AB hold, and now just like that, in what feels like no time at all.
All right, rough start. We've had rough starts all day.
Yeah.
The triple cap, it will be Shopify who should be able to flip A, but no, they're flying in. Bound will get the reset. On A, it's a triple cap here for Optic Gaming, and look at where Formal is. He's up on the tower, and we've seen him hit this shot from this angle before.
It's still 3 dead. Cycle needs to make something happen here. He's got a little bit of help from Frosty. That sniper will not play. A few shots left in it.
Good shot, Cycle.
Cycle makes it.
I think this one's out of reach though.
First shot.
We got fucking slammed here. Yikes.
A lot of work to be done. All 3 of them flipping simultaneously.
Yeah, 3 dead for Optic Gaming. That's why they can do exactly that. And a triple simultaneous reversed into a triple. Like you say, everybody.
Signs of life.
Won their individual fights across the map, and all of them were around strongholds.
What a response from Shopify. That's unbelievable. Let's not forget, moments ago, Cycle was the only player alive in a 1v1 on Tower, and they immediately flipped. So down by about 100 points right now, but the game is far from over.
He's getting flanked. Nice.
Oh.
Immediately that's traded out as well. Optic working on
surprised
C.
Win this.
Back into their control. It's 204 points to
Okay.
112. It's a commanding
The
lead
trade's
here for
not
Optic
great
Gaming,
though.
But they find themselves 3 dead, and Renegade.
Oh, what's up with the quality? What happened to the quality here?
Yeah, exactly. Last player alive here. We'll see what he
You-
does.
you seen that too?
I saw it.
They do get 1 pick, which is going to even up the tide a little bit. They're trying to
It looks
flush out
fuzzy.
Tower, but
Yeah, it's very
easier said
fuzzy.
than done, because Renegade is still alive at the tower. And Frosty's your only player alive for Shopify, which paves the
Yeah,
way
we
for a
got to
full
start
kill
winning our
run.
ones here. That was a really bad start from us.
That spawn is not
Go
nice
next.
for Lasha. He just
Yeah.
got absolutely melted. And it's a triple cap again here for Optic Gaming. Formal with camo. Frosty in his sights. It's perfect shots from Formal. It's a perfect first game from Optic Gaming. They will be
That was a really, really bad start from us.
in your grand finals.
All right, getting it out of the way early.
Exactly.
No more games like that. No more games like that.
Game number 1 was a swing game. Could go either way. Both teams undefeated. And Optic Gaming makes quick work of Shopify Rebellion, taking game number 1.
Such an impressive run from them. That triple cap they had around the mid game and then towards the end game as well. That was where things got out of control. for Shopify
These are some
Rebellion.
stinky. I'm gonna go pee.
Yep.
For the next one.
Looking across the statistics there, it's a
wire.
very quiet game for Frosty. We'll talk a little bit more about that decision to waste the sniper ammo and the effect that had on the game. But here are your statistics. On the Optic side, everybody breaking double digits. And Renegade the man again. He's led the way for Optic and he's leading the way again in the grand final. He is on a streak at the moment.
That's
15 and 11 for him.
A lot of people have been saying the Renegade looks
Frosty,
different than he has in quite some time.
picks it up a little bit.
Consistency
We're
and
good to
excellence
go
that he's
there.
bringing into this tournament.
Easy peasy.
And as you say, he
Next
picked up
game's ours.
exactly where he left off. We'll take a look at some highlights from that game, but it was an early Shopify lead when we got into that list. And let's not forget, they were up not only by
we give them a little bit of
say
false
20,
confidence.
30 plus when we got into that list.
We knock them down.
Tied around the 22 mark, they started to run away, but
That
man,
was
it was
such a cool
all
kill.
Optic Gaming during that listening and then thereafter as well.
Yeah, it certainly was. It's this triple cap that came in around, I think Shopify hit around 100 points, and then Optic got control. There was a 3, a 4 dead, and off of the back of that, they were able to continually keep that triple cap
slandering
locked in,
SpongeBob?
cycling those spawns and managing to keep numbers on the map, whereas Shopify just couldn't spawn. This is the moment here. You see 142 points on the board and another 4 dead
Show you the
situation
Red Rover
that
boo-boo.
just occurred.
It's really hard to
158
see.
and
It's just
rising,
on my
and
knee.
you can see that Shopify, when they're spawning, everybody has an
A lot of
LOS. That's how
psychological
well they were
damage
splitting
came
those
along with
spawns. You've got multiple members of Optic looking at you.
And even though we saw some really good pressure there, right, like we said, immediate response from Shopify to get their own trip cap in the game, Optic Gaming just not slowing down whatsoever in the late game with really impressive late game composure to come out of that triple
no
cap,
more games
making
like
sure
that.
Yeah.
Shopify does not
Win
put a
4 in a
rally
row.
on the board, and they ended 250
And
to
then we're good.
112 in game number 1, which sets us up for a rematch on Slayer Origin.
Why
As a
isn't Charlie
reminder, it
wearing
will be
the
the
jersey?
third
Great
time
question.
these two play
Because I
this
didn't
game
wear it
time on
yesterday
land.
and we won.
It was a
Oh.
50 to
But
44 win
Great answer.
at the
if it's
K-Sun
looking
Showdown.
like
Game 7,
a
by the
little
way, that
rough, I'll go
Shopify
slip
ended
it
their
on.
tournament
Got
on.
options.
And then
Yeah.
earlier this weekend, a 50 to 36 Shopify Rebellion win in the winner's bracket quarters. So it goes without saying that they have the statistical edge. The question is, what has Optic done? We've been talking about their Slayers now for weeks. What have they done in the days since the opening of this tournament to make sure that they come into game 2 just as hot as they came into game number 1?
So much weight on this Slayer game types in the series. There's 3 of them in this best of 7. So if you can find a bit of form when it comes to this game type, you get closer and closer to closing out one of these series. It's going to be Origin, one of the newest maps. It's been
All
out
right.
for our Halo 5.
Let's go, boys.
Time to wake up.
Yep.
Put some water on your face.
There's a few things to watch. Obviously, the sniper rifle and rocket
Best
control.
best part of waking up is bulgers in your cup. Our bulge, their cup.
I'll take another.
I don't mind if I do.
I don't know why they call me shit.
Oh. Oh my god. Come on, boys. Oh, we can't be doing this. What are we doing right now? Holy shit, we are cold.
Control of those angles. That way you can easily get in and out of fights.
To be fair, we
right
did
away.
have to
Puts
sit
it
for
to
3
use.
hours.
4-0 off the opening.
True.
Now it's time to warm up.
Essence of a perfect opening strategy coming in from Optic Gaming. Now the attention moves towards the Rockets, which are still up, I believe. Cycle has a little peek. Let's Formal know where he is and just waits for the pressure to come in.
Once again, look at exactly. Shopify goes to control the silver first before they push out.
Nice, good grenade.
Keep an eye on that part of the map.
Good shit.
Shut down, and just like that, what was a 4-0 lead is now 5-3.
There we go. See? They didn't even warm up for a second.
Don't. Oh.
Bound G sliding at max speed towards Royal 2 and gets the trade in a situation where honestly he had absolutely no right to.
Yeah, cuts down that distance so quickly. Now Formal trying to make the push, not going to be easy.
Trade it, trade it, trade it, trade it, trade it.
Even longer trying to keep teammates
Nice.
as well. Getting really
Get the second, get the second. Nice.
Nice, boys.
Alright, come on.
Pick it up.
Yep, let's keep it going.
Yeehaw.
Trying to be aggressive. As the trade goes down at the bottom of the snipe tower, Rockets still up by the way.
Oh.
Nobody's got their hands on those yet.
We got to be winning these
One
ones
of the longest times
convincingly.
we've seen in competitive play, in official land play especially.
Less trading,
The
more
Rockets
winning.
would still be up, finally grabbed.
Oh.
And they will fall without one being fired. Still a 4-kill lead for Optic. They've done well to hold this on and hold off Shopify.
You can see the risk, right? You can see the risk in front of you. Frosty goes, I think I've got a timing window. I'm going to try and force this. Not only does he die, but he falls by middle.
What the fuck?
And that's a double. It's a second triple of the game.
Yikes.
Optic Gaming, and this time it's Renegade who lights it up with 3 stars.
Oh my gosh, the discipline from Renegade. A Renegade of all.
There you go, Cycle. Way to challenge it. Come on. Man, we are just getting kind of fucking gapped.
Frosty's warming up. Frosty's about to pop off. I feel
In
it.
the end, he has triggered discipline. try to let the team finish
And we
it. Still
fucked
a
them
5
so
kill lead for
hard in
Optic
this
Gaming. They
earlier.
look good here as we get closer to the mid-game.
That 3-hour break.
Really hurts.
It doesn't feel good. There we go. Yeah.
Be gathered on you, not letting it go 7 or 8, or having to crawl out of these tight holes that they find themselves.
Come on, Frosty.
In the kind of, it's
Do
usually around
what
the
you
20
do.
to 30 mark,
Let's go, Frosty.
Just do what you do.
Nice. Good shit.
That's what he does.
That's what he does. He wins his ones. Good damage on Legend. Anyone there?
Anybody clean it?
There you go, Royal. Oh boy.
Jesus. With some beautiful shots from the disadvantageous angle to shut that one down as well. They still lead by 5.
Another 1v1 here.
Good stick.
Somehow last shot gets the stick.
Oh boy. Come on.
That man's got one of the best sticky games in the game. Sniper rifle just dropped, by the way. Have to see where that has gone.
Big moment here.
Doesn't feel like it's in the hands
Anyone
of
here to finish him?
Come on.
A lot of damage from what you presume was a sniper rifle bullet.
I've got nipples, Greg. Can you milk me?
Cycle now has the rocks.
He didn't see him.
180s there on Renegade.
That would have been a lot better if you saw him the first time.
Yeah.
Getting a little nervous there. Some vertigo as Legend just stays alive on the sneaky with only 2 shots left in the snipe. And you knew he was going to hit that one. His last shot's reloading on his way to the sneaky, which is going to give Legend way too much time to hit that. One more bullet left. And they still lead by quite a margin here. They've extended it to 6. Everything went very slow motion.
Oh boy. Yikes. Yikes. We are just not playing like ourselves right now.
Alright, we gotta find it.
Yeah, we gotta find it again.
Please.
Oh my god.
This is yours to win.
Wait for damage to come in before he's going to flank in on these Shopify players.
Optic doing so well to slow down. As you say, also just stay in their pesky corners. 3 dead yet again. Last shot's the last player alive in grass. He will be flushed out immediately. It's a beautiful collapse.
I think that one's curtains on this as well. But we gotta get something going. We gotta start showing like signs.
Yeah, just find a little confidence.
Yeah, I don't know why we're so off right now. We looked so good against them yesterday.
Second night, Shopify a little bit surprised at the pace at which Optic have come out the gates here. They are flying at them.
Yeah, 10 kill lead here, and for a moment, Shopify was able to bring this game back within 3, but Optic is just playing way too fast. They're just immediately engaging on the spawners, collapsing on the last player alive so consistently, and that's given them this 10 kill lead.
10 kills to go for Optic to go 2 up in this series. Royal 2.
There you go, Royal.
Fight against Renegade. But it's 2 dead for Shopify once more.
That's,
Moment by moment,
that's rough. That's real fucking rough.
We're looking cold.
Yeah, we are just not looking ready to play.
At this point in the game, that is a monstrous line.
Lots of talk online about Formal Slayer game, and I think he's silencing the critics without a doubt. Like you said, 16-8 to be double positive in a grand final like this is going to silence just a little bit of the chatter around this Optic Gaming squad.
Well, if Shopify want to make a comeback, a lot of it is going to be on the shoulders of Frosty here. Has 2 rockets to work with. It's something for Shopify to get a pick. That grenade from
We're
Bound
still
out
getting
nowhere
picked.
takes down Royal 2, and now the mistakes are almost 0 for Shopify Rebellion to make the comeback in this game. Frosty finds 1, but Bound gets a trade onto Cycle, and now it's just 5 to go.
Not impossible, but man, would ever require a Herculean effort to bring this game back. Shopify could do it, but against an opponent
Did
like
he see his feed?
Gaming will not be
Oh,
easy.
he thought he
Blind
was
fires
still
the
there.
rocket. Was
Yikes.
not connecting, gets punished by a beautiful rocket bait from
Well.
Optic. 4 to go.
Royal 2 will find 1, but as you say, it's only 4 to go here. Formal hunting down some damage that's gone in bottom middle. But he finds himself now against last shot, and I tell you what, Optic is starting to get cycled a little bit here. All of a sudden, this is a 7-kill game with Optic
better
on the
than we were
respawn on the back.
Yeah.
Bound gets 1 though, which could be massive.
Like, I don't think this one's winnable, but
I mean, it's definitely not winnable, but if we could just get anything moving.
2 more kills to go here at the 49 mark. 1 more to go for
All right, I'm gonna. Well,
Legend gonna try and line it up.
is it too early to make a big swap like that? Yikes. I'll do a tiny swap. I'm gonna fill up my water and grab a snack.
Alright, perfect.
I'll do a tiny feng shui swap.
Little baby Jane.
And that is Optic up by 2.
You get the feeling that that shot was more than just a 50th kill.
That gave me chills.
Full body chills here as well. And how about Legend not even reacting? That might be even more terrifying than the shot itself. You've seen that man pop off many times before. Instead, he just hits that shot.
Yeah, so
Like
this
a
is
Stone Cold assassin.
Optic came out of losers, so they have to reset the bracket. So they have to beat us and then beat us again.
The game was played, stealing that game type after losing it twice on land.
But it doesn't matter
And
because
to hit
we
that
are
shot
going to
with
win the
that
first one.
confidence on the BR. and to not even say a word.
Win game point is best of 7.
And Optic Gaming look terrifying. They lead 2-0.
We got to talk about the pace that Optic are playing at. It is different to what we've seen so far from them. It's showing a new gear. We'll take a look at the stats before we get into that conversation.
Who
on the
league
Optic
is
side, we
liquid?
mentioned formal 17 and 10 for Matthew Piper. Big performance in a Slayer. If he does that consistently for Optic, Optic are going to have a lot of success.
We already talked about how game 1 was a swing game. As we take a look at some highlights from that, as you said,
What did you do on Easter? I went over for brunch with my family.
Picks up a double and a triple.
They have a mat too. Both teams have a mat.
For them. But for any Shopify
And me.
Rebellion
There's
fans
3
in
of
the
us.
building, in the chat, you knew game 1 was a swing game, but you probably had your money on
So no,
game
we only
number
have to win 1.
Now as
So
we
if
look at the
Optic
series
wins this
layout,
one, and
Shopify
then we
needs
win
to
the
start
next
putting
one, we
wins on
just
the board.
win. So we have to win 1,
Otherwise,
they
we're
have to
gonna
win
get
2,
deeper into the
since they
series
came out
where
of the
Optic
losers
Gaming is just
bracket.
going to gain more and more momentum. Another triple from Renegade on your screen there.
Yeah, I think the big
No, I won't be at the
momentum
game
swing in that
Tuesday,
was,
but
like you
I'll
said,
be
the first
watching.
few seconds. 4-0 off the opening break, and
I do not
on
stream
Origin,
anymore.
That means sniper rifle.
I put
goes
that
to you.
life
That means
behind
the
me.
rockets you have access to. Eventually, it did take quite a while to get there, but it gives you the chance to build the lead, and that was what Optic has struggled with before. They always felt like they were chasing their tails a little bit, but now they're establishing some of these opening strategies. They're getting the better of Shopify.
It's too popular, exactly.
They can piece by piece build it up. That is
The
absolutely
website
disgusting.
couldn't
You know what
handle
reminds me
it.
of? Do you remember SLG at Wembley? Did something very, very
We're in
similar.
3rd in
Halo
Apex.
5, that
Nice.
kind of shot. I think Strong Side was casting that.
One good game, we bump
Very
up to
similar
1st.
kind of moment for another Frenchman, but that one from Legend, it's just, like you say, it was a punctuation mark on what was a fantastic
Yeah,
Slayer
I'll ask
performance.
Charlie
It
for
really
playing
was.
Dragon
And I
once
feel like
again.
if you're on
He
the
said he's
Shopify
down.
side, that game almost ends differently when you watch that either from a third person or on a death cam, when you see, or even
It's alright.
from your own
We're gonna
first
pull it
person.
back here.
That is just, like you said, it's a statement.
Nice little
And
oddball
Optic
game.
Gaming is coming into this. Let's not forget that not only had they lost this game type exclusively to Shopify. Take a look at this one more time, which I think is only right. And look
No,
at this
don't show
World
this.
2 on the beat. Doesn't out of here. Unbelievable. Just pops up, doesn't waste
Charlie
any
went to
time,
get water and a snake.
and hits a fantastic shot to close out the game. But let's not forget, not only had they lost that game type exclusively to Shopify, they were 2-3 in that game type this weekend. That was not a winning game type for them. And if they're digging that deep, they're kind of suggesting, hey, whatever stats you might have.
I think a
in the
lot
back,
of times
we're
they
not
have
really interested
setups
those,
in the
so we're gonna
back,
play 2 series of
but
Halo and take a championship.
Now we get to
You
see
don't always go right to them to play,
time,
but
which is gonna
typically
really
you
test
have like
both
your
teams here.
practice
It's
setup
certainly gonna test
in the back
Shopify
of the
Rebellion
venue.
being down 2 in the series. We are heading into an oddball game on Recharge. There's a head-to-head of 2 of the players. You can see the statistic for yourself who have been the standouts when it comes to this game type.
They
for
can't
their
lose hope. We're
respective teams,
fine.
but I mean, for Optic, they took a moment, stepped away from the stage there, maybe trying not to get caught up in the moment. Know that there's a long, long road ahead. They have done
This is the one we pull it back, we get our confidence, and then we go crazy.
We've seen that on either side of the stage when these two
Go
teams play each
stupid.
other. They've got a long,
Alright.
long way to go.
I changed it up. I ate a snack.
We've seen
job.
Filled up the water.
Like you said, we've seen reverse sweeps. We've seen
proud of
big
you.
swallows.
Fresh water.
There's a lot more to play, but Shopify certainly must be thinking, okay, we need to lock in right here because Optic is bringing a different tier of gameplay, and I think it goes without saying that Optic has looked not only the best
Okay.
they have,
Now let's stop looking like shit, huh?
all online qualifiers, the case on Showdown, and this
I would
entire
like
tournament
that.
so far, they are playing at a pace that we maybe haven't seen them reach just yet.
For Shopify, the memories of beating Optic a little bit earlier on, maybe starting to fade. They realize they're in a series now as we head into game number 3. Oddball Recharge, first of 2 rounds. Will be the team who takes this game
Nothing
away,
is
and if it's Optic, they'll
fading.
find themselves
We're
one
just
game away from
warming
resetting
up.
the bracket here and
Brings
sending
membership
us to
and
a
more.
second best of 7.
And warm-up's over. Let's actually start winning again.
As another swing game.
Let's
Right where we
rock.
do it.
Let's rock
And
today.
different series layout, as you allude to,
I
we
got
would
an
have.
eyelash in my eye, that's good
depending on
luck.
how
I'm in
this
pain
game
so that
goes
they're
is what
not.
could tell us whether we're going to see a pretty
My
quick
hands look like
first
this, so
series,
theirs
or
could
whether
look
we
like
might
that.
go the distance. Shopify needs to dig deep. They need to find something special now to get back into the series.
That's been what Optic have been doing all weekend, digging deep, finding something special, finding a way to keep themselves alive. Well, now, boy, are they alive, and certainly this series is alive
I
as
just
well.
throw
This
my
grand
phone on the
finals
floor.
is
That's a
alive.
good idea.
Legend, the man,
Perfect.
no scopes. Shopify Rebellion into a 0-2 series.
Nice, good shit last shot. That a boy.
POV that we check out. Last shot inside of the
Fucking
tower now. Camo
bare your fangs at them. Show your teeth.
As he's now turned his attention to keep his teammates teammate alive.
We're hungry. And the only thing that'll satiate this appetite is a major win. Big W.
Major dub. And there's no ball grab yet. Finally, it's a late camo grab. 36 seconds in. Very, very late. And that indicates to you just how conservative the opening was from both sides.
Timing on that grenade, by the way, from last shot was just superb. Made it look
so. Oh, stop getting picked!
Internal timer we talk about with some of the best in the world. Speaking of which, peekaboo! Formal's got the camo. It's going to be 4 dead for Shopify Rebellion.
We are not here
we
yet.
talked about how the teams have so much respect for one another. That's why you see kind of dual conservative opening from both sides. But as soon as they get the camo, they pounce perfectly.
Here they come.
Here they are.
Great timing
right now.
That's going to be early time for Optic Gaming.
Nice.
There we go.
I did it.
That grenade almost took down Frosty, by the way. The Formal threw up towards the ceiling. Cycle in the 1v1 versus Legend. It's going to be Renegade. He joins that fight in and manages to clean him up. Oddball is down, but Optic have that lead.
There you go, Frosty.
In these game types with an objective in mind, if you can take a lead, you control
We have farmed Optic in Grand Finals, all split. Let's not change it now.
So much damage from Legend over the past 30 seconds.
Noob combo.
Frosty with a very well-placed green gun. Going to make him retreat for just a second.
There you go.
There you go. Between those two in the end.
All right, 2 down. Let's find the ball.
3 down. There we go.
Optic Gaming. The reset. The reset is very unfortunate. That would have been an easy pull back to gold. Instead, the ball will go bottom middle. Now camo popping as well.
Camo's coming up. Look at the sports as well.
That's unfortunate.
That was very unfortunate.
Absolute lifesaver for Optic Gaming.
What the
fuck? Over at Pipes, their Shopify Rebellion, they can get that ball back.
Can we check them for cheating?
But instead, they're forced to fight for the camo.
That's a tilter.
Optic don't have to worry about that ball getting away for them as Renegade adds another triple kill to the collection. That's 2 in 2 games for him.
Born to rack up time, forced to fight for camo. Unfortunate there for him.
Oh boy.
Continue scoring based off of all the chaos. They'll bring the ball
Come
bottom.
on.
Ball is down though, so Shopify don't let Optic get it comfortably. And now you can see from the spread on the map and the way that Formal's playing, that Shopify have a setup in and around the elevator. Formal just waiting for damage. And now that the damage has come in, you would expect to see the likes of Found, Legend flying.
Come on, Royal. Come on, Royal. Yeah, you win these.
Picks up 1, but it's 3 dead. There's the break. There's the damage from Formal. It's played off of perfectly by Optic Gaming. They break the setup from Shopify, and now they have that ball back in their hands.
See what Renegade can do as well.
We haven't tried in a long time.
As you said, it was easy to redead. Now we get
I was actually just thinking push up. Yeah, you can. I say rip it.
We need something to hard reset this time.
Yeah, we've. Good push up. Oh god. That reload just saved him. That was so lucky for us.
Getting the wiggles out.
Yeah. We need to get we need to get the wiggles out here, man. What is going on? Like, we don't look like the same team right now. We're not winning our ones. We're not playing together either. Like, I don't get it.
Come on!
We're just not playing our game right now. Come on, boys.
We're not cleaning stuff up.
No, we're not.
Top tower, front tower,
Oh. Oh. Yeah. It's not looking good. Even if Optic wins just the reset, right? Yeah, they'll reset it because we came through winners because we beat Optic getting here. But you really hate to see a bracket reset on winner's side because it's such a fucking tilter.
If you just play your game, this one's still winnable.
I mean, this is just round 1, but it's... I don't, like, they're just not... They're not doing it, you know what I mean?
It's feeling messy.
Yeah, it feels desperate is what it feels like. Like, we're not playing confident anymore for some reason.
50 seconds. Look at the time, guys. Look at the time. We're not the first two.
Watch out, roll two.
Very weak.
Yo, single sack, just sitting behind it. If it doesn't stay there,
Stack.
jump on the tower.
Well, enjoy this life from Renegade. Enjoy this round from Optic. 38 seconds left in the round before they can close it out. And Shopify can't get near the odd ball until now. They're starting to get desperate. But we need to talk about two lives in particular.
Oh, man.
And then Bounds previously with that camo. So much damage, and the shots as crispy as you like.
Unbelievable damage, unbelievable movement. We'll have a little bit of time to talk about that shortly because as you heard Lunchbox
Just
say,
wake
the
up a
comms
little
only
bit.
20
Please.
seconds.
Yeah, just
Amazing
beat them,
They're going to
please.
continue slaying here.
You know you can beat them.
We beat them so many times, and now the one time it matters the most, we just can't find it anymore. Like, yeah, these, like, the games are not close, is the thing.
A camo in the hands of Renegade as well, and it will be the first round of oddball here.
Alright, let it be this one.
Boy, hey, look up for this one.
And I think we can say they picked up exactly where they left off. Feels like they came straight from Origin, and they landed right here on Recharge, playing the exact same way. That was once again a suffocating round, and it feels like that has really summed up how Optic Gaming has played each of the games in this series so far. Such a clean
I've already ripped the chicken jockey, and then we got like absolutely fucking spawn camped. Like, it wasn't close. There's no power left in chicken jockey. There's no water left in that stone to squeeze. It's just every possible thing that could go wrong keeps going wrong.
Against us.
Yeah.
There's a player coming gold stairs, and Frosty gets back
Come on.
with camo and shock, and what could have been a pretty solid.
Come on, we gotta win this one.
Wide open.
Okay, that's good. Didn't even get the trade. That's big.
Top A, and will continue holding the ball. So a rotate opportunity coming in here towards teammates.
And just about make the cross. Optic will have to wait. And it's going to be a lead here for Shopify Rebellion.
Nice.
Legend flies in. Play ball.
Oh, if he could have just traded that. There you go, last shot. Thank God. Frosty is way off in this series right now. He threw it off.
You can grab that odd ball, and that's exactly what Optic tried to do there.
Important first. Also, Frosty gets the second kill.
Nice.
So a clean break overall. They've made their way very difficultly across the entire map, but based on the spawns, it may be for nothing here. We'll see if Bound can spawn his teammates and hold down pipes.
Bound 13, making 14 and 12 as he goes on a killing spree. And Optic have that ball back at pipes, and Optic looking like they're going to be able to turn this early advantage that Shopify had over. Last shot, last alive. He's just fallen as well. And even though the odd ball is going to drop off, everybody from Shopify Rebellion is just coming off of the respawn screen. So Bound's going to move this one away from that LOS. He's going to get it back towards his respawning teammates, and Optic will go into a lead.
Very nice rotate. Notice how he doesn't go gold. He immediately goes long haul to cut down the angles. Much less sight lines that he's vulnerable to, and he comes away with it. What a beautiful set of plays.
This is by far the worst we've ever looked. It's disastrous.
Just let that sink in for a second. 23 and 10. And we're in the second round of oddball here with only 40 points on the board for Optic. You get the feeling that another one hits. Perfect shot.
Losing all of our ones. Oof.
One for Renegade. Last shot trying to fly into the pipes, but the oddball still being held by Optic. 50 points on the board for them now.
I mean, look at the total slay numbers. It's suffocating.
Hold on, I've got an idea.
Amazing slay control and overall map
Using half of our power over.
Yeah, that's what happened. That's what went wrong.
Why did we do that?
He's now going to watch C-Plat.
Cycle's going to be flanking towards that oddball, so I wonder if it's going to be a game of get the slays before we get that oddball, but I think Shopify just starting to recognize that they need to get some time on the board here. And Cycle going to wrap this one away before playing it down bottom middle. Now flies in, Cycle deals with him. Renegade now trying to clean up the damage, but recognizes there's multiple members.
I'm tired of watching Renegade kill people. Let's kill him.
I'm also pretty tired of it. I am pretty tired of that too.
Anything can happen from here, but Shopify's going to need to find the ingredients that they need. Psycho, last player alive, he will be ready to play the ball momentarily.
One player that needs some more from is Frosty. We talked about him being an X factor. A lot of talk about him being the best in the game right now. He's 8 and 18 in this game number 3, and he's been relatively quiet throughout this series so far. So Frosty obviously has a lot more to give here for Shopify Rebellion, but it needs to be found sooner rather than later.
Yeah, there's still time for him to turn this game around, for the entire team to turn
Frosty
this game around. But I
snap
agree,
out of it a little bit.
rare stat line from him, especially
Start doing what he does.
Yeah. That would be just what the doctor ordered, I tell you what.
Optic still with this lead, 56 to 33.
Cycle's out to kill on Renegade.
Everyone knows that Cycle's close. Also wants to try and help out with some angles that he can hit with his shock rifle. Plenty of ammo to work with as well as he hits the reload. And Optic just waiting for Shopify to make their move. And with the shock in their hand, they can do this, Andy. They can wait. And then they can hit straight.
Nice. Got the shock down.
Alright.
Okay, here we go. That's a good push. That's a good push.
Come on. Let's get the ball.
Alright. Get a little of that spready Kruger in there, you feel me? Fucking smell me?
I smell ya.
That's to avoid that sticky grenade. Manages to do so. A lot of pressure on him with his shock rifle to hold down this pipes, look and keep his ball carriers alive.
Oh, how is that not a headshot?
Cycle's gonna tease. Now he's gonna slide out, look for more. Bound is pushing. Bound should be traded.
Just trade it, yeah. Yeah, good trade. Good trade.
2v2 for a second here, and where these next
Come on,
few kills
Frosty.
fall really determine if we're gonna see Shopify get back into this. Good gold pressure though. It's gonna give them an opportunity to try to get a grab, but with the ball still down batteries, Renegade's exactly where he needs to be.
Yeah, frustrating moments here.
Oh my god, Frosty, please. What is going on, man? What the fuck, man?
Still down on the batteries as the reset comes in,
Who's
but
membership,
don't
Nick?
have to worry about that. They have the lead. They could just pin Shopify back.
Even with 3 dead there, that ball sitting batteries meant that Shopify could not get time on the board. They're also still 2 dead. Risky push! A risky push solo there.
Alright.
Tries to make something happen, but
Yeah, it's gonna be a bracket reset, and then hopefully that'll wake us the fuck up.
With 108 left on the game clock.
How many perfects have we seen from the POVs of Optic players in this game? You've seen them from Bound, you've seen them from Renegade, you've seen them from Legend, and of course you've seen them from Formal. Win your ones. That was the name of the game when Formal put this roster together, and that's exactly what they're doing. 1 minute. And it's Shopify who are reeling. Less than a minute left in this game. Camo burnt bottom middle, and Bound last alive.
Yeah, Renegade might have burned the camo, and also way past the 30 mark now. 30 bomb has been cleared, 31 and 17 with 47 seconds left on the clock.
Shopify needs to get that ball. Let's get it in their hands. Still time for them to play with here. Frosty picks up 2. Frosty trying to push on that long haul as well to keep Optic trapped. So we're going to move this one back to the elevator. Renegade might have a little timing window here to fly towards him. But
Nice.
he taken down importantly here for Shopify Rebellion, and hold your horses.
Come on, win this.
Good trade. No, it's a good trade.
he traded
Yeah,
it.
it's a good trade.
Death screen here for Optic, and there's life from Shopify.
It's a good trade from Legend, but is it enough? Bouncer first spawner, probably flying at this point. We'll see exactly where he is. Here comes the 4-man Optic push. If Shopify can hold, they can force a round 3.
Well, Formal will get the first pick.
First little sign of life we've shown.
Yeah. Frosty's just...
Yeah, Frosty's
he's MIA right now.
Between the two teams, but 22 seconds is
Also, the quality of the stream is really fucked. It's so blurry.
Good covering fire there from Formal to deny
What the fuck?
from top 8. Here comes the Shopify push. It needs to happen. 10 seconds left in the round.
Has to happen now. Renegade though. Renegade, this
Someone
is
needs to
his
finish him off. Tunnel
game.
match game.
Finds a kill,
Okay.
shuts it down, Cycle
Prep for the bracket reset.
He can't get his hands
Let's
on
just
that ball.
focus
and
on getting
Optic
some
are up
confidence.
by 3.
Renegade goes 34 and 18.
Somebody
in
tell
another
Frosty he's
decisive
the best player
Optic
in the
gaming
world.
win.
And
if you just joined
Yeah, can we just remind them of how many times we have absolutely biblically clapped the cheeks of Optic and get back to that confidence as opposed to this desperation we're playing with right now?
Bracket all the way here with what they've brought on Championship Sunday, but guess what? The championship whites are on, and it is very clear it's a different Optic Gaming that has arrived here in the Optic Arena. Final score 132 to 67 across the 2 rounds, and Shopify is shocked.
Shopify are shocked, Shopify are shook as we head towards CTF Fortress. Now we do mention that these
Oh boy. Oh boy.
but it's a long way to go for Shopify Rebellion to do that. And we are looking, if this continues, this pattern, like a bracket reset is going to come in almost...
Yeah, it looks like the bracket reset is inevitable. I'm gonna put the jersey on, really change it all up. We're gonna try it.
We need to.
We gotta try something. We saw some
try everything.
of play from the side of Shopify, but they have largely been silenced.
All right,
this
chat.
Entire series.
Fix this shit.
It's a completely different matchup between these two than we've seen all season in the preseason as well as Arlington so far. And we talked a lot, by the way, this from Renegade. It was just punishing everything we saw from his POV. Gets a double here as well. Everything we're seeing from Optic Gaming looks to be flawless. They are not making any mistakes. That's why you're seeing the score lines that you're seeing. Make no mistake, these are blowout games.
I'll do anything to fix this.
We talked all about how these teams are exchanging games back and forth so close. Guess what? Optic Gaming's writing a different story here. This is not close.
Yeah, 250 to 112 first game, 50 to 41 second game, 2-0, and it felt like a big 2-0 in that oddball game. Optic are dominating this series. And the way that they are shooting is so standout to me. And you're seeing some of those fights with bandits in hand. It's 5-shot max. That's how it feels at the moment. It's maximum damage output.
I can't give you a good chicken jockey. It's bad.
And everything seems to be kind of falling into the way that he wants the game to go.
Hey, thanks, Pedro.
Single kills turn into doubles for him. Then he gets involved in the next fight. Renegade playing like this means Optic are playing like Optic need to.
What I think is so tough as well, every time we're on Bound and Legends POV specifically, notice the G slides that they're hitting, and the second they are in mid-slide, they're hitting not just the first shot, but all 5 shots to get a perfect while they're moving exactly where they need to be on the map. And man, is that ever impossible to play against if you're on the side of Shopify.
Oh, reverse sweep would be nuts.
As we talked about on the desk, CTF Fortress,
I would love that.
An opportunity for Shopify to get back in the series, not just because their backs are against the wall, but specifically,
we got this.
You
Look,
heard Clutch
that's what champions do.
Fortress,
we come back from major deficits. Easy peasy. Nobody's nervous.
Comes in with a losing record,
especially not me.
Oh god. Shopify needs to take a breath and find a way back into
the
series. If they want to win the finals here, they will
that's a
now
good time.
need to reverse
That's a
sweep
good time
the
for
first
it.
grand final with 4 straight
Okay.
wins in a row.
Optic 1 game away from resetting the bracket in our grand final, sending us to a second best of 7. Capture the flag on Fortress is where we find ourselves, and we are.
Let's wake up.
Headshots, 2 sniper rifles on the map, and of course that overshield down bottom middle as well. And this is almost the perfect playground to see if Optic can close out now, or is there going to be something in this for Shopify? Are they going to find their stride here? We have to. It would be rude not to. It would be disrespectful not to start off watching Renegade.
This is going to be an absolute blender here.
All right.
In play with a map this size. 2 flags on the board. It could be a quick one, or we could see quite a lot of gameplay here. Kills exchanged each side, 3v3 on the map, but Renegade doing some early damage here. 2 dead for Shopify.
Or 2 something staying alive in that
Okay, 2 dead for Optic as well, though. Let's go, Royal. There we are. There we are.
And hits the shot. It's 2v2 on the map at the moment, but look how far up the map Bound finds himself right now.
Losing our ones. Losing our fucking ones.
Challenge. We know he likes to take the fight, but he's hitting the shots as well. And Legend now says,
oh wow. We at no point so far in this series have we just looked like ourselves at all. Not even like a glimmer.
Exactly what we're talking about when we say that. Just not wasting any time, any frames, as they move across the map and deal damage all at the same time. 2 dead, however, for Optic Gaming at the moment.
Moi 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 moi
Frosty flying in, he gets the trade. It's 3 dead. Here for Optic Gaming, Bound his last player alive. He's now bottom middle.
Was there a big shift on the way up?
Huge shift. Wow. Look at the damage he's taken.
Is the shift showing?
I mean, we were at least we made it to their flag in like a decent position until now.
I can't even finish the sentence before I talk about his 3rd kill.
I don't think it's you,
deals the
man.
damage, then picks up a 3rd kill.
I
That's
don't
what I'm
know.
talking about. Just because Bound is the last player alive does
I don't know. I don't know what it is.
a whole other slew of problems, and Bound reminding us of that.
From being last alive here, Bound finds 1 kill, stays alive, does damage, comes back out, no-scopes another player, and then all of a sudden, Shopify Rebellion are 3 dead. Overshield now, coming up bottom middle. Shopify Rebellion in a good spot, but oh, it's going to be stolen away. Legend, is he going to pop it?
Oh God! Thank heavens.
Almost, but not quite. But last shot does pop it. And Shopify
We got a little pull there, a little cheeky pull.
Being robbed blind, highway robbery. It was 3 dead for Optic
Nice.
Gaming, and now you're overshielded. Last shot's going to get this across the sideline. Still with a lot of overshield to play with. Nice little slides all the way back. 4 players alive, but he should have the timing here, especially with the overshield. Goes wide, actually.
Why?
They pulled our flag.
Oh.
Love that timing window recognition there from
Yeah, imagine.
There's a couple of players coming off respawn. He had the shields to deal with the bullets that will be coming his way. But like you say, look at Legend. Flags are away. Tickshot trying to hunt him down. It will be a trade inside of the base from Frosty. First time we've seen a flag standoff in quite some time.
Yeah. And this is a high-stakes flag standoff because you already get the feeling that if Optic Gaming
Nice.
this flag
Getting some
standoff
picks
the way
now.
they
That's
tend to play
good.
objective game types, they will play the most obnoxious, annoying, control-based rest of the match. 3 dead here for Shopify. Cycle last player alive.
Where's that flag? Cycle is near that
I don't
flag,
know.
trying to get
I
some
don't know
spawns,
what
but
we're
is there
doing.
anyone close enough to help Cycle?
Just getting outplayed.
This is what we do.
It is not what we do.
He's going to go for that return. Former with the sniper cross map and Optic
They got it.
be able to send
Yep,
this one
tough.
home, but can they cap?
Should be able to. Flags right there on the stand. Gonna delay for just a second. Formal once he gets the shields, you know he's not gonna waste time. Roll 2 though in a 1v1.
Come on, Royal. Nope. Oh, nice. Come on, last shot. Please, brother, please. We need the spark. The all spark.
Yeah, we just need something to give us some confidence here.
Last shot forced to the bottom of the base. There's gonna be a touch here from Renegade.
Yeah,
He gets
they
the
got
tap indeed. Last shot.
Oh.
Players are dropping on him. And Optic Gaming, they stay cool. They stay
I'm
collected.
gonna do something.
They get the flag
What are you
in.
gonna
They
do?
now lead
I'm gonna
1
walk
to
out there.
0.
Tell me if it helps.
Alright, I'll keep you updated.
Renegade not done yet.
Renegade is on another planet today. Last shot last alive once again.
All right.
Shopify Rebellion and Formal will not need to be asked twice to start moving that flag.
How about Bound, a casual triple positive right now at 12 and 4. Just another day's work for Bound. 3 dead, Royal 2, your only player alive. Formal's gonna hit the side to bottom mid.
Here comes the second one. Formal's moving.
It's not helping, by the way. No, they just capped.
It's going to be 2 to 0 as Formal gives us an exit.
It's just a bracket reset. I'd honestly just FF right now. This is just so fucking embarrassing. This is rough.
2 to 0 here. Quick work, 1 flag away from 4-0ing. Shopify Rebellion in the first grand final.
Frosty's 3 and 11 right now.
Another kill goes the way of Optic Gaming. Cycle does manage to trade out, but it's a numbers advantage momentarily for Optic as they get equaled out by the end of the sentence 2v2. Shopify need a snipe. They need an overshield. They need something to go their way here.
Once again, Bound and Legend are not even, it feels like in every battle they're not even getting down a shot, let alone losing battles. So difficult to challenge them with the way that they're playing. And I think the numbers tell the story here. 12 kills for Bound, 10 for Legend.
Now maybe thought he could get the better of Frosty there with a cheeky little re-peek, but the grenade from
We're
Frosty
getting,
was good.
we're getting ready for the real games.
Yeah, the real games.
Inside of their base, the repulse comes in from Royal 2, but the damage still superior on the side of Formal. Cycle's going to push him. Royal 2 finds one under the base, and all of a sudden Optic just under a little bit of pressure here. They're 2 dead. That's 3 dead, and is this the little window of opportunity for Shopify Rebellion
We at least got a pull.
The flag is away.
Frosty's maybe some initial good shots as well, and they get the help. And I was just about to say before that flag was pulled, this one's not over just yet. With 6 minutes
That's the
left.
first time we've seen a point on the board for our team.
We got flag?
Mm-hmm.
All I have to do is not be interested.
Oh, nice. That's smart.
On the jungle gym, manages to find himself an opportunity to get that flag.
It's working.
The overshield did go to Frosty. It's 2 dead here for Optic. There's a sniper in his hands, and Royal 2 is running that flag as well.
Numbers still on their side here.
He missed the
They get
flag.
another kill, and they might even get the kill A1. If they do, this flag will be
Never mind.
guaranteed home free. It's still 2 dead. Big shot though. Coming in from Legend.
Legend gets 2.
Look, that was me. I killed him.
Yeah, it's a triple kill. It's just like we're actually just straight feeding. We're not like when we challenge, we're not getting kills. Like we're just it's just we're getting world starred so fucking hard. It's crazy.
Absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous from Sabri. No right to get one of those kills, let alone all 3. It's going to be 3 dead. And Frosty, probably a little bit shell-shocked.
Oh my god. Frosty's missing. He's missing shots. Very uncharacteristic. It's just. Yeah, no, it's just. I think they are just beyond fried.
2 snipers in the hands of Optic Gaming. They get the return, but now the worry for Shopify with that chance. falling through their fingers. What can they do against this onslaught from Optic?
Every time it feels like Shopify can take an inch, it feels like a player on Optic steps up and hits an unbelievable shot, if not three. Form we're gonna hold here. Gonna hold down this elbow angle.
I mean, Shopify coming out there
Well, playing like trash here. Terrible.
clean up the damage. Shopify 2 dead once again. Now Royal 2 has overextended here. But it looks like Optic know where he is. Renegade's going to try and hunt him down. Optic do get that toss of the flag out of the base, but the position of Royal 2 is making Optic think twice about this.
You can tell once again, everything's going to slow down. So much on this flag and so much on this overshield. Renegade should be able to get it for free, and he does. Kills traded out initially.
Frosty does some really good damage to that overshield. Now he's been a nuisance. But Renegade will hunt him down and use that advantage in the shields to win that battle. It's 3 dead for Optic, and I tell you what, Shopify have got that flag out once again. Now, is there anyone in position to do something?
There we go, finally winning some ones again. Holy shit.
Moments ago, I'm not so sure this time, but look, the overextension's coming forward. Somehow got this flag running for Optic.
It was 4 dead. Somehow Formal pulls that
How
flag
would
all
they
the way
get
to
the
Arches.
flag?
I cannot believe it.
I don't
Let's see what
know.
else we can do to stay alive in cave.
I don't know.
And all of a sudden, both flags 50% of the way across the map. Frosty will be able to get this return by the looks of things, even though Formal
Here we go.
get that
There we go. Finally, we're finally breathing. Yeah, get the goddamn defibrillator out. Oh, that's just tragic.
Shopify has rallied back after trailing 2-0 and found a way to tie the game. 3 minutes left.
This is good for the bracket reset, though.
Yeah, we're getting a little momentum.
Yeah, a little bit of something. We need Frosty to open his peepers, though.
We figured not where I thought that was going.
what did you think? His penis?
Yeah, I didn't really know which angle.
We gotta get his peebness out.
Yeah, peebness has to get on the table.
It is a big deal that we haven't put our dick out yet, I will say.
It is. It's like fighting a Saiyan, non-Super Saiyan.
Mm-hmm.
Pressure that's starting to be applied by Shopify. In the back of the base, you have to hit shots. If you lose
It's like
these fights
pinkies
in the
out
back of the
when you're
base,
fancy.
that flag is
Mm-hmm.
away.
Known for us that dicks out is how we play games.
Damn right. Hanging brain.
Holy.
Oh, trading that would have been so nice. Come on, come on.
Let me kill him!
Nice. That's 3 down.
Most importantly, there should be an overshield in the hands of Shopify on this push as well.
Nice, Royal 2. There you go, Royal.
He still has some overshield to play with.
He saw it. Body shot, nice. Nice
Oh,
fucking
Frosty!
shot. He's alive again. He's alive
Frosty's
again.
entered the building!
He's finally back. He's finally fucking back.
The run is so
Wait,
staggered. The
flag.
run is so staggered despite the fact they got the kills. Finally, they're running it here. They have some angles here. Formal's going to overextend.
Come on, Cycle. Come on, Cycle.
He's overextended here. He comes back through the
Royal's still behind them, wreaking havoc. Like a little hemorrhoid in there behind. Show him my ass.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Charles.
My ass, their face.
I don't know why we didn't run the flag there.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't understand either.
That was a huge red.
2 dead though. Flag game back. Flag's
Nice.
down here. Flag is now
Huge
down.
kill.
Ring 1.
Come on.
And you have the Shopify flag down here on the porch.
Come on. Clean this, clean this, clean him up.
That was so staggered, and now we're seeing the counter pull coming in from Bound. 2 dead for Shopify Rebellion. Bound gets another one. It's 3 dead for Shopify Rebellion. Frosty trying to fight forward.
Flag is returned. Frosty
No.
gonna get taken down.
Alright, reset. That's fine. There was finally some fucking signs of life.
It looked like we were in the match with them.
Yeah, at the very least, we started fucking moving. Okay, so now bracket reset, we can play Halo?
Yep.
This time?
And look, this is why you go undefeated in the tournament. You get your rewards. You can sleep a little, and then you wake up.
Put together a last-ditch effort. And maybe take a game. Optic Gaming shuts it down. Absolute carnage in those last few Slayer exchanges for all those flags. We saw multiple flag standoffs. But once again, it's Optic Gaming that see through the smoke. Identify what they need to do, get an unbelievable return. By the way, Royal 2 running flag with overshield with 3 dead, and somehow Optic Gaming off the
Use
respawn.
membership Eden.
find a way to prevent that flag from being ran. It sat right next to the repulse there, next to ring 1, for far too long. It felt like Shopify had everything they needed, the timing, the overshield, and the run. Instead, it's Optic Gaming that gets much more than just the game-winning flag. They get the first grand final. It's a 4-0 win. It's almost an immeasurable amount of momentum. And they reset the bracket here for a second best of 7.
I think if you were to ask, and I'm including the Optic fans respectfully in this conversation and in this question, what do you expect to see in this grand final? What do you think the score is going to be? I don't think many of them would have said 4-0.
Right. Even the boldest of Optic fans.
Exactly.
I don't even think Optic would have said 4-0.
That's what we see in front of us, though. And it's a 4-0. Those first 3 games aren't close at the top level. They are dominant performances. Then we see the steal that has been displayed.
I'm just glad we showed a little life at the end.
That's at least something to go into the reset with.
Also, how about Legend?
That triple?
Legend, last player alive, and he gets a triple kill to stop the flag run.
Immeasurable impact on that game.
Unreal. We'll take a look at the stats in just a second. I think Bound.
What do you mean another lost tournament? We've won 4 tournaments in a row going into this. What are you talking about? We beat Optic at 4 tournaments in a row in grand finals, and in this tournament already. What do you mean another lost tournament? We literally just won on LAN against them 2 weeks ago.
Of gameplay, and Legend and Bound, they were heating up early. It felt like it was going to be a very quick game. Instead, Shopify let this one go, I mean, to a fantastic rally, but wow. Just what a game 4, and I'm blown away by what we saw from both sides.
I mean, even this return here, look, Legend plays that corner, gets the kill, keeps Bound alive, like all of these little moments start to stack up. And there was something kind of, it almost felt like the script writers were out. It was Formal who runs that final flag in, right? Just marches towards that capture point to get that final one on the board. Optic up by 2. You have to give Shopify a lot of credit for the way they fought back in that game. A lot of teams would have just capitulated and thought, you know what, let's think about next series. That series is gone.
Here it is, Legend. Look, stops the flag run, hits the brainer, no scope for the double, and this, not easy. Has to hit the perfect triple to stop that run, and does exactly that.
It's generational talent. That's all you can say about Legend. Those kind of plays are almost instinctive, right? It's just individual brilliance that leads to Optic staying alive in the game. It could have been very, very different at that point. Formal starts getting involved as well. He's like, that looks fun. I'm going to have a few quick scopes go my way. But when it's all said and done here, bro.
Look at this one. Excuse me, Formal gets brained as well. There's 2 players to A1. How does this flag not go back? How does Optic stop this? On paper, that flag is gone. And somehow they find a way.
Yeah, I don't know why we didn't run it there either. I think they just wanted the reset as well. Just a clean slate.
Exactly. Get the mind right.
Whether you have a camera or not, that Optic pit, the green wall's getting dangerous, and they are hyped. And for good reason. The series layout tells the story. It is a clean 4-0 from Optic Gaming to send us to a second best of 7.
Just unbelievable. Unbelievable from Optic Gaming. It's something that nobody really saw coming. The Shopify Rebellion, they've got to take a deep breath, the deepest of breaths. They did win, of course, that winner's bracket matchup, which means they have a chance to still be crowned champions. Now, obviously, after the KOTH Invitational, there was a lot of conversation about winner's bracket advantages and the format there. Well, Optic Gaming will be happy, of course, just to be still in this final with an opportunity now with 1 more best of 7 to turn things around, to call themselves champ. This is the triple kill, though. It is just, I mean, firstly, great work from the production team in the back to show us that in slow motion, to show the level of ability.
Oh my god, yikes, those stats, holy.
How about only Cycle going positive and barely positive by 3 kills, everyone else being shut down on the side.
Sorry, this is where we come back.
Yeah, we've got to.
Says everything you need to, right? It's Frosty has not had a presence, not had an impact on this series as yet. Certainly didn't have it on that one, but this is a new one coming up, and he will want more than anyone to turn those stats around.
And I know the desk is going to be ready to break it down. I know we were saying we shouldn't look at the second best of 7 just yet. Turns out it was a good idea.
You're welcome to.
And I tell you what, we're going to have a lot of time to talk about it later. I'm sure the desk is also going to talk about it, but Optic fans are going to be very happy about the layout here in terms of where we've seen game type records, when we've already seen these teams play these 2 game types. Game type records here in Arlington. And I think that's going to give our friends on the desk quite a lot to talk about. Lottie, take it away and get us ready for the second set.
Thank you so much, Bravo, on set. You're right, we have an awful lot to discuss here on the desk. Wow. I mean, there was only one story in that series, and it was Optic Gaming all over every single page, the blurb, everything. The chapters were just the unfolding of Optic Gaming and the unraveling of Shopify Rebellion.
We're looking at Apex.
I mean, it
No, I
really
think that's what
didn't
fucked
look
us.
too promising until that final map that we
forgot.
just saw in the series.
Split
We saw a
focus
little
was
bit
bad.
more
Yeah.
life out of Shopify Rebellion, but it was all Optic Gaming. You mentioned how on
Yeah, I'm
fire
gonna
they
check what
were
we did.
and that you can
All right,
kind of
let's see
see
how we-
another series coming our way.
It's out of our hands now.
It's true. Only God can save us.
Only God.
No, definitely not.
What game are we in Apex?
There's a ramp here, Koi.
This is game. It's probably game 4.
This is, I would
And
guess.
it's gonna pull more to our side.
This side is good.
It'll pull more to our side.
What's a
You
bracket
keep the
reset?
main fence on
We
the down
kicked
low.
Optic to
That one
losers,
and then the far one here, Matt.
so they have to win twice in order to win the tournament. We just need to win once.
Yeah, I'm trying to come up.
Make sure you don't die, Koi.
70%.
Thanks, Brandon.
You can just wait. Some peek it off. Sit in the corner. I am 214. What do you guys for heals?
I'm 212. 212. I got a Phoenix as well. Okay, take my McCoy.
We keep getting in at the very beginning of the games.
Here.
Yeah.
Bro, I don't have a fucking back. I don't have any back nades. I don't have the
I'll
backpack.
check mainstream too.
You carry any nades?
Give me a buff.
Actually,
Give me a
get a
buff.
buff.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try and vet them.
Yeah, right there. I think they're inside.
They're
Guys.
tags.
They're inside.
That was a waste of nades.
What was the
90%.
Bubbles was free, bro.
I don't know. But I think Hardcore's still in a better spot, because we can hold bottom in this. So if it pulls down, we have bottom. Perfect. Alright, good job. I think this is better, guys. Because we can
Yeah,
still hold
I think
bottom.
where we are is really good.
If anyone tries to go bottom, we can swing far side forward together.
Yeah, we can just angle the fuck
Second
out.
angle Panda Express ad.
I'm
That's
permanently
big.
staying descent, okay?
That's a good omen.
Mm-hmm.
Same above us.
Good down. Yeah. Full cancer.
We should just play that though.
The guy playing on this rock, right?
Target acquired. There.
You want to get more fences just like on this cross map? Like just in the open and shit? Actually, no, you want the ones on low, huh? You're right.
Yeah, I want to get
Maybe,
this. I
maybe
want to
take
keep
that one,
this.
those two out. That one's really gonna cross in that middle.
Yeah, I think right.
We have 31 points.
I'm gonna walk up with you.
I'm gonna fence this again. I'm fencing this again.
We are in second behind NRG with 43.
Okay, that's not bad. And what game is it?
Match 4.
Oh, what a big call.
Yep.
Pin the tail on that donkey easy.
Herp has 28 points. I watched last time we had it open, they were in last. So they must have had a big
That was
game.
Alger. I'm not gonna lie.
You guys can carry a nade, you can grab that.
Where is it?
Oh, nothing.
Walk up to get another fence real quick.
Bro, if we were altar when these guys were rezzing, bro, oh my god.
Crazy.
Another free KP. Boy, remember when we got shit on by Duplex?
On bridge? Barrel?
Yeah.
They changed the format of Apex, so now there's actual bans, so you have to keep swapping out your comp.
It's very nice.
It's pretty refreshing. But then you get games like this where it's you get a comp that's like fucking Watson comp,
We get EMP'd, I'm
which
instantly
is
thermiting
always
this, and we're
really
gonna, like,
really
drop
slow.
drop as well, okay?
They're gonna get shot from there if they
Somebody
drop
just open this
far.
door down here.
They're gonna get shot from there if they drop far, okay? It's gonna be
Okay, then I'm gonna nade spam the fuck out of this so they don't just drop in our door and try and into us.
Good plan.
Just try getting gen down and then we'll fucking fight.
Yeah, I don't have gen right now,
None of
so
us
right now.
follow through the video.
Make sure you don't sit in this
They're
corner
trolling
either if we get
things,
EMP'd, because I need to get a new gen down
And
there.
they can't be altar guys, so we're only getting into the doors. We're not gonna get on anyway.
I have a god spot if they end us, guys.
Our boy's actually in a really good spot, bro. This is actually not bad, bro. If we start getting like fucking like fan peaks and down the safe spot, I'll just sit here, bro. I'm not even kidding.
This is
They're gonna
cute.
notice, though. They're gonna know we're here.
No, we're not trying to rat though. We're
I'm
trying
playing
to
down
not take damage for free.
I'm bad at new gen. I wanna try and poke the purple, but there's nobody to shoot.
I wanna try to get on this one, bro.
Oh, fuck,
That's
bro.
actually really good.
Imagine someone swings this from this side. Oh my gosh, back shots galore.
Well, if we get EMP'd, they're just gonna know where we are, so.
They broke my fence. I'm gonna walk up and get it down again.
Okay, but if they all three turn around and shoot me, bro, that's literally free low, no?
I guess. What if they peek the door and then they kill you for free and then kill us?
No, they're not gonna kill me for free. I'm gonna do a million damage, and then we win the fight.
The bans are new. They just started that.
I'm thinking it's Eternal. And we're dead.
Imagine.
It's my opinion. Don't get mad at me for it.
I had a game with complexity that looked like a lot. I had a zone like this with complexity that looked a lot like this and it ended over here.
Yeah.
Bro, can this guy fuck
Bro,
off?
I legit think this zone like literally cannot pull back.
No, it's any unbreakable for sure.
No, I don't think it can either. I'm just
And be dead.
That's good.
One of the Apex majors this year. One of them's next month, right?
Yeah. May, early May.
Oh, so less than a month.
Yep.
Do not get charged off when you fucking piece of shit, Matt.
Is it charge rifle here?
Yeah, it's somewhere over there. If you get headshot charge rifle,
You're gonna watch The Last of Us later? Oh yeah, I forgot, new episode.
I'm just not peeking, that's all.
Are you enjoying it so far?
That was only one episode, it was fine.
Alright, we're in a really good spot.
It's a few people.
Yeah.
We just play here. We just play where we are. We're gonna pick up kills low ground later.
For sure. Someone's gonna go under there, okay?
Yeah.
Someone's definitely gonna try to get under us. We can try to peek the team under. Okay, we can try to peek the team under, but we like need to remember that this team can just drop far side in like any door.
Yeah, we can't like hard swing the side.
Me and Koi might be able to like try it.
Thanks, membership rendezvous.
You have to be very careful, okay? Like no dying.
Yeah, make sure if you're gonna look, make sure you pop Ballistico.
Are we back?
Doesn't look
That team's
like
chilling
it.
at 100, bro. They're
No,
insane if they fucking
we're
let
not.
us.
I didn't even know if that's that drone.
Hour-long break.
Honestly, I wouldn't even be mad about that. To be frank, we need
It's
it.
a team looking to take underneath. I think.
We cannot play like that again.
Yeah, they just need a mental reset.
It's just set up drone.
Looking this way. I just
I
need
can
this when they do
I
it.
can like play over here maybe by myself.
Yeah, I'm gonna bust out if they do it, and we can try to look.
I'm staying here. I'm not leaving this my channel.
Let's go drop, bro.
I'm gonna.
Burn
That's
TP,
like over
burn
this.
TP to get back if you need to.
That's like over this or TP, yeah. TP's probably best.
If you play like right here, it's actually I think it's really safe.
I don't think I can.
On that wall.
Over here.
They really seem to like this building.
Well, it's God's
We're like in
spot.
such a good spot because like all these.
I don't know if
buildings
you
are so
can
open
see
to
it
everyone
from
else.
there, because for some reason
yeah.
the quality is just bad today on like all broadcasts. They're in a really good zone.
Yeah, that's looking good.
We said who was looking to take it underneath us?
I know there's a crypto
Just
drone
anyone
like
who's a
scouting it.
crypto drone. LG dead. Good.
It's a fuse. It's like a fuse ash team above us.
Okay.
A lot of drones around us. We need crypto band after this.
Yeah, it should.
We just win the day for free.
They're
Holy
fighting
fuck,
hard for it.
I'd feel so safe if crypto's banned right now.
Yeah, right? We should still be in the zone after this.
Are we able to live underneath these guys at all in this building? I don't think. I think it's pretty shit.
Nah, it's
What are you talking about? Last of Us? A huge disconnect from the source material is bad. First episode was not great by any stretch.
That's a fuse.
What disconnect from the source material? It added like 2 scenes and both were fine.
Alright, you should play a little back now, go ahead.
We don't have to do
Everything
anything.
else was pretty one-to-one with the game.
Someone's gonna go under us, okay? We can't
Once
panic
this,
too much on that.
no, once this zone's closed, we can kill the team under us really easy.
Yeah. Well, the team above us can drop at any moment, then.
They can drop on this door.
That is true.
They just TV back up.
Oh, are you safe?
If I had the Oxstar perk this game, holy.
Bro, is there any way me and Koi can play far side right now?
I
don't think there's any need to. You can play here. Him just open the door below us.
Are you defending the show? I mean, it was fine. Yeah, it wasn't a bad episode. It was just like the game with 2 extra scenes. The only thing I...
How much of a hot take that's... Are you defending it?
Yeah, I mean, it was totally fine. The only thing I think they should have done is recast Ellie, because she looks exactly the same. And she's supposed to be 5 years older, so it feels weird for the character. Other than that, it was fine.
Other side. Bro, they're gonna be fighting so hard. Bro, we might as well just like stand here and just beat them on the side.
This guy's porting, this guy's porting. The team ported here as well. He's not porting on us, not porting on us, he's porting on them.
If you guys want.
I'm staying here. You can look from the side.
I can play with him.
Tell me resing.
Care drops, boy, care drops.
Joining us. Might see her bottom.
Okay.
Come on, boys, let's get out of here alive.
I don't think they're gonna get out of here. They want to just control it. There's a team underneath.
And above, right?
Yeah, the team above those in a rough spot. I don't think they'd try and end.
I'm trying to get some damage here.
This high team shouldn't like what drop on us right now. There's no way they should.
I'll drop on this guy here.
Nice.
Scared to pick that shot rifle.
TP on our right.
Yeah. Attack. Ultimate height. Okay.
They can't drop now. Go
double head, go double head.
Oh yeah, it's good.
Okay, we need to counter us.
TP boss.
Where are they?
Go to
I
mid.
don't know.
Here,
Oh,
on my ping. Here.
They're fighting ghosts.
That's the team that was above them, I'm pretty sure.
One.
Nice.
Oh, good shots.
He's down now.
Huge.
Nice. There you go, MT.
Shit, MT's been in the lab.
Yeah, his aim's looking real nice.
I hit the crypto right above us. I still have a dash as well.
Okay, bottom might be better here soon.
And we control this building, which is so huge.
I'm not sure. Can you guys go check over here from over here?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Oh.
How
many boss? Boss is free.
Is there anyone inside?
Oh, this building here?
Yeah. I don't see anyone. There's gotta be there, right?
There is.
Well, that pool's not the best for us.
Later, I get a Watson gen.
We can go here too. We can this corner too, Matt. Which corner's better?
Yours isn't in. This one.
I think that was
Ooh, that
we
was a
TP
charge
this corner,
rifle
I get a
shot,
Watson
wasn't
gen
it?
there, and we just hug.
I wasn't paying attention. Was it a charge rifle?
I could be wrong.
I have no idea. Might have been.
Here, by the way.
He did call it a charge rifle. I think your eyes were right.
The top ping.
Yeah, I know what I'm talking about.
That's true.
Top ping's gonna be best. We drop that instantly.
One guy just got knocked in, I'm TP on him.
Boss.
Come on.
What are you for?
Come on, baby. Good shots. Flash.
I'm staying here.
Get in there and shit him.
Get in there and shit them.
They're outside on this side.
And stay out.
We go now?
I feel like we probably should have just wiped it. I never like when we leave a team up like
know,
that.
because you know we're now part of their lore. They're coming back for us.
Well, no, the big thing I hate about it is we get shot in the back when we make our rotate when we leave them.
Come on, heal up fast. Get healthy, boys.
Nice.
Bro, MT's going
I'm getting
nuts.
this kill. In this corner. Can you snare him? On the truck. Dead.
Oh, baby. All headshots from MT right now.
Nice, boys.
Oh, yep. Not worth the thirst. Nice.
Good nades. Huge nades. Alright, stay healthy.
No! The other team pushed.
I don't know if it's a full team.
No, we're fine. They died. We're fine.
Come on, boys. Nice. There you go, Koi. No!
Shit. Good try, boys.
That's alright. Decent kills. 6th, so probably like 10 points.
Good fucking game. That's my bad.
Yeah, I think they had a lot of kills.
Yeah, I think that should be like 10 points, I'm pretty sure.
One of them died, and I killed another one. We just
Sorry. I thought they were
Oh, what are you doing?
Fine.
Free to get their shields back on up while Fusion falls.
Let's see.
We'll
we won't show us.
no, but we're gonna stay second because NRG's still in right now.
Held by Shopify Rebellion. I think it was probably the EMP that came in and destroyed most of the, the pylons and everything else that they had set up that sort of spelled the end for them in this game. Spectre Esports, they were playing a choke down to the south. They were the only ones in that position, and that has actually given them a reasonable amount of the zone. But as you can see with teams up top,
I'll tell you what I'm really not excited for in the format though is crypto.
Yes, agreed.
Having crypto back in is just so annoying.
I think the fans should be able to delete a...
Yeah, if the fans should get one ban vote. It would 100%.
Right from the beginning.
It'd be crypto every time.
Absolutely.
It's just so boring.
I hate it.
For the time being, what is our next playthrough? Are we looking for the fence line? Because you're going to have to contend with NRG as they move out of that building.
Yeah, and the EMP is just such a bitch.
Spectre Esports.
Halo's back? Alright.
I'll keep this up on my phone to see points.
It looks like they're not starting yet. They just came back. Oh, no. They are. All right, let's wake up. Let's wake up. All right, we've had a big break. Big mental reset. Let's go back to what we do best, which is winning.
I'm hyped, you're hyped. We're all fucking hyped.
He's Squidward, you're Squidward, I'm Squidward. Is there any other Squidwards I need to know about? Meow. I'm out of here. That's the whole scene played out right there.
That was really good. The I'm out of here really pulled on my heartstrings.
Winning roster. They caused
Wow.
the craziest roster mania in over 20 years of professional Halo. And Formal on record as saying he would not compete this season unless he had these three players next to him. And you're starting to understand why.
Let's go, let's go.
Best of 7 to decide the
Nice.
Yep, there you
Already
go.
looking so much better. Right foot, don't forget it.
Our highs were fine, but our lows were too low. We get rid of those, we're looking good.
And your shoes are looking cool. Nice fucking shot. There you go, Royal. There you go. Royal 2. Bang. You know he's good for it. Big arm.
That's a bomb.
That's how we do it. They're minerals, Marie.
It's a rock.
It's not a boulder, it's a rock. It's a rock. Oh, what a shot. Yeah, he's good for it. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am.
Still 3 dead for Optic Gaming.
Wow.
Good stick.
Okay, I thought it bounced off of him for a sec.
Love that, love that.
Strong start. You found your footing.
Playing much better out the gate.
Don't let go of it.
Shopify Rebellion fan, because they are showing signs of life, and like we said, early control as well. And what a time! Let's get to a listening here with Shopify Rebellion.
There you go, bound down.
Just unlucky.
Yeah, just
unlucky.
It's okay, it happens.
We're not gonna never die.
I
just want to die
Oh! Someone clean that up? Anyone there to clean that up? Alright, come on.
Clean it up. Cycle got one.
Nice. There you go, last shot.
Get hyped,
Yep.
boys.
Let's get that energy going.
We play on vibes.
That chakra.
We win on vibes.
I go by spiritual vibrations. The Kundalini.
I don't even know where that is.
It's the chakra serpent that runs up your back.
Oh. I always thought I felt something.
And sometimes you can tap into it.
What's it called?
The Kundalini.
Oh. Then there's the serpent that eats itself in a circle.
Ouroboros.
Oh man.
Come on, someone clean up Renegade. Nice.
There's another one. They're everywhere. Kill them all.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's alright, it's alright. Let's go, last shot. Let's go, baby.
They're flag stairs again. Two stairs side, two stairs side. Yo,
Oh.
Ooh, okay, come on, boys. Let's get back in it. Let's get back to it.
Nice, good kill.
There you go. Come on. Let's use that battle rifle and put my ass in their face. Make them huff. Yeah, you fucking feel me. This guy gets it. This guy gets it.
I get it. Come on, win this one.
Alright.
We trade?
Yeah, we traded. It's alright.
Alright. Win this one.
No, we gotta win those. Come on, Cycle. Come on, baby. Nice. There you go. Good double, Royal. OS.
And sniper.
Woo! Yeah, they're snipe going up. Snipe going up. Yo, Matt, they love hiding under the base, okay?
Elbow right now, weak.
Could be one, S1.
Come on, big.
100%.
S1.
Oh, so close.
Watch out. Another, behind you, hit him once. You got there.
Oh, that was a team nade there. It was alright. Body, there you go.
Good work.
Come on, let's keep it up, let's keep it up. Let's keep it going, gentlemen. Boys. Ugh. Good shot. That a boy, Royal. Yes!
Royal says, who do you think you are? I am! Come on.
Nice.
I think he's still sniping.
Still snipe.
We cleaned it? Yep.
There we go. Do we have bomb?
There it is. We got the first shot.
He wrapped, yeah. Damn.
Nah.
There you go. There you go, Royal.
Do we have bomb?
We do, yeah, it's underneath.
Oh,
fuck yes! There you go, Royal. He's still in there. He is still in it!
He's just in their cheeks.
Yeah, he's just doing some of that. Fucking motorboating it.
It sits 13-8-5 right now, and it is safe to say it is a different Shopify Rebellion here in the second series.
They've got that bomb under the base as well, so bomb has been progressed into the Optic Gaming basement, and Royal 2 on the back
Yeah, here we go.
just coming from his teammates. He's going to keep it alive.
They don't know what to do.
Focus there as the overshield pops in 3 seconds time.
Almost already there, Bound's already there as well. Optic with a very good presence.
You know what? When they're going for overshield, plant the bomb.
Snag this overshield, though.
They'll never see it coming.
You're so right. Nice. Oh, fuck, he didn't see him. Come on, Cycle.
I went into my Adam Sandler voice there by accident.
Yeah. Shut me!
Optic Gaming have been peppered so far in this game. They've really spent very little time outside of their own base.
It's really impressive to see the resilience.
I wasn't fucking ready for that. Holy shit. Ice kill.
There you go, Cycle.
What did you even say?
Shallow man.
Oh.
World 2 maybe trying to get a touch. He gets a kill.
Holy shit.
But for now, a little bit of a standoff here. A lot of
There we go, come on. Clean it. There it is. There it is.
takes down Formal as well.
Yeah, Formal says I can't really do much about that.
Oh, there we go. Off spawn. I love that. I love it.
Gets sent immediately back to the black screen, and Bao might be next.
It was 4
Kill him.
They even got essentially the
Kill him.
Nice.
Kill him.
Kill him now.
Careful. Hit him off
Trade
the
it.
map.
Oh.
Could you imagine?
Damn, I thought he might have been able to trade that. That would have been crazy.
And off of that spree, Cycle stayed alive in the elbow for so long that he's 18-8 in the game.
I do wish we got a bomb plan.
I'm surprised we didn't.
I feel like we could have. But I'm not a pro. I don't know what I'm talking about.
And a member of Optic on the Shopify Rebellion side
I
of
just
the
work
map.
here.
We'll reset in around 10 seconds time, and with the kills going down in the Optic base at the moment, it's going to be up to Legend to have to flank and come back to his side to just stop that bomb progressing.
Come on, boys.
I mean, what kind of heartbreak would it be if Optic starts to put some bombs on the board here and steals
It
this
would be
game number 1
heartbreaking.
after what we've seen off the opening?
It wouldn't make me smile, I'll tell you that much.
From
made me
Shopify, they
frown.
look
Nice,
fantastic,
it's
but
2 down. Come on, boys, let's get that bomb.
see a bomb reset here.
I think Frosty wants this touch.
Nice. Way to get him the fuck out. Say scram. Get out of town.
This is my house.
Nice.
His team, but also with an opportunity to move
What's
into
the next line in the
armory through
SpongeBob where he
basement
says,
and
"Get out of town"?
The
And
Shopify
something.
Rebellion having
I
just
don't
picked
know.
up on
I don't know.
He ends up being like a salesman.
Look at the timing there. He does not take any damage from Formal whatsoever.
I don't remember the scene.
World 2, a little bit of overshield left. Back whack. That's going to stop that rush. And now they're 2 dead, just like that.
Maybe just a little bit over aggressive there, not playing off of damage, just trying to take space, knowing they had that overshield. And Optic, deep breath for them this time around. They will be able to survive. That bomb is still under their base though, and the longer it's there, the more they just have to play around it. They can't make progress up the map. They
Nice.
can't even think about
Way to
getting
clean it.
towards where they need to in the Shopify half.
Let's keep it going, boys. Let's keep that good energy, great vibes.
Come on.
Bomb arming.
Trade.
Good
That's
trade.
Cool. That's great job.
No, fuck, it's so close.
Sorry.
He tickled it. He fucking tickled it. Come on, boys. Here we go, Royal. Royal, the other one's. He's won.
Again.
He's won.
He's won. How many's he got? 1.
Oh,
Shit.
fuck. I don't think we had the intel there on him. Come on, boys.
We were so close.
Yeah, that was so fucking close on that plant. There you go, Frosty. Frosty's coming alive. Let's go, Cycle. Oh. It's alright. It's 1 for 1. Come on, boys. Let's go. Let's go. There you go, last shot. Good kill.
A moment away, less less than a second.
Kill him.
From getting that second sneaky arm, which
Do
could
it.
have sealed the game. Instead,
Kill
we
him
will
now.
continue. Do it. Just under 3 minutes left. To
Do it.
Optic have that bomb
Do
onto
it.
the Shopify site.
I'm just happy we're watching some Halo.
Yeah, I'm glad to see us starting to play our game
Come on,
again.
kill him.
There you go. Attaboy, Frosty.
That's Frosty. That's Frosty. We know and love.
Mm-hmm.
Here for Shopify Rebellion and gets that bomb back onto the Optic side of the map.
Once again, goes all the way to A1 without taking any damage. Really, really nicely done, and now they need to work around each other. But a lot of pressure on Frosty.
Yeah, just
the bottom of the armory.
Optic a little bit trapped under their base though, in and around the spiral.
Nice. There you go. Last shot. Oh, grenade that. Trust me.
Nate, you'll love it. You'll love it.
This is a scary.
You're gonna love the way you look. I guarantee it. It's the men's warehouse.
Right here.
To your right. Trade it. Damn it.
Somebody else
Come on.
kill him.
Clean it. Clean it. Nice. Good clean.
He's planting. He's planting. He's planting.
There we go. Another great plant. Love it.
Amazing resilience and continued dominance now from Shopify. And it feels almost
The kills are looking a little better this time.
Much better.
Nice.
Good shit, Cycle.
Nice.
Firm control of the scoreboard. 2-0 with less than 2 minutes left to play.
Psycho is making Optic chase shadows. They cannot find where he went. Such a smart route, and now he's going to come back to backstab.
Oh, he's still in here.
Oh my god, how did he do this?
The call came from inside the house. Holy
I
fuck.
just went full Nosferatu. Here we go, boys.
Yes.
Now we're playing Blitzball.
Yes.
Double positive. Unbelievable performance from him. This is the home stretch for them, the last 90 seconds of the game.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Another?
Oh, yeah.
Another.
That was so good, I think I'll have it a second time.
He threw that like he thought he had sticky.
He actually hit the other guy in the back with it.
They wouldn't expect him to do this. Cycle is a menace right now.
He is. He's fucking everywhere.
They're gonna be seeing him in their sleep.
Damn right, because he's there too. Like, actually, he astral projected into their dreams. Yeah. Got him with that Wetty Kruger. Gave him fucking wet nightmares. Fucking Pete. Oh! Oh, he's still going!
Oh, could they not kill him? Oh, why'd he do that?
Not before he records 29 kills. He's
We were having fun.
30 seconds left to play.
Nice.
Nice.
Frosty.
Who started to come alive a little bit as well. 25 and 17. Welcome to the grand finals. Bradley Bergstrom.
That, oh boy.
First series that we saw from him, but certainly announcing himself to the grand finals in this one.
Nice.
Yet another camo. And it will be a
There you go, last shot. Oh, if that grenade wasn't there, I actually think that was a triple.
Last 2 minutes to play, but hey.
There you go, Cycle.
There's a scoreboard, 3 seconds left.
Shopify Rebellion.
Oh, good try.
Excellent
Good try.
regain. Excellent
Great
regain.
job, boys. That's how you play Halo.
That's exactly what you like to see. That is what you love to see.
Beautiful.
In our grand finals, and they are up by 1 in the reset.
Taking a look, see how many points we have.
And my oh my, did they ever need that? Not just the game.
I'll hold it for you.
Thanks. Yeah, take that alley-oop.
Which was, as
NRG
we said, one of the
49, us
fastest
42.
bracket resets
Nice.
in competitive Halo history. And the momentum starts to shift, despite being on the same map, where they lost a devastating 3-2 flag. They instead turn it around with a 2-0.
I think that's all automated will lead. I don't know what to do about
player
that.
on Optic, aside, I believe, from Renegade. No, actually, every player in the end going negative based on those last few minutes of absolute spawn cycle torture.
Spawn cycle, which is a very good way to put it.
Spawn cycle, that's what they should call it. 30 and 18 he ends the game. We'll take a look at some highlights. And it was Shopify all the way.
I mean, the opening strategy, the first few minutes belonged to this man, though. Royal 2 on the armory, just spawn killing consecutive Optic players as they tried to get back onto the
Yeah, that was a great, great start.
It felt like a lifetime, an eternity down here on the bottom of the armory. Just when you thought maybe he's going to take some damage and get taken down, the repulse keeps him alive for a little bit longer than Optic fans would certainly have wanted to see.
You saw last shot there, and the player cam also pop off. And if you're a Shopify fan, that's what you want to see, is them getting loud. We know from experience watching this team play that they're playing their best when their comms are frenetic, when they're all hype, when they're all loud, gassing each
Let's
other
just
up.
3 more games just like that. Exactly like this.
Yes, that's it.
Unsurprisingly, based on the numbers, based on the control,
Come on, boys.
Shopify is right back in this grand final and now find themselves only 3 games away from still taking the tournament.
It's just a lot of good for Shopify Rebellion to take away from that game. Not just the win, which is obviously, you know, #1 on the list of things you've got to do, but
yeah, Cycle in the elbow here was unreal.
Good shots, getting overshields. How many times did we see a Shopify Rebellion member with an overshield in their hands? Poor old legend, by the way. It's like that one's for the triple kill. I remember that.
We should mention as well that they were able to pair this. They weren't just simply keeping their teammates alive in Spiral and Elbow, which, you know, that has a certain kind of science to it. They were also timing the overshield so well, getting very, very important multi-kills around ring just before the overshield was popping. Excellent snipe control as well. They were really, as you say, doing every single piece correctly.
Another thing I love about the way that Shopify
All right. Come on, come on, come on. Come on.
Somebody's throwing that bomb forward,
Let's go.
making you think about where you have to try and deny one of those players from sneaking up and getting that bomb on. They're so smart at just making sure the kills mean something. Yeah. Whether it's progress, whether it's trapping you on a spawn, Shopify really do have a mastery when it comes to bomb. Now we move our attention away from that, though, and all of the good that Shopify have done onto something a little bit more straightforward. It's going to be first to 50, Slayer on streets. Let's talk about those records.
Yeah, absolutely.
What are you doing?
Specifically,
fixing it.
as we look at Key Slayer's first here, 17 kills.
Slayer's you know, when they jiggle it around in there, it tilts it.
And also quite a KD between those two.
Will you stream the R6 tournaments? Yeah.
Final. I mean, that is absolutely
I did last split too.
To be recording KDs like that in a first grand final, but it feels like storyline-wise and momentum-wise, all of that is put to the side, especially if you're on the side of Shopify Rebellion, because they're locking in now with a series lead.
Well, it looks like game 2 is almost ready to go. Optic have been testing, they've been bruised, they've been battered throughout this tournament. And it's just
Alright, boys.
Alright. Yep.
You know what to do here. Kill him.
Damn right.
Can add to the collection. Can Optic answer back after a strong performance from Shopify Rebellion in that first game? We'll head into the streets.
And what a grand final it's been so far at the first major of the year, whether you're joining us here on Twitch, on YouTube, in the Scump Watch Party, the Maniac Watch Party, LVT, all around. Thank you for tuning in.
All right, come on, come on. Let's keep it going.
We'll set a game so far, and there is still
that's all right, yeah,
play. We're underway in game number 2. Cycle is already on your pin street.
Come on.
Oh.
It's okay. You can't
clean it, clean it.
Nice.
Okay.
Gonna fly through. It's 3 dead for Optic Gaming. 4 gets 1 though. And it's going to be 3 apiece.
Momentary 1v1. Formal trying to stay alive at long 3. Not going to be easy.
Oh, there you go, Cycle. There you go, baby.
Where'd you get that?
Mm-hmm.
Gotta get that.
You ever heard Puddle of Mud cover Nirvana's About a Girl?
No.
Well, I don't think you ever clue. You haven't seen that?
I don't think so. I've heard their song.
Oh, please.
That's last shot the legend just did.
He did a cover for Nirvana's About a Girl, and he fucking butchered it.
You get the feeling that every single 1v1
Free! That's how he hits the chorus.
Game 2 Slayer is going to be so important. That 1v1 secures the camo from Renegade. And as we said, a player with an unbelievable legacy who needs no introduction, but already defining a new era for himself this weekend in terms of consistency. What can he do with this camo?
We've seen some
He's in the middle.
So far in
Tell him. Transmit it. Transmit the info.
Up to you, Royal.
No. All right, let's go, boys. Boys, boys, boys.
It's fine. It's a little bit of a camo shift. It happens.
It happens. It happens. All right.
And then we shift back. Camo's gone. It's our turn.
Yep, our turn.
Renegade barely had to do anything.
I need to change POV here. I don't like this one.
Yeah, this one's trash.
Pivotal in terms of securing the camo, securing the next
Oh, we
few
didn't
kills,
trade
and
it.
slowly
Oh,
pick
come on.
apart
Someone clean that.
Shopify to now have a 4-kill lead.
Oh, boy. Come on, boys.
Another one, 4 and 2, double positive off the
Jinkies,
rip
come
here.
on. Nice. There you go, Frosty.
Slow it down for just a second, though. It's 2v2 as we turn attention.
I was just about to rip it. Oh, Reggie. Oh, come on.
There comes in from Legend once again. He's in the same spot.
There you go, Cycle.
Deja vu, no problem for him. This
Cycle, just fucking grab it by the tits and do what you did last time. Nice.
Nice.
Indeed, he does get away with it.
We
No shields,
need
but
to get a
still
kill
with
without
his
us
own
dying.
hands. Frosty gonna peek.
Yeah,
I'm starting to do the numbers.
Yeah, we gotta stop trading. There we go. Nice. Way to find him. No.
He's trying to wait. He's trying to play off of damage. He's trying to see if he can be maximum.
That was good.
That was good. That was good. Cycle, do you see him? That's alright. 1 for 1.
Now they get flooded. It's 3 kills the
How do you
difference
not
between the
see
2 teams.
No.
Last camo, and it felt like they could really run away with it, but instead the camo doesn't get involved as early as it needed to. Still a decent lead here for Optic, but you got to think it could have been much more if they put that camo play together a little bit more evenly.
First few moments and minutes of this game seem to have just flown. 21-17 the score. 9 minutes left on the game clock.
He's over here. Get him last shot. Get him last shot.
So Formal says, you know what? I don't fancy that quite now.
Oh.
Moving to clean up one of those.
You didn't find him.
Come on, Psycho. Come on.
They got a stalker over there, yeah.
Right.
Oh, nice double last shot. There you go.
There you go.
Very good, very good. And we got stalker from it. Alright, last shot. Let's go. You take control then. You steer this bus. Bus driver, move that bus.
No, it's tag in front is an old school thing.
Damn right it is.
They were asking if Timmy used to play Halo with us because they don't have its.
That's adorable.
That is.
Oh, he went for a ninja there. You know they call that move a James Bond now?
Why?
I don't know. I heard someone refer to it as a James Bond on the mainstream once.
Come on.
Yeah, it's not good. Alright, there you go. There you go, Frosty. Oh, no. We can't be feeding like that. Come on, boys. Let's get it back. Let's get it back.
Nice, good kill. Nice.
There you go, Royal.
Still up there.
Oh, we got impatient. Oh, boys. No.
That's probably Cammy.
So as you would expect, Shopify sounding hype, sounding energized.
Come on. Check it out. Let's get back to what we were doing in the last game.
Big fights going down around the camo. It kept getting traded back and forth, and it ended up being burned.
Yeah, Optic Gaming controlling during all of that listening, and just as we said, it was just a 23-21 game, and Optic has done so well to make sure Shopify does not get back.
Oh wow, we are really falling apart. Boys, please! I'm asking nicely. I'm asking so nicely.
Repulse Sticky not quite good enough here for Renegade, but it's good enough to keep himself alive, and here comes the reinforcements towards PD.
It's gonna be tough, please.
Do it earlier too. If you have a Repulse Sticky, you fly in. You have the option of dealing some damage, just getting out.
You gotta clean these up.
Yeah, we're not finishing any kills right now, and we keep trading. Oh boy.
His last known location. Every time he's seen it in a fight, backs down, runs away, takes a different angle. It's so difficult to track on the map. 8 kills still the difference.
Taking the Jason Bourne approach. Pretty hard to nail this.
All right. It's getting away from us here.
13-6 in this game. Oh. You get the feeling he's on that same form he was in that first grand final. Perhaps one more camo to play with 8 kills to go for Optic Gaming.
Takes the moment on the last shot. Last shot, that's a big win. That's a big win. That's a trade that does come in.
They still got camo.
Legend on the back of it will be able to secure another camo. Optic have controlled almost every single camo, and that is why this score is looking like it does.
Alright, it's alright. It's alright.
Now we gotta call out the Royal 2's weak, and you have it, that's gonna get flushed out in the L. It does indeed, and they will slowly, once again, pick apart these last few kills. Only 5 kills to go for Optic.
Now Legend has a little bit of freedom. Gets spotted out by Marshall,
yeah.
but it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Cycle does get the
gotta bounce back.
Yep.
Just gotta bounce back.
Next one's ours.
Yeah. Gotta get the next 3.
It's 1 to go here for Optic. Formal moving towards the pink streak. Picks up that threat seeker, gets some damage in. He takes the 1. Frosty will win it, but surely Legend will move in to clean up this damage. The nade goes down, the headshot comes in.
Okay, alright. We're not able to ride our momentum from game 1 there. So, gotta make some new momentum here for game 3.
Gameplay between these two, where you have one team putting on a dominating performance, answered back immediately by Optic Gaming. They tie the series 1-1. We should mention they had also won that game type on land at the KOTH Showdown. They do it again, but not just that. It was a narrow 3-kill win the last time they played this. This time it was 50-39. A dominating win, and you have to think for the green wall as well as the Optic Gaming players themselves. That is a big win. Now just be tied 1-1 again.
It's a good omen.
Game 3 all knotted up.
That is a good omen.
And it's Renegade who leads the way again in those statistics. 16-7 for Renegade in that Slayer. A huge performance from him. A Legend again in Slayers just goes so kind of, it's always underrated. It feels like his consistency when it comes to Slayers. 12-8 for him, and a lot of the time, like we mentioned, He's not the one who's picking up a sniper rifle off the rip. He's the one who's doing it most of the time with the bandit and some stickies, just getting the job done. So Legend, again, a great performance in the Slayers. Mr. Consistency when it comes to being positive in those game types.
So impressed with the timing and the pacing of the kills out of Optic Gaming. As we said multiple times, we saw them just trapping that one single player in PD, for example, and then being able to easily flush that player out. And then keep in mind that those kills were often so late that they had the
Yeah, no, everyone plays controller in Halo. It's better than keyboard and mouse.
6, 7 seconds after the rest of the
Pretty
team.
much every
so
pro.
Their next collapse, they'll have a man advantage again. And they were doing so well, just kind of maintaining their own shields, maintaining the timing of their pushes and their collapses, and it led to a really consistent lead for the entire game.
And it led to consistent, like I mentioned, pickups of the camo. Every time we're seeing it on our screens in these replays, it's an Optic Gaming member who has that power up and is able to make a play off the back of it. And it's not just making a play with camo, you have to give up so much ground if you don't have it, trying to spot it out. You can't look at too many lanes, you have to play close to each other and try and get a trade. And if you're in a position where a team is pushing with a stalker and some grenades, you're so tightly knit that one grenade...
Yeah, no, Woodham's the only like keyboard and mouse player I know at the tournament.
Keep in mind, if you were joining us earlier today, around 3 p.m. Central Time, we were in the Elim final, thinking this could be a pretty quick day. Maybe one of the earliest Championship Sunday finishes we've seen in quite some time.
Looks like Oblivion gonna be 150 gigabytes, might come out tomorrow. Oh, so the 21st theory is correct, potentially.
Second best of 7 if you're just joining us. Optic Gaming 4-0ing Shopify in your first grand final to send us to a second and tournament deciding best of 7. We wouldn't have it any other way. We're tied up 1-1 going into Stronghold's Recharge.
Now, good news for Optic fans. Not only are we going back to Strongholds, which looked pretty good for them on live fire, where they dominated Shopify Rebellion a little bit earlier on in the first series. At the KSAN event that we had just before this one, 250 to 39 on Stronghold's Recharge in the favor of Optic Gaming once again. So that is a very good sign for them.
I mean, anyone who watched the KSAN Showdown will remember that was a shocking turn of events. After Shopify was looking so good out of nowhere, Optic comes with essentially, you know, really a scoreline that shouldn't be happening at this level. 250 to 39 in Stronghold Recharge the last time these two met on LAN in this game type. They'll be looking to repeat that. Let's take a look at some bracket kill death leaders here from the event.
He is miles ahead. 1.52 Renegade. I think you didn't really need to look at those leaderboards to know who was going to be up there, but a 1.52 when the next closest is your teammate Legend on a 1.19, that is how good Renegade is playing.
Exactly. If you haven't seen this whole weekend and you're wondering, okay, really, these guys keep talking about Renegade, it's a new era, yada,
Elder Scrolls 6 isn't coming out anytime soon. It's not happening.
That should sum it up. To be honest, at this level, you shouldn't have players that are a 1.5 plus KD. But that's exactly what Renegade's doing. He's brought a new level of intensity to Championship Sunday, and it is shown.
And remember, this is just the bracket. This isn't including pool play, right? So this is against the best teams. This is the teams who have fought out of pool play, who are going into that bracket play. And they've had to play a hell of a lot of series as well. This is the crazy thing. It's been that consistent across those games and series.
And look how close it is thereafter, right? As you said, Legend at a 1.19.
Apex just won a game. That's a good omen.
That's right. Yes, hundreds of one another, and then you have Renegade, the outlier.
Just sitting back down, 5
like
more
we
minutes
said,
of
we've
winter.
known what Renegade is capable of through all of Halo 5, through all of Halo Infinite. But it feels like not only is he performing in these games, but I think the best way to say it is that he's brought a new level of consistency to every game, and the 1.52 KD explains that perfectly.
Yeah.
How many points did we get in Game 5 Apex?
It's a performance which pushes Optic over the line, because it's one of those tournaments where you look back upon it and it's like, if I'm dropping a 1.52, my job is to kill things. And we're not picking up a championship. It's a frustrating end.
It was a 20-point game.
What the
for a 0.97.
Holy fuck.
If they win it, he wouldn't
You love to see that.
one single bit. But it does show how important his contributions have been to the success. I think the resilience of Optic Gaming. Some of the series where they were struggling a little bit earlier, Renegade dragged them through those.
He really did. There were times where they needed someone to go off, and he's putting in, once again, not just double-digit numbers, but double positive numbers often. That's the only way you get to a 1.52, is half the time you're going double positive, if not more. He's going to look to do it again here. Once again, Stronghold's Recharge will be your game number 3 and your go-ahead game in the series.
And Optic Gaming are certainly heavy favorites if history tells us anything when it comes to this game type, and even this game type and map combination. Like we mentioned, last time these two teams met up on this game type, 250 to 39. On land, Optic Gaming took it home.
And as you see, they have played strongholds here at Arlington. Different map, but Optic did take that game as well, indicating that they are able to play.
All right, let's saddle back up. Buckle your seatbelts.
Just how you would want it.
Let's come out swinging.
There we go. Won the opening fight.
Quickly, Shopify Rebellion across the map. They double push tower. They take 3 members down. That camo's there, and they're getting a
Very good.
Last player alive. Renegade also tries to go to B, which is going to cost them. He doesn't
Oh,
challenge at all.
going for a little cheeky triple cap.
Frosty here with Camo Shock. Big opportunity for him to start to pull away. They lose AC though, immediately.
Optic split across the map. They do lose AC, like you're saying.
I don't know how we lost that.
Pinch going on here. Frosty has to take down Bound though. Bound's trying to play this one nice and sneaky. He does
Oh,
have a
wow.
shield. This is the shot.
Come on, Frosty. What's going on right now, man?
We're still 2 dead. Renegade trying to peek that ledge. BC will be flipped, but Optic doing very well from a disadvantageous position once again to now start flipping B as well.
Look how hard it is to hit Legend. Just G-sliding off of every single surface that's available.
Good shot. There you go.
He decides to just take a more traditional route and just sprint in front of him. Just says thank you very much.
Oh, couldn't trade it. God, come on.
Gets the melee before Frosty can get the shot off there in long haul. It was 2 dead for both sides, and a small lead here for Shopify only because Optic has done so well to fight back and Bound now 3 dead, and they're going to hold BC, and the game is still just within a few points.
One reflection of what we just seen in the first minute or so of this game. Optic got pretty happy. No camo, no shock, 4 dead off the rip, and now they're going into a lead. Shopify Rebellion were not able to cement any element of complete control on the map. Optic kept it scrappy, kept it messy. As Bound flies in for a
Sorry.
trade.
Didn't mean to spit that at you.
Little pea shooter.
A bad thing, it covers a lot of ground in order to get that trade. Also blocks a few spawns in doing so. Legend deals some damage, but has no interest in pursuing further. Instead, will just take the grapple, which is dangerous to think about. They're going to start to flip A.
Oh man,
what's going on with
I don't know what we're doing. We're not really even trying to grab B or C.
Or camo.
I don't know what we're doing.
Would have been a big trade. Unfortunately, grapples and gets stuck, but it is a triple cap for Optic Gaming.
It felt like we were just standing around, like doing actually nothing. Holy fuck, man! What are we doing?
However, 4 dead. Optic Gaming will fall, and now you're seeing the triple cap be reversed. B gets converted, A gets converted. Look at the spawns, look at the info. Royal 2 watches 2 Optic players spawn in front of him. Has to back up and stay alive, but complete control of the
Come
map
on.
for Shopify Rebellion.
So well.
He knows. He can hear him, I'm sure.
Able to stay alive and now able to fight at B yet again. And Shopify now with their own trim cap, and they're right back in this one. They bring the game within 30.
Optic looking on moving A back into their position, and B though. Ball does get cleared out by Cycle with that grenade.
That was a huge kill. I thought for sure we'd take A, not B. Good trade. Very good. Finish him. Nice. Way to wipe his whole ass.
Get A.
Let's go Cycle.
Nice triple.
There we go.
Nice.
Also Bound with a stagger kill with the minute in.
Nice. That's a good trade. That's a great trade.
They've gotten 3 kills as Shopify since that last kill, and more damage in long haul.
Nice.
Triple cap continues, and they will go into the lead. Perfect timing on the spawn cycling.
And not even that, they step inside of A Optic Gaming. They have to try and force.
Let's go.
There you go, Frosty.
Here we are.
Again, so those 2 players
Their face, my ass. What's up?
have not had 4 on the map for the last almost minute of this game.
Oh, good fucking shot, Frosty.
That's Frosty. Starts to warm up with that shock.
Beautiful shot there.
No, don't apologize.
Get that kill before getting taken down. Finally see the flip for Optic, but not
Sometimes the Holy Ghost will do that to you.
81 to 18, and Shopify goes on a 100-point stretch to take the lead narrowly.
Trade? Yeah, that's fine.
Burned bottom middle. Frosty on the move.
Frosty will be able to get it as well because Legend is last alive for Optic Gaming, and he's not in a position to commit to try and turn that one into their favor. Frosty going to be approached by a couple players.
Nice. That a boy.
He's
Oh.
embarrassed.
See if they can finish here on
Come on, we gotta close out B.
There you go. Last shot.
Looks like the player on the flyer on a whirlpool. It actually is reset in the end, but still scoring at AC. Beautiful mind game there with the camo. Whenever you have a player dropping gold, they're going to traditionally be checking back left bat. He knew that. He goes instead to front left bat and gets a clean back whack.
No, no.
Optic fans trying to get behind their boys right now, getting a little bit of momentum back on their side, and with 2 kills falling in their favor, it seems to be working. The 2 turns into 4. Shopify Rebellion 4 dead now.
Regain.
And can Optic
Yep, regain. Rogaine.
start to assert some dominance that we saw from Shopify in the last 60 seconds?
Romaine.
As we said, this is the back and forth gameplay, excuse me, that we're looking
Oh, nice. Way to
and
switch it up.
expecting between these 2 teams. And, wow,
Boys, come on.
Very nice bit of control here off of that 4 dead. They might even pick up a few more kills. 3 dead yet again off the back of it. They will continue.
Come on, boys.
Oh,
Pull it
God.
back.
Come on, boys. Boys.
Pull it back. You know what? They're not boys. They're men.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, men.
U-G-L-Y. You ain't got no alibi.
That one also just rolled out, huh?
Defense. Defense.
Defense.
What are some other chants?
Wait,
Yeah, I know these aren't working. I'm out of fucking high school cheerleader chants.
I know none.
We'll see what they try to do here on C.
All right, we got 2
It worked.
zones.
It worked.
They loved the high school chants.
I can't think of any others. I'm just a bill. Yeah, I'm only a bill. I'm here on Capitol Hill. There you go.
They love it.
They like
They
it.
love Schoolhouse Rock.
They do love the Schoolhouse Rock. Time to.
So I unpack my adjective.
Oh boy. There we go. Come on. Survive. Live, damn you.
Come on, boys. We need a swing.
Yeah, we've gotta get it back now. We've been goofing around a little too long. Playing a little too much grab ass.
Recharge with this shock rifle, especially when he's in this kind of form.
Let's make like my ass and spread it.
But that could change and look a lot more positive, like the 1.5 that he's had throughout this bracket play.
Wappa. What are some other fucking references? No, that one was bad luck. Oh, wait a minute though.
But it was 4 dead on the side of Optic Gaming. Last alive on your screen is going to be Frosty, who will be able to flip Aber. Look at the flood. Optic get on the map first off that respawn. They are flying towards the pipes.
Nice cycle. Holy fuck, that was so good.
Let's go, Frosty.
Noob combo.
The reason Frosty kept engaging there on that angle was they get a very deep spawn in red pipes. They get a great spawn that they're able to take advantage of.
Nice. There you go, Royal.
Back, they get 2 dead as well.
Royal 2 just made a play and a half. He not only gets that kill, avoids the bolt from the green gun.
Come on, baby.
But gets the kill and manages
Yeah,
to
just
convert C.
rotate to A. I like that.
He knows that Optic still have members around, bounds in front of him. He'll take
Nice.
it down. Now Shopify turn their attention to flipping A. The scores are getting closer and closer.
That was so close. Oh, he still got it. Oh, but we don't have anyone here. We didn't have a follow-up.
Nice.
There you go.
Now take A. Please take A.
We got A. Good grenade.
Some are saying it's the best grenade of all time.
I've heard many people say that.
Because last shot is inside of C.
Let's go, Royal.
2 with the camo as well is going to finish this off, and now everybody from Optic is split across.
Royal 2, let's go, baby.
Can we stop them at A? Yes.
And the triple cap is back for Shopify. They could go into a lead in a few seconds' time.
Still staggered spawns here for Optic. They need to wait for each other.
Nice.
Nice. Good kill.
Very good kill.
Control coming in from Shopify. They will go into a lead here.
Optic trying to wrestle C back.
Oh, the team nade. Ouch.
What just happened?
I don't know,
Are
but
we
it's
in high quality now?
I don't know. It scared me. Come on, boys. Come on, boys.
Push from Optic Gaming. This could be them going up 2-1 in this series.
Watch the damage, watch the kill feed. It's another
Please.
first hit coming in from Cycle. That could actually seal the deal. Let's watch these next few kills. Oh, look at the movement here.
Nice. Holy fuck. That was silky.
Elsewhere, they're inside a C. Shopify are looking for blood.
Love that.
Stop B. Stop B.
Oh, baby. And the trade. Just for the exclamation point. That's so big.
Way to close that out.
Excellent. Tremendous even. Give us 2 more like that. That was so good. That was so good.
That was insane.
Yeah, that was so good. That was extremely clean.
Is your final score. It's a massive come from behind win several times in that game.
Way
Let's
to
not forget, they were
fucking
trailing
pick it up.
81 to
When we are playing our game, we are unstoppable.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh, we just gotta play our game.
We just gotta stay playing our game.
That's it.
Really, not only picking off that first spawner, didn't give Optic a second to breathe. Trying to make something happen, trying to get out of their spawn cycle, but always collapsing on the first spawner. Optic also not waiting for each other, trying to make something happen, and maybe needed a little bit more time. Shopify with a fantastic end game to take game number 3. They lead 2-1.
Royal 2, 21 and 12 for him. Also, most assists in the game. Most of the bullets felt by Optic Gaming members were coming from the guns of Royal 2 in that game. And I think you're right, there was a couple of moments where that blender was just devastating for Optic Gaming. Shopify Rebellion kept split spawning them across the map. They would pick up 2 kills on spawners, fly across the map as a 4. And keep that going back and forth for what felt like 3, 4, maybe 5 or 6 spawn cycles for Optic.
Amazing back and forth here. You could just tell by the way that the scoreboard goes, right? Then you see Shopify off of a triple cap go into the lead by quite a margin. Shots like that from Frosty as well. Later on, it's still Shopify leading, and Optic is about to go on a huge run of their own here and just really tug-of-war style gameplay back and forth.
Yeah, that was so beautiful.
When he chased him down with the zipline, that was
a beautiful double kill here. This is the definition of target prioritization.
No, it's okay. I wasn't embarrassed.
Really good from them.
It's okay to ask
Once again,
questions.
192 to 168 at this point. Optic leading here by
Thanks,
nearly
membership.
30.
The
Just around the
guys.
200-point mark.
This was also a huge
Yeah, that was big for us.
Saw Formal cut towards Turbine. He recognized the most important kill on the map with that grapple was Formal. Because if a fight gets lost in tower, Optic Gaming can pinch onto A, and then they can fight back towards B. It's a problem. If he takes Formal down,
Come on.
he knows
Let's
that
go, let's
numbers
go, let's go.
be favorable to Shopify Rebellion.
Give us 2 more like that. 2 more like that. Please.
I would be a happy boy.
I'd be so happy. I'd be happy for them is the most important thing.
And they'd be happy for me.
They'd be happy for you. They would be.
It's a happy triangle.
Yeah, it's mutual happiness.
Once again, reminding you just how
That's
much
what it's
this
all about.
means to them. The only 2 players last shot in cycle looking for their first LAN win at a major. So there's a little bit extra on the line for them. Taking a look here at Oddball in the winners quarterfinal between these 2 teams and how that game went.
Well, it went to Optic 2-0, so they feel pretty good on this. And looking at the leaderboards and the stats and all of that good stuff, it felt like outslaying heavily was what Optic Gaming were doing. Renegade with a 1.71, by the way.
Now it's our turn to win Oddball.
Yes.
Bump the average up a little bit.
Yes, please.
And safe to say that if you're on the Shopify side of the stage, now that you have this lead, you need to find a way to make sure that Renegade is not a devastating factor with a KD like that, anywhere near that, if we're honest, if they want to take this game yet again. Shopify with a big opportunity to not just keep this lead, but extend it. However, Optic Gaming knows they do not want to go even further down in this series if they tie it here.
Come on.
Excuse me,
Come
if they
on.
win here, we'll be all tied up.
Oh, please. Let's go.
Well, get ready for a brawler here. This is going to be, you get the feeling, a long, long game of Oddball. Of course, that snipe is going to influence a lot of where that timer does go. This feels like a big, big game in this series. Massive, massive game.
A big game. We're underway
Let's
here.
get it.
The
Let's
one
get
thing
it.
I'm going to be looking at between these 2 teams at the end
Let's
of that
come
game
out fucking helicopter dicking.
needed to wait just a second for one another. They were trying to help the one player who was alive in doing so. They kept
Flying
themselves
squirrel.
in the blender.
Oh.
Of course, a game type where
Take
you
the
need to apply
set.
that similar
Yep,
level
stretch
as
it.
well. There are times to go and there are
Like a
times to
cape.
wait. We'll see how Optic Gaming looks when they're pacing here in ball.
Come on.
Shopify gets the sniper
He
rifle
needs
on
to
the
die.
next
He's
big
asking to die.
It's going to be Royal 2, the man who just had an exceptional performance in our previous game.
It's a good shot.
We've been hot with this weapon all finals long. Think about the first game, that assault that we saw on Fortress. Royal 2 with a
If
sniper
you saw his little head,
This time he's got
his
a
little
chance to go
noggin.
back and do some more work with it. He doesn't have to worry about the opposition having a sniper because there's only one of them here on Livefire.
Nice.
That's the record for the longest hard scope at the C-Plat quick jump in history of play so far. And once again, I think a lot of
Nice.
people will have noticed, if you've been watching a lot of Halo Infinite, especially this season, the conservative openings from these 2 teams, right? Really
There you
slow
go.
off the opening because each team just looking for solid control.
So Optic trying to scurry away with that ball back towards House.
Oh, fuck. That's a scary push. Nice. There you go. Last shot.
Seems like it doesn't matter how you move, that reticle does not move off of your body if you find him.
Amazing shots indeed. Still 2 dead here. Looking for a little bit more control before they rotate the ball back. Pressure going to be coming from
There you go, Frosty. Good trade. That's a good trade for us.
Now let's get that ball.
To get that trade and keep the numbers
That's an
scrappy
odd ball.
where that odd ball finds itself.
That's an awfully hot coffee pot.
But if you need an indication,
Dick in my ass? Hopefully not.
Legend didn't see him in back window. World 2.
You feel me?
What is that from?
That's Eminem. Well, the second part's not. That's a Charles original.
I gotcha. I remember that's what you were singing when you went in my house after we went to the hockey game.
Oh, yeah. I was also working on my own Eminem flow. I created a butt.
16 points have been put on the board, but Optic have managed to break. Optic have managed to get that odd ball into
Fucking smarty pants, farty pants.
the first kills are traded out between Renegade and
Lick my ass, not a chance.
There's my boy.
I'm getting it.
Yeah, you see.
I needed a good place to
Exactly.
jump in.
You just needed the feng shui to fit.
Damn.
Last shot though, he's gonna win that fight.
I like the Eminem voice.
Oh yeah, I've been working on it.
Cycle will get it, and now they can move that old ball away. They feel they have everything they need to get a little bit of time on the board here.
Formal saw him. You can tell Formal was able to eagle eye.
Let's go. Let's go.
Cycle might get pinched here.
Nice.
Stay alive. That ball essentially was played by shot.
Up. Okay.
Hey, it worked.
It's alright.
Legend last alive, and he's just come off respawn as well. We'll have an LOS on this ball.
You gotta get the ball somewhere we like.
Around the ball. Cycle bought up a lot of time, and they essentially play the ball around scoreboard to maintain the 20 to 4
boy.
lead.
All right, come on.
It's low scoring for these two, low scoring for any level, because of how these teams are training, like you say, Mark.
Triple kill found, or an unofficial one for sure, will open the door here for Optic to get that ball in the hands.
Nice.
Huge.
There you go, Frosty.
20 and
They traded, but that's alright.
11 points on the board for Optic. Such a low-scoring game, and you can expect that with how many trades we are seeing in these team fights.
It's amazing, and honestly, as we talk about it a lot with the small margins, but you're seeing them perfectly displayed for you, that it is expected that each player will be able to get and at least do the expected amount of damage and kills, and you're seeing them
Come on, boys.
Speaking of shots,
he's got to die here.
He has to die here.
Also gets a stick.
Damn.
Of course he does, and that's what we're talking about. Every kill you have to work for so hard because they're gonna find a way to eke
Come on,
out
boys.
extra
Come on, boys.
damage. Optic Gaming now scoring, about to tie the game.
I just give you an indication as well. Like, Legend has to do something like that for Optic to get 2 and 3 seconds of ball time. That's how tight this game is. That's how even.
Come on, let's get in there. Give him the old 1-2, buckle my shoe.
Kill him!
There we go. There we go.
I'm starting to watch the game clock now with only 1:26 left. This is one of the lowest scoring games, not just of the weekend.
Guys, give me a little time on the ball,
in an oddball
please.
in a grand final.
It was 3 dead for Optic momentarily, and maybe.
There it is. There it is.
Coming in for Shopify Rebellion.
Oh, no. Someone clean that? Anyone clean that?
Gets one, and just as I think it's going to be a hold for Shopify, it's 3 dead for Shopify. Optic break cleanly. And now Optic have that ball in their hands.
Come on, boys.
This is gonna be a big swing for them.
Yeah, we need this. We need this.
Frosty stays alive long enough to get enough damage where the push is still coming here. Renegade still with QT, and somehow, with 70 seconds left, it's just 28 to 20.
No.
Perfect shots from him, has the QT away, and I don't think he really wanted to, knowing where that old ball is.
Camo up.
Camo is coming up, like you say. Frosty's gonna
There you go, Frosty.
and there's going to be 2 players in the death screen for Optic Gaming. I think Frosty and the rest of Shopify have recognized that if we just play Slayer for 50 seconds here, we will win these fights. We win this round.
I think Formal has Camo. We'll take a look if that's still the case. It's going to be a big
Come
factor
on.
right now with 43 seconds left.
Reset bottom middle makes it even more difficult for Optic to get access to it. Renegade gets that first kill though. Formal gets the second, and you're quite right. Formal does have that Camo. Legend has that ball in his hands.
God.
And Psycho is the last
Come on.
30 seconds left on the game clock.
Feeling farty, friend. Bubble guts done start up again. I'm kind
I
of.
see you've been in the lab.
I'm kind of stuck on it actually. Yeah, I'm obsessed with
The
it.
game is not over just yet. 30 seconds on the game clock, but potentially a lot more
Yeah,
scoring
I'm
yet to happen.
obsessed with it. What about it?
just the art.
No, that was me from your standpoint. And what about it?
Oh yeah.
No. What, no fucking ZD?
So what? No fucking ZD now.
Need that odd ball, and they will be up by 1 here. He is 10 seconds into to single digits now.
No.
Optic running
No
the
time.
ball away from
All right, next round. Come on.
Push. Legend needs to try to watch this angle. He's going to see 8 bags players. That's a big kill. More damage. There's one player left here in green.
I really thought we had that.
Out in one of the lowest scoring oddball rounds.
All right, come on. Come on, round 2, boys.
I gotta be honest with you, Chuck.
Yep.
I think there are times where we could squeeze out another 5 seconds on the ball.
I think so too, man. I really do.
Play so fast, but there are times where you need to be patient. You need to be slow and get control. And these two teams are
He's gotta
better
die
than we've
there.
ever seen here in the ATS.
Thank
All
you.
right, there we go.
They heard me.
Yeah.
Getting a little bit of ball time, by the way, because he's wrapping it back towards green. That's where the players from Optic Gaming find themselves. And Frosty, with this sniper rifle, needs to start showing us why.
Oh God, come on, man.
About as being the form player. Doesn't get it done this time, and Bound will collect that bounty now with the sniper rifle in his hand. He can lock down that camo lane.
Nice little body coming in from Bound. As we said, so difficult to push him, and the team is there to clean it up. 1 dead for each side.
Ugh.
Another kill. Doesn't get traded. Doesn't get a big count landed on him.
Come
as
on,
well.
boys.
Spike grenade should keep him alive for a few seconds, but more importantly,
We gotta win our ones. Let's go back to winning our ones for Slim Shady. Damn it.
picking up multiple kills.
Marshall Mathers.
In the hands of Formal again.
Was 2 dead for just a moment here, but Renegade with the camo and the lead. This is very big in round number 2. Let's get into a listen and hear the hold.
I broke out the bad gas. I'm gonna keep good gas.
All right, I like that. When does the good gas come in?
It starts now.
Okay. Man, what are we doing?
Why we're cycling in like this?
I mean, I don't know what we're doing right now.
Come on, boys! Pick it up!
Like we're
Clean it up!
sending such meaningless meat at them.
There you go, that's a kill.
Yeah, alright. I think that one's probably curtains here. Okay. Come on, let's wake up again. Oh, we need to finish these kills. We must. Plus. Napoleon Dynamite. That's the flyer he gives out. He's jealous because I've been talking online with hot babes all day. That's Kip. Yes, I love technology.
Come on.
We've got to win those ones like that. Come on, please. There you go, Cycle. There you go, Cycle. Come alive again. Come alive. Let's turn it back on. Let's turn it back on. We got time. Nice. Holy fuck, nice. Big. That was colossal. Ginormous. Come on, Royal. Trade it. Nice. Oh, he didn't even... He lives. That's the boy who lived. Oh! It worked! There we go.
It's the best sequence of this entire stream. Wait, just hit him.
Yep. Nice. That was so good. That was so good. Let that be a lightning rod. Oh, what the fuck?
Still the ball in their hands. Here's Shopify. Optic just got to be careful here. Frosty trying to fly out. Last shot's going to find a kill. QT's back to green. Grenade goes back towards Frosty. Renegade and Form.
Alright.
For Shopify. Optic near that oddball bottom middle as well. Renegade is immediately on the case.
Roll 2 with a very important kill there to just even things up just a bit here on the push. You heard Lunchbox during the listen and saying, let's take our time here, guys. They have allowed Shopify to come back within 30, but Optic Gaming firmly scoring once again. It's a 4v4 push, and the first pick comes in for Optic Gaming.
Yeah. It's alright. Way to trade it. Come on. Let's go last shot. Oh, it's going to be tough.
One of his own, and he'll win that. 3 dead for Shopify Rebellion, 75 points and rising.
Yeah, alright.
Gaming already 1 round to the good here. This round would put them on even footing in this series if they could close out.
Not the first time that Shopify tried to go very fast, and it cost them again in this game. And that's why we see Optic Gaming leading 82-33. Still a lot of time on the game clock, however, so this one's not over. Legend is your last player alive here for Optic Gaming.
Come on, please. I just want them to win so bad. That's all I want. Nice. Yeah, I just want what's best for you guys. Very nice, very nice. Come on, I'm begging.
And they might give themselves a chance here.
And they get the late kill on Formal here in Rat as well. Formal is only just 20 right now.
Okay, they traded. That's good.
Traded out. However, Cycle's last player alive. He needs to have a very good rotation here towards teammates.
Tries to hit the G slide. Might have just missed that one.
Yeah, I missed the G slide. It wouldn't have changed anything, but
Now rotating back to tower. We haven't seen the oddball near the tower many times in this game so far, and now he doubles back.
Alright, that's it. Okay, get him in the next one.
Barring a miracle here from Cyclone Royal 2, this should be the round.
Legend has that ball in his hands. No one from Shopify is going to tear this one out of his. And Legend will hold that oddball.
Please.
Optic will hold the dub.
I gotta pee.
And surprise, surprise, we are all tied up.
And this is how this rivalry has usually felt. Right. Just when you think someone might pull away, no.
That's a good rapping word for you.
Just like we saw online leading up to this event, just like we saw at the case on Showdown.
SR won in Apex. Did we win again?
Gaming 133-73.
I don't like that game mode. I don't either. I think that's actually my least favorite one. Hello, chat.
Speaking of stats, Legend.
I am so hungry. I'm going to fucking cry. I need us to win in 2 games so I can go home and eat.
It's an absolute pleasure to
I
watch
really
it. I
need
think everyone
to.
who's watching is kind of just taking it in and realizing how special these kind of series are. It's WrestleMania weekend at the moment.
Thanks for ordering me DoorDash. My
like
lovely wife Monique
kind of the motto
picked me up
when you watch
food.
these two
I
teams
was
going
just
against
sitting
each
at
other.
home
You
getting
watch
cold.
this series go on and on,
And that makes me
because
sad.
It is so special.
That's okay.
What we're seeing from
We're
the
here to
both
win.
is back and forth. It is fights. It is bullets. It's moments that completely change the games. And Legend again in these moments.
I forgot to tell him about Dragon Wilds. I'll get on it after stream.
Sticks him on the knee here.
Hey, we came first in Apex. Yep.
First overall?
Yep.
Nice. That's good. That's good. Now we come first overall in this.
Yep. And then I
Back to
come
back.
first to my dinner at home.
And then I go to a shower. Oh, yes. Membership weapon.
This time it was 2 rounds to 0 for Oddball Live Fire. Once again, we got that extended listening with the entire Optic side. It felt like it came at the perfect time because they were just putting together perfect plays, perfect control, perfect comms as well.
Very, very impressive stuff from Optic Gaming, and I think the impressive thing for Optic is the fact that it seems like what happens in the previous game doesn't affect the next, and the same exact thing can be said to Shopify Rebellion right now. This shot from Royal 2, by the way.
for the killing spree as well.
So many medals just popped up on his screen. I don't actually know what he did.
Unbelievable. Also, this return to sender from Legend was fantastic. It was all Optic Gaming all the way in our game number 4.
Okay, come on. Come on. Come on.
Of the total series so far. Slayer on Solitude. Let's not forget we saw these two teams play this game type as well. Optic taking it 50-37. That case on. I've also seen them play this earlier this weekend. We saw that 49-49 Slayer as well. Some team nades on the side of Optic Gaming. They're going to be looking to have a very different game here.
Yeah, let's not do that again. That's not really how anyone wants to see this game end with a team nade. Let's,
oh, please.
Put that in the ear of a couple of players before they get underway here, but we are all tied up. Game number 5. This is just enjoy it, everyone. Just enjoy it.
These two teams tied 2-2 head-to-head at Arlington here.
2-2.
Shopify Rebellion, maybe a tiny bit of a statistical lead, but this one is going to go down
please, Rebellion, please. Frosty, Royal, last shot cycle, Nick. Let your names echo through the cosmos. We've done good on our end, now we Can't tell if it was helping or hurting.
Can't either.
Yeah, I was closing my eyes. I don't like what I see now, though.
No.
And instead, they were here late after getting in early and have to fight their way through every single opponent that came up against them. SSG dealt with Nemesis.
I need to get better at my throat singing.
Of course, FaZe in elimination
We
finals
should.
as well, 3-0.
This is so sloppy right now. Oh, fuck. Chicken Jockey. Flint and Steel. I am Speed. First we mine, then we craft. Jeez, Rick, you trapped us in a fucking anime.
As you're trying to just pre-shoot that angle, thinking that Royal 2 might peek for a second time, and Royal 2 just not given that opportunity. Instead finds a
I bit my nail because I'm nervous.
So am I. Come on.
I need some life.
I do too. Let's start playing our game again.
Please.
Nice.
Charging paddles to 200.
Clear! It's working. Yeah.
Charging to 4,000.
Yeah, how about you then?
Oh god. It worked.
It's working.
Doctor, it's a boy.
Yes, it is. It's a sweet boy named Frosty. Come alive, Frosty.
We've given birth to Frosty.
I'll pop the umbilical cord out.
Like a Lego?
Yeah. It's connected with like a little bit of glue. Like flesh glue.
Nice, it
There,
worked!
see, it's coming, it's coming.
I'll keep the paddles handy.
Yeah, keep them there. Okay. That, what are we doing, man?
Camo does get popped by Legend. Cycle was your first spawner.
Alright, can we try something drastic, Matt?
Lay it on me.
Go home.
Can I make it home before the end of the series?
I think so. In every tournament I have watched of us, we have never
do after the game.
Yeah, and we have never lost grand finals. Alright.
See ya. I'll talk to you soon.
Right. Drive safe.
No.
Without the camo about where these spawns are coming in and around blue, but he has a chance here to clean up some of the damage.
We need something. Anything.
Gets two in that situation. Shopify Rebellion 2 dead once again.
Roll 2 gets that audio cue and knew he needed to fly out to try to neutralize the player there. In the end, they do trade, but not before a lot of damage is done.
This could be a huge sacrifice for Matt. If this works, though,
23 to 15, and as you
we're
said, it was
4-0 with me solo watching grand finals. All 4 over Optic too, by the way. So I'm just trying. I'm trying anything. I'm desperate. I'm just fucking desperate.
A little bit better this time around. Rechallenges Cycle, a big kill from him. Maybe just a touch of overconfidence.
I was going to say, we saw conservative Renegade earlier. That was definitely aggro Renegade. But hey, when you have a cushion like this, you can get away with plays like that. 26 to 18 now.
So when you're dropping 1.52s across
Nice
the
Royal.
pretty much doing what you want. Again, something to highlight here. Optic Gaming in the lead, of course, but it's formal with a big performance so far in this Slayer once more. We've kind of highlighted some of the questions that have been posed and we've seen about
Nice.
big game performances in those Slayers.
Come on, let's close the gap here, please, please, please.
Whatsoever here in Arlington, 7 and 5.
That's true, it did, Tundra.
As they continue to lead by 6 here. Cameron pops. I think Shopify might grab that one.
This is a big opportunity here. Now only down by 7, and the game is still within
No!
reach. What Last Shot does with this camo, alongside his spawners, is going to be really, really influential on how the rest of this game plays out.
Fortunately for him, like 2 teammates just fell alongside it, so he can't extend, he can't go forward because there's going to be multiple players if he gets called out and a bullet taken, they're just going to collapse onto him and it becomes a
Please.
trade.
Please.
They're going to sit in Cafe and Blue, and they're going to make camo come to them. They're going to waste all the camo time, and they're going to wait also the advantage. Look at that. It's a beautifully handled camo, well managed there by all of Optic Gaming. No kills recorded alongside the camo.
And we didn't trade that.
Doesn't even get a trade in that situation. Royal 2 and Frosty will pick up a couple of kills, but the lead is continuing to extend here for Optic Gaming. Legend finds one, but here, all of a sudden, comes Shopify Rebellion.
Please,
they flood.
please,
They
please,
managed
please,
to get the
please,
kills. It
please.
was 4 dead for Optic Gaming. And now it's just a 5-kill game with everybody spawning together.
Nice, good grenade. Here we go, here we go. Way to close it. Come on, come on. Do it for my pussy.
Absolutely flipped on its head here. Here comes Optic trying to fight out of Hotel with all 8 players alive. Let's go do it. Listen with Optic Gaming.
Nice. Come on. Nice. There you go, last shot. There you, oh my god, last shot. That a boy. That a boy. Way to tie it. Come on. Let's break away now. Let's break away. Good grenade. No, no, no. Fuck, come on, come on, come on. No, come on. No, no, no. Cycle, please. Fuck, man. What are we doing? Alright. Fell apart again. We keep falling apart. We just can't stay cohesive. What a disastrous fall off. Holy. Wow. Just unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. Not our day. Just not our day.
Slow down a little bit, Formal says in the listening, and then he takes the game over. The shock rifle, the camo, leaves him at 14.
I cannot believe how bad we've played in this series.
Into the lead in this series. They take the Slayer, and it's Formal who leads the way.
Alright, need a miracle. Need a full-blown Easter miracle. Yeah, Frosty's just not in it right now in this series. It's I don't know what's going on.
And in doing so, they take the series lead at 3-2. And we don't need to tell you watching in the arena or at home. There is so much riding on this series. This team assembled to break the second place curse that Optic Gaming was subjected to all of 2024.
Who knows when, Min?
And with games like that, they now find themselves only 1 game away from taking the title.
1 more game. Optic Gaming, so close. And this would be one of the most historic, I think, tournament victories that we've seen in quite some time. Think about, again, what Optic have had to go through.
Exactly.
It's been crazy. Let's just start with the second place curse, right? That consistent story that was all of last year for the organization, for Formal in particular. Coming to this season, look pretty good. Then all of a sudden, Shopify Rebellion pop up, start winning the Alliance. We get to the first event, which is a little table setting, a little taster for the season. They come in second place, even though they split games. It's still second place. They then come into this event, they get beaten by Nemesis, an upset, we have to say. Nemesis were great, and have to go on this insane elimination bracket run with a power outage, which means they have to come back first thing in the morning, about 8 a.m.
Yes.
Finish that series out, which they lose. They then have to
Really need Frosty to come alive. He has been so quiet this series. If he just gets online, I think we still can win it. Because everyone else is playing fine. It's just we need Frosty in it.
And then getting to today, they have to go.
We have 2 Valorant teams, Savior. CS eventually. We'll eventually be in Counter-Strike.
Run. And then they get to the grand finals. Shopify Rebellion, who have had their number so far this season.
Through SSG as well.
Through SSG as well. Apologies. They not only reset the bracket, they 4-0. It's one of the most dominant first performances we've seen in a final. And they're doing it here in front of their home crowd. They're doing it here in front of Maniac and the watch party. Shout out Collects, Lethal, and of course APG as well, holding it down. But But there's still one thing missing, Andy, and that is one more game. One more game to call themselves champions and finish what has been the most ridiculous story and tournament run that we have seen in quite some time.
Could not agree more. The road that they have taken here, especially when you add the backstory of this roster assembling and dismantling a team that had just won a $1 million world championship, to then fight the road that they've fought, to have lost to Shopify earlier. All the talk, all the chatter, all the grinding, as we said, yesterday was probably a 14 to 15 hour day for Optic Gaming in the elimination bracket, but it only made them stronger, as we saw. Amazing games all day today. The 4-0 and now fighting for their lives here in the second series. But how about these last two games? It's a huge, huge turnaround for Optic Gaming, now only one game away from taking the first major of the season.
Now I have to think about the other side of the coin. Yeah, if Shopify come back here, boy, it's not going to be a nice place to be for Optic Gaming. It's going to be a very, very bitter pill to swallow after everything they've gone through to get to this point.
I really don't want us to choke. I don't know what's going on. Why?
You've got dual snipers, you've got an overshield, but you also have the ability to take games over. You can double cap. And before you know it, that game, that CTF Forbidden can be done. And we're into, if it goes the way of Shopify Rebellion, a game number 7, Slayer Recharge, where your head is all over the place.
We have farmed them in grand finals, all split, and now the one that matters the most, we are not showing up at all. At all.
Game type to decide if we go to a game number 7 or not. Take a look here at the flag cap leaders. It's Legend with 7 on the board. And also in this lobby, of course, World 2 and Last Shot not far behind as Optic Gaming retakes the stage.
They will not need to be told what needs to be done. One more game. One more game is all they need. For Shopify Rebellion, send it the distance. Make Optic sweat. Steal it away from under them. And I think you're right. CTF Forbidden being this game type is, oh yeah, like you say, it is going to be two just giants just headbutting each other mid-map. And you're going to have the chance for those big moments that are going to decide if this tournament continues or if we'll be crowning our first major champion of the year.
And we should really mention LAN records so far, including the Kason Showdown. Shopify Rebellion 5-2 in CTF, Optic Gaming 4-4. So if we are to believe that there is any statistical advantage here, we've learned that we can often throw. Exactly.
Yeah.
We've seen Shopify dominant on CTF with more than a 2x record in terms of win-loss. Optic Gaming even at 4-4. So we could get to a game number 7, but it's going to come down to these 12 minutes. And you can tell with that expression on Last Shot's face. They are so close, he and Cycle, as they continue to write their careers, still at such a young age, trying to strip a championship off of the veterans on the other side of the stage. And Optic Gaming, they know. They want to end it here. They do not want to go to a game number 7.
What an experience this is for Cycle and Last Shot for your first finals as well.
Yeah.
They are going to take a lot away from this, regardless of which way we finally award that trophy that's on this stage.
Well,
this
do or die.
The final game here in Arlington. Optic Gaming, if they take it, will reset the bracket and become your champions in one of the craziest tournament runs you have ever seen. But if you've watched these two teams throw down, ever since these rosters came together, you will know and you will feel that maybe, just maybe, there's another twist here.
Take a look at this. Arlington CTF record's different from the total 2025 record. Optic Gaming with a slight advantage at 4-2. More games played, of course, over Shopify's 3-2. So, as we said, it could not be closer. We're underway in game number 6. Optic Gaming 1 game away. Shopify looking to close here to force a game number 7.
Okay.
Or will we see
Okay. Come on. Nice. Winning the opening skirmish. That makes me happy. That puts a little smirk on the old cheeks of mine. Good. Very good shot, Frosty. There we go. Okay, I can feel him. Like Kenpachi's spiritual pressure, I can feel it. Let's go, Frosty. Oh, yes. Okay, he's waking up. He's waking up. There we go. There we go. Very nice. I love it. I love that. See, that is how we usually play, and that's how we just need to play for these next 2 games. Let's win this one, and let's win the next one, and they can hoist the trophy. They've earned it. They've had an incredible split so far. They 100% deserve it. Specifically, Cycle and Last Shot. They are next up. Please, please, please.
Legend of Bound follows suit. Last player alive is going to be Last Shot, and even though it was a scary start, they get the kills required to get that flag moving. But as you say, big kill from Last Shot.
Not even a trade from Last Shot. Beautifully done. He was the only hope for Shopify to stop that flag from going straight up the main ramp. And instead, he not only gets the kill, stays alive.
Very nice.
Allows his team to push out of the base here. It's a big individual effort. He also leads the game and the team in kills here at 5-2.
Well, it seems the snipers have been put away for a few moments. The ammo has been used up, which means it's all about the raids, it's all about the bandit, it's all about control of top middle as this overshield is coming up. You can see Optic do not want to progress on the map. They want to hold this position, knowing how important that power-up can be.
Last Shot still alive in the exact same spot. Overshield should
No.
and they're grabbing it as they are running it with 3 dead. This flag, based on the numbers alone, should absolutely go.
Fuck.
Nobody in position outside.
Yeah, alright, come on. Just get ready for the next. Just get ready for next.
Even though it's Shopify who strike first, here comes the counter punch from Optic Gaming. Renegade slide this one in. We are tied up at 1-1 here on CTF Forbidden.
We slowed down a little bit. Let's get our foot back on the gas. Wapa. George Lopez, do it for Mr. Lopez.
So the overshield is converted into a flag cap. Although you feel like maybe they were going to get that flag cap even without the overshield, with the slays and the timing of them and the way that they got that flag moving almost immediately.
There you go, Royal. There you go.
Coming up pretty soon as well. We've seen Shopify really take advantage of that cycle.
That's alright, good trade. Way to trade it.
And it's Royal 2 who starts running this flag. Interesting, through the sewers.
There you go, Last Shot.
Optic find themselves 2
Way to fucking spit on him.
Stay alive here, top middle. Let's go for both sides momentarily. Let's see what Formal can do.
No one with the sniper control though for Shopify Rebellion. So Formal knows he hasn't got to worry about that weapon going against him. He hasn't got to worry about a sniper bullet coming his way. Renegade has overextended himself and has got a flagpole on the other side of the map. Really interesting split of resources across the map from both teams here.
Very good pressure from Cycle will allow presumably a player to grab.
There you go, Last Shot. Good kill. Good kill.
Frosty's a bit late though. Big kill from Formal. He wraps back there, pings exactly where the sniper rifle is.
And 2 dead though. And Formal.
No, what?
What on earth? Somehow kills Royal 2.
That doesn't make any sense. What?
Such a small
How?
frame, I don't even think it was visible on our monitors. That was an unbelievable effort from Formal to hit that no scope before getting taken down.
Overshield coming up.
Come on, please.
Men of flag cap. Last time we saw it being collected by Optic Gaming. Frosty.
Good shot, Frosty.
Sniper rifle in his hand. You've just heard the pop of the overshield, but where has it gone? Royal 2 has collected it. 3v3 on the map right now. Formal trying to push.
Let's really get some value out of this overshield. The OS. Oh god.
Just picked up another one. Finally,
Thank you, Last Shot.
So they know the player is not behind them. However, still more work to be done if they want to get a flagpole here.
Royal 2 using these sticks, these logs.
Oh, what an approach.
He gets one as Optic will be 2 dead, but so will Shopify Rebellion. Big 1v1.
Nice, Cycle. Yes. Come on. Come on. Let's go, Cycle. Let's get crazy.
Long enough for Optic to get on the map, but Cycle has this sniper rifle. Spots bound out, but just the timing eluded him as he went out of that scope. Bound will survive.
Only 1 shot left.
No.
In the end, good patience from Optic. They shut down that play from Cycle, and here they come top mid. Legend does not need an invitation. He's in your base.
Nice. Way to put the kibosh on it.
His attention towards the objective. He knows that the kills are there. He's got to use that timing window to get the objective moving, and then think about what happens afterwards. 2 dead here for Shopify. Formal. He's running that flag, by the way. And this might be an opportunity to go 2-1 up in this game. Cycle versus
No.
Renegade will win
Alright.
that, and he's starting to get loud about it as well. Formal, by the way.
Not good. Come on, please.
Back towards the base. He's running it to the front.
We've gotta find it again. Oh, not the most important series. Not playing like fucking poop ass today. Why? Why? Oh, why? No, no. That's tough. All right, whatever.
The tournament is in Optic's hands. Overshield coming up right now. Cycle trying to contest Formal for it. Top middle, but Formal.
That's GG.
He gets the killing spree. He gets the overshield.
Well, we'll get him next time.
Closing this one out, but there's a back smack. But Bound's running this one. Bound is running this one. He's trying to be sneaky. He's trying to get this flag moving.
Very big back whack indeed. Frosty tries to make an angle happen.
We're just so desperate throwing it at it right now. It's just that was a big kill, but I don't think it's enough.
We're gonna get a touch. Formal's dropping.
Formal's gonna be safe to grab it as well. He's gonna have the pillars to cover.
Oh.
Legend gets one. Legend bodies another, but keep your eyes on Formal. Formal, the
Yeah, not in position. All right, we'll just get the next one, next tournament. Oh, that'd be crazy, but there's no way.
It's Shopify who desperately trying to extend this series.
And the flag is pulled as well. We do have a counter pull coming in. Flag.
Trade.
Optic have the flag back at their base, but they do not have it capped. They need kills. Formal back off the respawn might be able to get a touch on this one.
Cycle. Nice. Oh my god, fucking huge.
3 dead for Optic. They were seconds. They were inches away.
This would be unbelievable. The storyline for this would be fucking incredible, please, God. If there's any justice in the world, please.
Here comes Legend. He needs a miracle. He might try to get a second flag pull here. I don't know if he has the timing.
It's tied up.
Good trade. Holy fuck, holy fuck. This would be the prettiest thing I've ever seen in my life if we somehow squeak this out. If we squeak this out, I will actually, I don't know what I'll do. I'll do something incredible. I'll do something death-defying. I don't know. I don't know. This would just be unbelievable. This would truly be unbelievable. It'd probably be the coolest thing 2025 will ever see.
The next few moments of this game, Formal tries to get that flag moving again.
They got the first pick, however, kills are traded out. They're trying to make something happen quickly, and it might cost them.
3 dead for Optic. Legend does get the overshield though, so Optic will be able to keep pressure on it.
Come on, this would just be amazing. Please, 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 please. Make me believe in dreams. Make me believe in miracles. Please, 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 Lord. Lord, yes, please, God, yes, please. Oh my God, Frosty, yes, please.
Off the rip again. Renegade is the only spawner. It's a main ramp flag run.
I cannot believe this.
Please, God.
Last shot's got this one on the main ramp. Frosty gets the first kill. Last shot. He's got this one back under the bridge. Last shot, Legend.
No!
Rise on Legend. Legend's the overextended hit for Optic. He can save the tournament for them right now. But all of Optic are falling. Frosty and Royal 2 combined. It's Renegade who can't get close.
Holy fuck. Holy shit. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's big for the brain. That's big for the brain. The mental. The mental. Please. Holy shit. Whoa, please. Ah. 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 Please. Ah. 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 Please.
What do you expect?
Holy shit.
From Shopify Rebellion. They get the return. They get
Oh God, please. Oh God, please. Oh, please.
Game 7. Bracket reset. Next one is all that matters.
Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit, please. Oh my God. Oh my God.
In what was already one of the most historic grand finals in the history
Holy.
of the Halo Championship
Oh God.
Series.
Oh, please.
G-slide on the flag gets taken down. We're gonna see it in the highlights. My God.
Formal's got his wings out. He's thinking about what's about to happen. The whole room is thinking it's done. We're thinking it's done. Shopify Rebellion. A goal line stand.
Holy.
A last second. A last ditch effort.
I cannot wait to see
Oh my God.
Get the return.
Oh my God.
This is one of those where you know exactly how the movie ends, but you cannot wait.
You don't know how this movie ends.
To see it again. An unbelievable game time. Like I said, I was glad this was game number 6. And I think everyone at home and in the arena was as well.
Oh, fuck, please.
I mean, Optic Gaming had everything written here.
Oh.
This was to be their game. This was perfect run after perfect run. Formal brings this flag home. And man, I'm happy to sit here and watch all these highlights. At this stage in the game, it's 2-1 Optic Gaming with 6 minutes left.
Just an epic. That's the only way you can describe it. Whenever these two teams match up, it's like, what's next?
My God.
How do we outdo each other next time around?
Oh my God.
That back from Royal 2. Look at this stop. Legend hits the brainer.
Legend gets one, bodies another. Watch Frosty to no shields.
Formal on the G-slide. Full shields here, by the way.
It's Frosty. Frosty with an absolute god nade. A god nade. Does enough damage from the snipe bridge.
Oh my God.
It's just... Game 7.
Oh.
We could not ask for more between these two.
I am going to throw up.
And I tell you what, backstage there was a lot of people. Maybe they manifested it, brought it into existence. A
Please.
lot of people were saying, I want to see us two, by the way. A bracket reset game 7.
Look
Now,
at this
name from Frosty.
Oh. And it's him who gets the kill as well.
It's actually, yeah, you're right. He's pre-nading, and actually it's the team shot from the main ramp as well.
Oh my God,
along
please.
with Frosty sitting in the snipe hut.
Oh.
It stops that flag mid-flight.
That was unbelievable. That was unbelievable.
Gaming, hoisting the
Please.
Trophy. Instead, we go to a final bracket
Oh
reset.
God, please.
Game number 7.
Shopify have stepped away from the stage for just a few seconds here. Optic still sat there waiting.
Oh.
And I think this is a deliberate ploy from Shopify. Let them think about what just happened, how close you were. But not close enough. I think the more time that Shopify take here, the more it's going to hurt Optic, the more they're going to be thinking about it. But at the same time, Optic have been through it all. We've mentioned it has been just emotional, physical roller coaster for them to get to this point. And this, it feels like one more hurdle to overcome in 1,000 hurdles that have been in their way.
This is the reset so far. And as you'd expect, 2 players positive on each team, 2 players just under a 1.0 on each team. And we could not be any closer. This grand final has been incredible. We know many of you are joining us from all around the world, staying up to late hours of the evening, or if you're with us here Central Time, all the way now to nearly 9 p.m. in a historic weekend of competitive Halo, and one game separating these two for a tournament title.
It's been an eventful weekend, to say the least. And now we head towards one more game. One more game, and we will decide who's going to be our champ. It has been an incredible tournament. And just a reminder, everyone, if you're watching here, if you're watching at home, wherever you're part of this, this is the first event of the season. The first event of the season is providing us with this level of entertainment, this level of skill and ability. And if you're watching some Halo Infinite for the first time, welcome. We hope that you're going to be here to stay.
We've seen this team, these two teams, excuse me.
I can't sit still. I can't sit still. And I'm afraid to like change where my eyes are focused. I want to keep everything exactly the same. Holy shit. Come on. Please.
When we're talking about these two teams, but a 3-kill win at the Kason Showdown in this exact game type, which I think tees us up perfectly. We've already seen them play it on LAN. And barely anything separating the two. And I cannot get over that game, that fortress.
Can we talk about that nade a little, just for a second, by the way? The way it bounces, it literally lands at the foot of the flagpole.
Right. And then but he times the nade perfectly where he still gets the spread. The kill feed has to him actually getting the kill with the bandit as well. So like the timing was insane.
If the nade is like a foot off, Formal's probably got enough shields to make it. It is pixel perfect. And that's not a 12-foot nade. That's like a 40-foot cross-map nade.
That's not easy, right. When you're fighting from your opponent's hut and street like that, you're getting absolutely dinged from every angle. And I tell you what, I think, once again, Optic Gaming got a little bit impatient thereafter, right? The game wasn't over then. They're still leading at that point. And I think they tried to make something happen a little bit too quickly. We've seen them do that in this series before. It costs them in the end. Taking a look here at some Optic shooters. The Slayer stats so far in the grand final reset, both of them on a 1.56 in the Slayers so far.
And again, just to highlight, and Renegade, we talked a lot about him. Legend is doing a lot of this without picking up power weapons. He's not first in line to find a sniper rifle. He'll be picking it up off the floor, off of a body. Whereas Renegade is going to be given that responsibility a lot of the time for Optic, which just gives, again, more weight to how impressive those Slayer stats are for Sabri, for Legend on Optic Gaming. One thing to note on the Slayers that we've seen so far in these series, Optic have been heavily on top when it comes to this particular game type. But what is the psyche? What is the mentality of Optic going into this game 7 after what we just saw?
And how about we just saw from Fomo, right? Just closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. Let's not forget, we've also seen historic moments.
God, I feel like I'm there right now. I got my little Force Ghost projected out there. I'm in the building. I'm in the mainframe. I see it.
This is a historic
I see it.
in year 4 of this game, where each of these players will have different stories. Does Optic Gaming find revenge and justice in the team change? Or is it all for naught? Is it another second place for Optic on the other side of the stage? Do we see Last Shot and Cycle getting their first LAN win ever? And the veterans Royal 2 and Frosty being justified in their team change? Only one of those stories can be true. Only one side of those stories will take place.
Well, nervy looking faces out there, and understandably so.
Everyone's looking like formal. Big deep breaths for the green wall here in Arlington, and from everyone joining us around the world. Once again, huge shout out to everyone who has stayed up with us on the Scum Party here on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Maniac Watch Party, LBT, and everyone else co-streaming. It's been historic, and we are getting ready.
All right, come on, please.
For the final
All right, please.
Of the evening. One game of Slayer.
Come on, please, please, please.
To decide
please,
who will hoist the
please,
trophy.
Please.
And take the first major of 2025.
A few more seconds to wait as we have the lobby remade here, but
what? Oh, all right,
how much
all right.
it builds the anticipation, it builds this moment even more. It's just, like you say,
Why?
it's fascinating to talk about some of those
all right, come on.
moments with players that have interacted with those big kill moments, those big swing moments. The Royal 2 formal camo, shock rifle on Battle Edge. One of the big parts of Halo history.
Why is it getting a remake?
A moment that will be remembered, and you get the feeling in a Game 7 there has to be a moment like that that is going to be remembered. That's going to swing that trophy from one side of the stage to the other into the hands of one set of 4 players. These are the kind of circumstances that you can't prepare for. This is just instinctual at this point. You can do everything, you can scrim, you can talk, you can go through experiences, but this is just what you're made of. This is just what you are as a person. This is just performing when you have to. And making a play that's going to win your team a championship.
And let's not forget, not just the entire offseason, but all of last year has built to this moment. Like we said, Optic Gaming is tired of second place, and they built a team to make sure it does not happen again. All of that loading all the way into this game. It just feels like there's so much on the line for this year, right? How do you start this year? It would be a statement for either side. The rivalry that we knew would be the 2 teams to watch, the 2 teams we knew would be in a grand final, but we had no idea it would be quite this good. We've gone the distance, and it will be just 12 minutes and 50 kills to decide who starts this year ahead. Let's take a look at the Slayer record so far.
7-3 for Shopify Rebellion, 9-5 for Optic Gaming. Optic have won both Slayers, however, in the grand finals reset. Something to keep in mind for Optic fans.
Which was completely different, keep in mind, from the winners quarterfinal that we saw. And we are underway in game number 7.
Come on.
All right then, Arlington.
Please, please, please.
Everybody on that stage deserves it. They have put on quite the show. In our first HCS major of the year, it's Formal who opens things up with a frag grenade.
Come on, come on, come on. Let's find our footing. Like a great oak, plant our feet. No, 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 no. No, not like that. Come on. Come on. Let's get serious.
An opening, what an opportunity for Optic Gaming. You also have a feeling the green wall is going to be loud for every single kill in this room.
I think that's just going to settle the nerves here for Optic Gaming as well. If they lose that opening strat,
Come on, we can't have a slow start like this. Boys, come on. We just made a miracle happen. Please, for the storyline, it'd just be unbelievable. It would be an unbelievable story. A story, fucking to save Halo, to rescue Cortana, and bring Master Chief and Arbiter back together in a holy matrimony.
What a weekend he's had, and what an opportunity to
Come on,
put a
please.
punctuation mark on it. If they don't take this game, it will all be for naught.
Game has come to an absolute standstill, and this game has been these two series have been played at
Sergeant Johnson gave his life to see us win this.
That's how much this means. Legend's going to find one. That's going to keep that lead. And now,
No, oh my god, oh my god. We've got to finish these kills. We have got to finish these kills, please! What are we doing? Alright, there we go. Alright, come on. Let's get some momentum, come on. Nice, good grenade, come on. Stay alive, stay alive, stay alive. Fuck, come on! Nice, stay alive, stay alive. Come on, come on. Nice, there you go, Cycle. Come on. Come on, stay alive.
11 to 8 now, as we see the next camouflage popping up
Come on.
top middle.
Ah, I'm a little wiggle worm right now. I can't sit still. There you go, Cycle. Lat spread on him. No, no!
That's everything. It really is, just like last game. It's really about denying here. Royal 2 with it. And look at the scoreline.
Nice,
You have a
nice.
feeling Optic Gaming got greedy at 6-1 with Shock and Grapple. Did they need to flush out Tower? Did they need to get into that dicey situation? Now they only lead by 1.
Nice. Finish that. Someone clean it. Alright, good clean. Good clean. Come on.
That table once more in their favor, only by 1, but they have their first lead of this game.
Remarkable resilience here from Shopify.
No.
Trailing 6-1, they slow the game down to a crawl and somehow find the lead now, tied at 16.
Come on,
Brown
please.
gets the pick to give Optic a 1 kill
Please,
advantage.
please,
Now
please.
he's flying in with that grapple to grab the shock rifle as well. He's trying to pick the pace up a little bit here. Formal no shields, but Renegade's here to support him. Most of the Shopify Rebellion players are trapped in and around the elevator, and if they're quick here, Optic Gaming, they might have a pinch, but that flank on the C play is going to slow things down just a little
Nice!
bit.
There you go, last shot. Fuck yeah! Fuck yes! Yes! Good shit, last shot. That's my fucking boy. Sweet Prince. God. Jump at Jehoshaphat. Yes! Yes, break away! Go, go, go! Let's keep putting distance between us. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! It's alright. Trade's fine, whatever, fuck it. Come on.
Looking for information, looking for any damage he can output at the moment. The pings are coming in here, and he's taking a sneaky little jump. Former's going to be in front
Nice.
of him. Will only be
Good
a
trade.
Two
Come on. It's
kills, the
alright.
advantage for Shopify.
Unbelievable turn of events and swing here in this game. Keep an eye on bottom middle right now. This camo could determine who wins this tournament.
Brown's got the shot, can't quite connect with the headshots. That one's going to be good with the bandit though.
There you go, Royal. Come on,
Royal.
Royal. Royal 2.
And I say should be in a position to get away with this camo. Have to look through the POVs to make sure.
There you go, last shot.
Burner if someone has managed to collect it.
Trade's fine. Nice. Trade's fine.
Might be a burn bottom middle. It was 3 dead for each side, and it's still just a 1-kill lead for Shopify.
Come on, let's go. Let's keep going. Come on, Royal 2.
Again, no surprise.
Come on.
Cycle
Come
right
on.
now popping off 11-2 on the other side. It's bound 10-7.
We're back to a standstill.
Come on.
Optics set up around the pipes and the glass. It's Tower and A here for Shopify.
No, 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 no. We can't be getting picked off like that. Come on. God damn it, come on. No.
One bullet to play with, but elsewhere on the map, it's Formal and Bound.
Wow.
Who pick up kills, and Optic now have a 2-kill advantage.
Beautifully done there, and I love this from Renegade. They're also going to find last shot.
God. God, come on. Bring it back. Let's bring it back.
The Let's Go Optic chant erupts.
And as Legend said a little bit earlier in this listening, in this series, check your corners. And Last Shot does exactly that.
Nice. Come on. Get 2, get 2, get 2. No, it's alright. Alright, come on, come on, come on.
Sizable lead here at the mid-game. Let's get to a listen with Optic Gaming.
Nice. Come on. Please, 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 please.
Game 115, guys. We're here. Two teams here.
Go big last shot.
No.
Go one shot. Absolutely, Bellatron.
We're not there.
Come on, last shot. Come on, last shot. Do some crazy shit. Nice. Oh, if you could have traded that. Good trade. There we go. Way to clean it. Yes. Come on.
Camel's almost out. They got like 3 seconds camo, 5 seconds camo. Oh my gosh,
There you go, Frosty. Good shit. Yes. Come on. Trade it. Yes! Come on.
One kill, the difference between these two teams as we come out of the listening and understand
Please.
sounding a little bit stressed.
Frosty there alone in red pipes. They're going to try to collapse on him if they can. You can see it here in third person. And they will be able to now. Still, just 1 kill, 40-39 in favor of Shopify.
10 kills to go for Shopify, 11 for Optic. Formal gets one.
Finish him.
40-40. Nothing between these two teams.
Oh god, please.
Unbelievable. Optic. Great resilience here. We're going to try to keep him alive here. Royal 2 might get taken down the open.
No. Royal 2, please. Come on, Royal. Come on, cycle. Oh, fuck. Oh, God. No. Please. Come on.
After just trailing moments
Come on, buckle down, clean it up.
A 3-kill lead at this stage is massive. They're going to look for the opening damage here, but otherwise, they can really let their opponents come to them. All eyes on this camo.
And you get the feeling they're not going to make the same mistake as last time. They are going to slow this down. They are not going to force the pace. They don't want to make mistakes.
Good grenade. Oh, we didn't get the trade, Royal. Please. No, man. Not in the last game. No. Come on. There you go, Cycle. Cycle, you are doing so fucking well. Carry us. Come on. Let's go, Cycle.
Tournament in his hands. Down by 2. How does he play this?
Yes, Cycle. No. Royal, please. Royal, step up right now. We need you, Royal.
Renegade makes a hero play. He makes sure that they burn camo, and he does it so well.
No.
Royal 2 gets 1, but it is just 2 to go. Renegade taking danger.
No. No. Alright, I guess we gotta get him next time. Wow, fuck, what a fucking shame. We just did not play our game today. We did not show up in this series. What a fucking shame. It's just the way she goes. It's how it always goes. Unlucky.
Champions here in Arlington the hard way. The most difficult way possible. But they reset the
Unfucking believable.
They break the curse. And they could call.
Just never meant to be, man. Always in the biggest games we don't play. Damn shame.
Because Optic Gaming has earned it through an arduous offseason and an unbelievable weekend run that will never be forgotten from the elimination bracket.
Farm them all split to just blow ass in the most important series. Oh god. What a shame. Oh, that hurts so bad.
What happened at the end of that CTF Forbidden? That would have broken them. Not Optic Gaming. This roster is built for success, was built to win. And as you can see on your screens, justified in making the changes. Your HCS Arlington
Damn,
Major 1 champions
that hurts. That hurts.
And not just that, but with this victory, with the team change, the second place curse for Optic Gaming is officially broken. And now, your champions.
It is what it is.
Doing it in their own house to start the 2025 season, and as you say, justifying one of the most historic and even controversial team changes in competitive Halo history. But you heard it from them before the event. We made this team change for a reason. And we knew it could be the best in the world, and right now, that's where Optic Gaming is.
And you look at the reaction from Formal, it just feels like the weight of the world is lifted from his shoulders now. Sick of second places, hates not winning. But now that winning feeling is back. What a moment for Optic Gaming. What a moment for those 5
well.
players and coach, of course, Box.
This is a good run.
At the end there on our stage. Optic
Second
Gaming
place.
Champions Blaze. Let's hear from the champs.
Texas, make some noise for your champions, Optic Gaming! Wow! What a series that was, Renegade. You haven't been in the grand finals since Atlanta last year. You make it back to the stage, and you come out with a big W. Talk to me about how you're feeling in this moment, because Texas, you guys can agree.
Why is this more important than the other ones? The other ones were just opens and then the case on. This was a major.
Chat, I think you guys are chanting MVP as well, and usually I save the MVP for the end, but bro, you killed it this event. Good job, man. How you feeling?
Yeah, we just don't win majors. We just don't. It's such a shame. It's been so long.
I've ever played in my life. Like, not even individually with the team, the circumstances we had to overcome, like that was amazing. Shout out to these guys.
Shout out to them as well, man. It was an extremely difficult tournament for you guys to have to go through and come away with a win. Legend, I believe that makes it a 4-peat for you going from last year. You had to play against your own teammates. You had to prove
Tough,
wrong,
tough,
but
tough.
Yet again, you stand on top of this stage as a champion. How do you feel, Legend?
Honestly, I feel amazing. Like, I knew we were gonna win the shit since yesterday when we were down like 0-2 and we reversed with them. Like, I knew that tournament was for us, dude. I knew it. Like, even like if we took like the game 6, like I knew we were going to win the game 7. Then let's go, man.
That's rough.
Shout out to Green Wall, bro. Thank you so much, guys.
Now, Legend, lastly, do you want to say anything to your fans across the way over there in France? You want to speak in
French?
Yeah, we want to speak in French for them?
Merci à tout le monde qui me regarde, les Français, tout ça. Merci beaucoup, les gars.
There you go. Let me move on down. Can we get some H4Fs in the chat? Come on now, Formal. You've been on a roll paved silver for a while, but now it's shining gold yet again. This one meant a lot to you. How do you feel in this moment for everything?
Yeah, maybe next time. Maybe next time.
Yeah, man, it was getting pretty dark the past like year, so this was like much needed just for like my mental and
First in Apex though. Not a major. We don't win majors.
bounce back. Like,
Haven't won a major since 2021 in Rocket League. It's so fucking sad. Ugh. Oh, we had 2 series to do that. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts.
And you are a champion yet again, Formal. Let's talk to the young superstar, Bound, because Bound, that's a 4P for you as well. You made a lot of changes in the offseason. Even after being a world champion, you said, you know what, there's still a higher ceiling in which I can hit. There are still more things in which I want to accomplish. And damn, you did that today. How you feel in the moment?
I mean, happy Easter. I don't know, God, Drills feels amazing. Shit fucking feels amazing.
Happy Easter, everybody. It's a beautiful day, especially one for the Green Wall.
All right. Next one. Second place.
I mean, yeah, shout out my family. Shout out all the fans who come out. I'm not usually used to you guys staying after the win, so it's pretty cool to see all the fans and seeing them stay, so sick.
Next major is Apex in like 2 weeks. The next Halo major, I have no idea. No clue.
Jason, you've been in a few of these big-time matches, a lot in your career, but talk to me about everything that this team had to go through to overcome all the haters, to overcome all the doubt, and to become the champions.
It's the end of May.
You guys are.
Yeah, I mean, they formed this team for this exact moment, a Game 7 in the Grand Finals reset, and these boys are clutch. That's all there is to say.
That's all there is to say. They are clutch. Are they clutch, Texas? They are, okay? Lastly, Lunchbox, okay, what do you want to say to these fans that got their phones up, that's out there recording this one, that's watching history here with you guys? How do you want to thank them?
Yeah, first of all, a huge shout out to Esports Engine 343 to keep this event going. There was crazy circumstances Friday. And a big shout out to the Green Wall. You guys were loud, pushing us through. We appreciate it. Thank you.
There you go, Texas. One more time. Let's blow the roof off the Esports Stadium. Make some noise for your Major 1 champions, Optic Gaming.
This house is Optics.
No, I'm gonna go eat. Get a lift in.
Their own LAN tournament, getting it done.
Alright. Second place. Tomorrow I'll probably do Devil May Cry. Either Devil May Cry or if Oblivion actually drops, the Oblivion remake. So it'll be one of those two. But I'm not convinced Oblivion's actually dropping tomorrow. Alright, I'm heading out. It was close. Have a good night, everyone. Sleep well. Bye-bye.